This story begins at the moment when Xiao Bai, searching for immortality, accidentally stumbles upon a sect full of charlatans. The senior brothers take turns boasting, pretending that they are about to create powerful techniques. They have no idea that Xiao Bai will meet a strange genius who is capable of mastering even fake techniques. The whole sect freezes in shock. Who is this junior disciple? The guy ends up in another world just like those web novel authors who love to steal plots. For 9 years, he does not allow himself to be distracted by anything except studying, putting in all his effort and not allowing himself a single minute to relax. And now, after 9 years of continuous work, he finally achieves what he aspired to. Boom, and the guy is finishing his studies. He is riding the wave of success. He has achieved what he had been striving for so many years, denying himself everything. He already anticipates how his life will change for the better. But one moment and everything changes. The guy accidentally finds out something he never even suspected and certainly did not expect treachery from this side. On his face at the same time both distrust and resignation. The outraged students shout loudly, What the hell is this? Could this world really be cultivated? They fall silent and alone by one turn to the young man who has fallen to his knees and is almost banging his forehead on the ground. Sobbing, the boy screams, trying to convince himself that he can do it. But immediately he contradicts himself. No. He starts whining and addresses an invisible interlocutor. Can he even guess what he has had to endure these 9 years? His body trembles violently. The boy completely loses control of himself. To those around him, it seems he has lost his mind. Continuing to sob, the boy begs not to joke about him like that. He insists he no longer wants to study. Who will study if immortality can already be achieved? The boy sobs again, then shouts, Hey, wait, rebirth, cultivation. Isn't this exactly how a typical fantasy novel for beginners starts? Gathering for testing spiritual abilities. On a huge arena with a large rectangular depression in the middle from which rows of benches for spectators stretch upwards, many people gathered. Near a huge stone glowing with revealed hieroglyphs, stone dragons twist, the depth stands on a pedestal, forcing the boy standing before it, like all other students, to tilt his head to read the inscription. Stone declares the boy has no spiritual abilities. Hiding his face behind his bent elbow, he sobbing shouts that he does not want to go back to Earth. He adds that this rebirth is not at all like in those idiotic novellas. The audience openly laughs at him. Some point fingers at him while others still try to hide a mocking grin, covering their mouths with their hands. The boy sits in a cozy corner near the railing, hiding away from curious eyes, pressing his hand to his chest and staring upward as if addressing the heavens that treated him so unfairly, saying he no longer wants to live. Unaware that a man is watching him, he continues to lament his fate. He was sure he was chosen. The man, still silently watching him, asks, calling him young friend, does he want to achieve immortality? The boy, startled, asks the man again what. His face clears up. He clearly does not want to show his suffering to a stranger and seems ready to believe everything the man says. On a high mountain plateau rising even above the clouds stands a large estate. This is the residence of the Qingyuan Dao sect. Sharp mountain peaks are visible far away. Below the plateau, cranes circle above the clouds. The head of the Dao Teihua sect holds an impassive expression. Nearby, a bird sits on a pole. The man, addressing Su Changyu, says that the master has a task for him. But in a moment, the indifferent mask slips from the face of the sect head. An unstoppable stream of tears pours from his eyes. He grabs the interlocutor sitting opposite by the shoulder and, calling him a good student, assures him he simply must help his teacher. Then he adds that a great event awaits him. Su Changyu's elder brother, politely freeing himself from his grasping fingers, calmly continues to drink tea. He looks into the cup and asks, what kind of great event could happen in such a small and insignificant sect as theirs? The features of the head of the Dao Teihua sect are distorted by grief. Clenching the lower part of his face with his palms, the man squeezes his fingers so hard that the tips turn white and explains. Recently, the senior authorities issued a new decree. They ordered to ban such low-level sects as theirs. If within a year they do not gather 8 permanent students and do not rise to a third-rank sect, it's the end for them. Su Changyu's elder brother, continuing to drink tea, calmly replies that then they only need to find one more person. Obviously, he sees no reason to panic. The sect head replies with despair in his voice that it is not so simple. He tells that yesterday he went to a meeting to test spiritual abilities. All the sects there were desperately trying to lure students away. The prices were crazy. He almost begged each of the young people, but they did not even want to talk to him. Everyone turned away from him. In despair, he shouted after the boys who were moving away from him maybe they would talk a little more. One girl, folding her arms across her chest, snorted angrily. The salary is 2 liang of silver per month and he still wants to recruit students. The man says that some sects shamelessly used seduction tricks. At the same time, he recalls the rather appetizing figure of one of the girls. A scene comes to his memory. He is holding a young man tightly and a luxurious bust presses against his chest and a sweet blonde boldly offers him to cultivate together. The head of the Dao Tehua sect informs his interlocutor. In the end, he still managed to pick up one student. He recalls how, squatting before Yi Ping, who had already lost hope, the young man introduced himself and looked into his eyes full of hope. The boy, calling the man an immortal teacher, asks, is he really ready to take him? The sect head continues, although the complete novice has no spiritual abilities, fortunately he is a decent person, and most importantly, he recalls how the boy, shining with happiness, declares that he is ready not to take any salary. The boy says, money is just a trifle. If the teacher can teach him to cultivate immortality, he is ready for anything, and adds, one should not think about what the sect can give the student, one should think about what the student can give the sect. Sitting on a small elevation by a low table near a round window facing each other, the men continue their conversation. The sect head says, where else to find such a fool? He stops and immediately corrects himself. Oh, I mean, a good student. He admits that he is worried. As soon as the boy realizes how weak their sect is and that there is nothing to learn here, he will most likely run away. Dao Tehua boasts that he has come up with a brilliant plan. The sect leader with burning eyes explains the essence of his plan. Simply put, he must show all his superiority. He orders Su Changyu to take his disciples and have them invent incomprehensible combat techniques in their fields one by one and teach the boy. He says they need to buy time. After a year, when the sect is finally established, let him decide for himself whether to stay or leave. Su Changyu, looking at his pinky, then carefully blowing on it, indifferently replies, why does he take all this so seriously? It's just a pretense. Rising from his seat and bowing, Su Changyu's elder brother asks the master does he know what nickname his comrades gave him behind his back. The sect leader clarifies, and what is it? With meaning, looking into the mentor's eyes, he answers, the selfless disciple. Su Changyu straightens his shoulders as if proud of his nickname. The sect leader watches him intently, waiting for a response. Rubbing his chin with his hand, the young man says, and it really characterizes him, when it comes to boasting, throughout the land of Qingzhou he can boldly claim he is second after. After thinking, he decisively continues after no one. No one else dares to claim there first. Placing his hand on his head, he proudly throws his head back and declares that the sect leader hit the mark. This is his specialty. He laughs. Taoist Tehua looks at him in surprise, not understanding. Is this a reason to be proud? Raising his index finger, the man says anyway, if he can keep the disciple for at least a year without failures. Su Changyu interrupts him, throwing his palm forward and bringing his face right up to his, exclaiming, no. The man looks at him in surprise. What? The boy, with a feigned indifferent look, replies, slightly affected. Since he has taken it on, dragging time for only 1 year is too petty and unworthy of him. He will handle such a naive loser with one easy move. With a proudly thrust-out belly, immediately catching a bright light from the sun on a shiny detail of his gear, he declares, at least from this moment let him admire only their Qingyuan Dao sect, not the immortals, and in the next life he will become a person of Qingyuan Dao. Su Changyu proudly sniffs. The sect leader applauds him, asking, is this just the beginning? He praises his interlocutor, not bad, not bad. Playing with an exquisite blade clenched in his hand, Su Changyu declares if he does not complete the task, he will eat this sword raw, he will swallow it with sauce. Laughing, he adds that he swears here and now, he will do it. Bowing respectfully, the young man says if there is nothing more, the disciple will leave. Tonight he will wait for the boy on the back mountain. The sect leader, rising from his seat, replies very well. He passes him with his sword. Su Changyu suddenly runs to the door, shouting, don't. Stopping, the young man barely turns his head back and says, even in 3 short days one can see a person anew. Su Changyu adds that today he is no longer the little disciple who needed the master's instructions. Su Changyu's elder brother demonstrates a combat technique with his hand. He clenches 3 fingers and straightens 2. The sect leader is clearly in shock. Even the bird sitting on the perch has lost its impassive look and frightened pressed its wings and grabbed its head. The man says, what this gesture could it be? The young man replies that this is the bloom, just as the master wished. He sharply raises his hand upward, points to the sky with his index finger, and above him a circle of energy flares, radiating power. The sect leader Dao Tehua shouts, "What the hell? What kind of swordsmanship technique is this? How is this even possible?" Su Changyu is clearly a mediocre swordsman who has not learned a single full set of techniques in 10 years. The disciple looks at him angrily and proudly in response. It seems he is about to unleash all his power on the man. Su Changyu makes a sharp flick with his finger. The sect leader watches him warily. The man's face, like the bird that has perched on his shoulder, shows boredom. He says, "Su Changyu, won't there be?" The young man lowers his hands and laughs loudly, saying that he couldn't resist and boasted a little. He admits that he doesn't know any sword techniques. Su Changyu adds that he will have to bother the master again and asks to be escorted. Night, the summit of the back mountain. A large disk of the moon peeks out from behind the clouds. The moon illuminates the cliff, on the top of which a human silhouette looms. Cranes circle around the cliff. Yiping sat hugging himself and trembling. He had received the set of awards top 500 Kingzhu sword trial. The boy's nose turned red. He sneezes and continues to tremble. Su Changyu heads to the top of the cliff, thinking that he chose this place only to create the right atmosphere. Realizing that the boy was already waiting for him, the young man stares at him attentively for a few moments. Sitting on a small elevation, Su Changyu orders himself to prepare. He jumps down, takes a fighting stance, and pretends as if he descended here using a special technique. He thinks the mountain is incredibly high and admits immortals are really not simple. The man turns his head, hearing a noise behind him. Fear and hope intertwine in his eyes. Su Changyu proudly straightens up, hides his hands behind his back. Sheaths with blades are tied to his belt. In the moonlight, he looks very impressive. The boy looks at the warrior standing before him in the moonlight with surprise, as if he is surrounded by a halo of glory and grandeur. The fighter raises his hand, and energy bursts from it. The sword from the sheath moves into his palm by itself. The boy froze in shock. He cannot believe it. Could it really be the sword of immortality before him? But the excitement immediately turns into surprise. Stop, something is wrong. He thinks that a sect ready to accept such a worthless scum like him without any spiritual power must be very bad, right? Looking at the man standing on the cliff's summit and behaving as if crowds of fans are watching him from below, he cannot figure out, so why does it have such an unusual disciple? He is shocked by what he sees and understands. This cannot be, but what is the trick? The boy reflects. At first glance, this sect looks like some third-rate, unregistered one, but in reality, he thinks that, judging by the facts that have appeared before his eyes, it turns out this is actually some ultra-secret sect of the hidden world. The boy triumphs. He makes a short, sharp motion with clenched fists and bent elbows raised to chest level. He thinks that in this sect everyone inside is a mighty fighter. Each of them could easily send him to heaven. His joy fades as soon as the thought strikes his mind, just like this afternoon. His facial expression becomes focused. He supports his chin with his hand and dives into memories. He mentally returns to the moment when he first followed the master into the sect. Climbing the stairs behind the man which led up to the settlement, the boy felt a depressing, complete desolation around. At that time he did not give it much importance, but now, recalling what he saw, he understands. It was already too much. But the thought that, whatever it was still a cultivation sect reconciled him with reality. Although the boy was still gnawed by the question, how could it be in such a neglected state? But despite all the devastation around, every corner of the village was impeccably clean. He thinks everything looks suspicious. Very suspicious. He recalls with what persistence the head of the sect urged him to come here. All the events of this time come to mind: his failure, arrival at the sect. The boy decides that everything here smells of suspicion. He wonders, what if they deliberately hide in the shadows to disappear from the whole world, and then everything suddenly falls into place? His eyes flash with excitement again, and he rushes to Su Changyu, shouting that even among 3 million sword-bearing immortals in the heavens, they would have to bow their heads before him, and also the unparalleled dignity of the elder brother. The young man is a bit stunned by his words. Su Changyu, glancing at the disciple, repeats his words: even among 3 million sword-bearing immortals in the heavens, they would have to bow their heads before him. The young man adds to himself, what a cheeky fellow, he likes it very much. He likes his style, he decides. From now on this boy belongs to him. Turning to face the boy, he casually waves his hand, from which a stream of energy flows, and says, since his new younger brother praises him so pompously, it would be rude not to respond in kind. Continuing to show the power streams emanating from his hand, he adds, although he doesn't have much reserve, he will give the boy a chance at luck. He rushes to Yiping, stunned by the gust of air that poured onto him. Su Changyu says that he is the elder brother of the Qingyun sect. That light breeze the boy just felt on his body is actually a secret art of bestowing luck, capable of significantly enhancing his talent for cultivation. Yiping is stunned by his words. Just one breeze can greatly boost cultivation talent. How can such an ordinary sect even be capable of this? He bows deeply and respectfully before Su Changyu, who stands before him. The boy says, "Thank you, elder brother, for your great kindness." Yiping has nothing to repay him with. Meanwhile, the boy hides his hand behind his back, thinking he pulled it too hard and probably sprained it. Aloud he says, "It's nothing serious." Su Changyu immediately covers his mouth with his palm and thinks, "The art of bestowing luck nonsense. It's just a light breeze, nothing purer than that." Weary, sitting down on a stone, the young man, calling the boy his younger brother, asks for permission before teaching him the art of the sword. He says he has something to ask first. Yiping echoes him like an echo, "Ask." The guy triumphantly flashes his eyes and clenches his fists tighter. He read about this in books. Before the incomparable master reveals the secret, he always asks a question. Exactly so, exactly so. Su Changyu, sitting on a stone, asks the boy standing before him and already demonstrating techniques that he will have to master, what does he think is the highest in the art of the sword? In his thoughts, the young man laughs. Only he, the king of pomposity, could ask such a pompous question. He mentally orders the guy to answer, but whatever he says, it will still be wrong. So Su Changyu will be able to show how deeply he understands the sword. No one does it better than him. Meanwhile, the boy feverishly runs through thoughts to answer his question, the highest mastery in the art of the sword. He nervously raises his hands to his chin and plunges into reflection. Even the very wording of the question seems perfect to him. The boy thinks that a hidden master is in front of him. He is sure that is the case. It's almost a fact. He tries to understand how best to answer. The question seems simple, but it contains infinite essence. Yiping is immersed in thought. His whole appearance radiates concentration and nervousness. He imagines that an ordinary person would say something like, "Kill the enemy at 10 paces, travel 1,000 miles and leave no trace." But he is sure this is definitely not about superficiality. The boy asks himself, so what will he answer? He believes that in any case he must be careful, very careful. Su Changyu is surprised by his nervousness. The young man thinks that he just asked casually, no need to take it so seriously. Some time passed. Yiping continues to ponder and Su Changyu begins to lose patience, mentally urging the boy. An hour has already passed and he still hasn't answered. The boy thinks, will he really die of cold on this mountain? Unable to endure the long wait, he says, "All right, let Yiping give him his answer now." Greatly nervous, the boy answers his elder brother. He believes that the highest in the art of the sword is. After a brief pause, he throws out the phrase without hesitation. The one and only joking blade of grass capable of cutting down the sun, the moon, and the stars. Su Changyu sits exhausted by his words, trying to grasp what he just heard. He shows this blade of grass pinched between his fingers and held high above his head. The young man tries to comprehend Yiping's words, which cuts down the sun, the moon, and the stars. Su Changyu's jaw slowly drops down. In his thoughts, he barely swears. 20 years he has worked with the sword. Even the strongest of those he has seen could at most cut a mountain with one strike. And a blade of grass that cuts the sun, the moon, and the stars, that's already a level of super disguise. Yiping looks worried by her reaction. He anxiously asks, isn't that too exaggerated? He hopes his elder brother is not offended. Su Changyu at this time thinks that this guy speaks well, precisely and to the point. She feels a kindred spirit in him. Rising from the stone and adopting a majestic appearance, the young man says, indeed, this is already too exaggerated. In cultivation, the main thing is stability. The younger brother has aimed too high. The guy sighs as expected. Says he admits his mistake. Su Changyu, grasping the sword hilt with both hands, raises it to her face and says, how about this? He swings the sword. The energy flows, literally blind Yiping. When the elder brother lowers the sword and turns his back to him, a deep groove from the blade remains between them. Su Changyu says she will leave him a sword mark. He adds that this sword mark is ordinary, if one can say so, but it can also be called extraordinary because it contains the strongest sword intent in the world. How much the guy comprehends it depends on his perception. He says he will check everything in 7 days. Yiping rejoices. He thinks, the strongest sword intent, a 100% master of the hidden world. He triumphs. He is insanely lucky. In fact, he has stumbled upon a sect of powerful hidden masters. The guy runs down the stairs at full speed. He cannot hold back a smile. Su Changyu is called elder brother. He looks back over his shoulder and sees a woman with long legs sitting on a stone, her face not visible in the moonlight. A dark-haired beauty in a very short skirt and corset, which barely hides her ample breasts, asks what does he think is the talent of their new younger brother. Beauty raises her hand in a welcoming gesture. The young man, with a slight reproach in his voice, says, calling the girl little sister. She is peeking again. The beauty jumps off the stone and rushes to him, saying she was just curious. Su Changyu asks the younger sister to put all this aside for now. The girl looks at him in surprise, not understanding what he means by this. The young man, warningly raising his index finger to draw her attention to the importance, says that the older brother wants to ask her something. He asks does she know how strong the advanced sword technique is. The girl looks confused and worried. She exclaims what? And her mind is racing. Fencing art, and what does it have to do with her? Why did the young man suddenly become so serious? Not waiting for an answer, Su Changyu tells her to listen carefully. He will say everything himself. The highest art of the sword is to use a single blade of grass to cut through the sun, moon, and stars. The girl looks at him with wide-open eyes, delighted by his wisdom. She says, well, how cool, the older brother's skills have leveled up again. Pretending, covering his face with the back of his hand, the young man, without changing his pompous pose, starts laughing. Waiting until Su Changyu's bout of merriment ends, the girl authoritatively says, now let him answer her question. The young man is surprised her question. Su Changyu slowly repeats her question, pondering each word. How much time is needed for their younger brother to grasp the intention of the sword? Picking his nose with his little finger, Su Changyu says how can he possibly comprehend this? He himself has not yet comprehended it. The girl clarifies that she means the ordinary intention of the sword. Response isn't uncertain, I don't know. Girl looks puzzled. She asks, is he mocking? In 2 hours, the ascent beyond the mountain. In the darkness, a nailing, bent figure of a person is barely visible. The guy tucked his legs, pressed his hands to the ground, and froze, leaning over the mark left by Su Changyu's sword. Drops of sweat run down the boy's face. He thinks tensely, yet no idea comes to mind. Pin thinks, the furrow looks like an ordinary crack. Where is the sword's strongest intent here? Doubt envelops him. Maybe his older brother deceived him. But immediately he rejects this thought. In despair, he grabs his head with both hands and shouts, what nonsense! Everything that was before has already proven the older brother is definitely a master. He comes into a furious rage from the realization of his own worthlessness. His eyes blaze with fierce fire, his fingers dig into the hard stone he leans on. Like a madman, the boy shouts. It turns out the thing is that he simply hasn't trained enough. He leans even lower over the furrow and drinks it in with a mad gaze. The young man repeats in his thoughts, it must be, it must be. He drills his gaze into the trace left by the sword and mentally commands himself, come on, Pin, keep going. Soon a figure of a warrior appeared in Pin's mind. As if right before him emerges a tall, stocky figure of a man engulfed in a flame of bluish energy. The figure holds a long sword by the hilt, secured on his back. The blade literally shines with a blue light of internal energy invested in it. The warrior shows him fencing techniques. He himself moves at lightning speed. Every step is precise, honed to the edge, like a dance filled with threat and power. In Pin's ears, a huge bronze bell seemed to ring. 4 sword styles, 12 techniques. With every minute it became clearer and clearer to the boy. He feels as if he himself drew the sword and trained. The muscles remembered every movement and were ready to repeat it. This feeling did not last just a moment. He experienced it again and again. The boy repeats every movement, clutching the shining sword in his hand. He makes a swing, begins the count. 1. Pin sharply raises his hand above his head. 2. He lunges forward, clutching a shining sword in his hand 3 times, faster and faster. He moves faster and faster, sword swings farther and farther. 12 moves, 15 moves. 20 moves. It seems the boy is already in several places at once. Such insane speed. Knowledge bursts into his mind with a force crazier than a stream of divine enlightenment. He regains consciousness, still remaining in the same pose, bent low over the furrow. Straightening up, Pin asks what is actually happening. He is illuminated. This must be the elder brother. Yes, it is him. Who else could it be? The boy recalls how from a single swing of the elder brother's sword, the wind rushes straight at him. He had no idea that an ordinary air current could raise his talent to such a terrible height. He believes that fate brought him not just to an unparalleled master. Tears stream from his eyes as he thinks that after such a series of failures he finally hit the jackpot. He regrets that at first he even doubted the elder brother, how wrong he was. The boy again bends over the furrow, mentally ordering himself to calm down. He repeats, calm, calm. This is only the beginning. The sword's trace will surely allow him to master even more sword techniques. He must continue. 7 days later, the sun generously floods with light the building on the cliff, the elder brother's residence. On the table stands Su Changyu's box for pretense. It is adorned with all sorts of trinkets. A young man examines his treasures. With one hand he grips a long hairpin, and with the other he reaches for a strand of hair on his head, the one held by two more such hairpins. He is about to leave the house for another performance. Su Changyu puts on a kaftan. Young man, smiling, thinks that today is an exceptionally good day. Su Changyu heads to the exit. The long hems of his kaftan flutter behind his back. He says that this is the perfect day for transformation and commands himself forward. Thinking of his younger brother, he warns he is already coming. Su Changyu hurriedly walks across a bridge thrown over a rapid mountain river. The young man heads to the top of the rear mountain, but the fast pace soon changes to a slow step. Drops of sweat run down his face. Su Changyu complains about fatigue. If he had known he would have to exert so much effort, he would have chosen another place. Stopping to catch his breath, he says, "By the way, why does everyone think that practicing fencing is so easy?" He sighs, and it sounds very sad. In his thoughts, he returns to that night 7 days ago. The girl asks in surprise, "What? Even he doesn't know the essence of the sword?" Su Changyu admits, "Yes." Smiling, she says that the elder brother is so hopeless. He has studied fencing for 10 years and still doesn't know the essence of the sword. Su Changyu is angered by her words, and he strikes her on the head with his hand. The girl falls to her knees, exclaiming, "Ouch, it hurts." Raising his eyes fiercely, the boy shouts, "Hopeless, let her not talk nonsense. He understands nothing. Fencing is not an easy matter." Raising his index finger admonishingly, Su Changyu said that the Sword of the Four Thunders, which the elder brother is mastering, is not a simple technique. It is among the top 10 in Kinju. And the Taoist of the Four Seasons became famous throughout Kinju precisely with this sword technique. He explains that this art of the sword is of extreme cruelty and yang, divided into 4 complete sets: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. If someone masters all 4 sets, he will be able to summon the thunder of the 4 seasons. And adds, each set is further divided into 4 small levels: beginning, skill, mastery, and perfection. The girl listened to him attentively and says, "Sounds impressive." She asks, "So at what level is the elder brother now?" He proudly lifted his nose and says, "His sword of spring thunder has reached the skill level, in total 18 sword techniques." The interlocutor cannot even hide her disappointment. What? Only spring thunder and only 18 techniques? Su Changyu bursts into rage again. His eyes fill with blood and flare with fire. He shouts, "What does it mean, only spring thunder?" He explains there are only 4 main levels. His progress is definitely considered elite in Kinju. In reality, the young man is only at the beginning of the path. He has not even mastered half of the spring thunder sword technique, and ahead are the techniques of the summer thunder, autumn thunder, and winter thunder swords. Beyond that, such heights that he does not even dare to dream of. Menacingly looming over the girl, who herself is not glad to have gotten involved in this conversation, Su Changyu growls, "The elder brother reached the skill level in just 10 years. In less than 10 more he will achieve mastery. And in 100 perfection, then she will see how truly strong he is." The girl obediently replies that she understands everything. She is curious, so if the younger brother himself comprehends the essence of the sword, what talent would that mean on the path of the sword? Su Changyu laughs. "This guy will understand the essence of the sword." He says the younger sister is definitely not afraid to dream. The young man explains, "On the path of the sword, techniques are trivial. The main thing is sword will. The stronger it is, the more miraculous any sword technique becomes. Even a simple stab inspires fear." He adds, "But passing through the 3 great barriers of sword will is as difficult as ascending to the sky. The first of them is infinite sword will. In all 10 states, only one master has barely touched this level. He is known as the Sword Lord Takesu, and is revered in all 10 states. The girl, not satisfied with his answer, presses further. She just needs to know, if the guy really comprehends this, then at what level will he be? The guy answers that is absolutely impossible. Su Changyu, slowly raising his index finger, orders the girl to forget about the younger brother. Even the most brilliant wunderkind of Kinju in 500 years has not been able to comprehend infinite sword will. The young man continues climbing the stairs up the mountain. Having achieved his goal, he exhales. Finally, he wonders if his younger brother has woken up. To his surprise, he found a pin bent over the furrow. The boy looks extremely exhausted. He is completely focused and does not even notice Su Changyu's arrival. He stares intently and persistently at something visible only to himself. He stares until his vision blacks out. The young man is surprised. He cannot believe his eyes. What nonsense is this? Looking at the dark shadows under Pin's eyes, Su Changyu is restless. How long has the boy not slept? He finds it hard to believe that this fool seriously committed to this sword sign, but this is fiction. Tilting his head to his left shoulder, Su Changyu realizes, now he looks like a villain. He reproaches himself and feels guilty. Glancing at the boy bent over the furrow, the young man sighs sympathetically. Oh, poor child. For the sake of the sect, he will have to endure this. Su Changyu decides that later he will somehow make amends. Putting aside his task, Pin straightens his back and notices his older brother. Su Changyu silently orders himself to stand up quickly, adopts a proud and majestic appearance, and asks, "How is the training going?" The boy hurries to say that he mastered it himself, and all thanks to the opportunity his older brother gave him. Su Changyu sympathetically says, "Let him not be upset, not mastering it, that's absolutely normal." Suddenly he understands the meaning of Pin's words and he exclaims, "What, really?" The young man's face loses its noble look. It is twisted by a grimace of distrust and anger. Su Changyu asks, "What did he say? Did you understand?" Pin respectfully bows before him and tells his older brother that, considering this morning, he has generally mastered 400 sword techniques. For a few moments, Su Changyu thoughtfully looks at his younger brother, pondering the words. He mentally bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Tears flow from his eyes. Pointing a finger at the guy, he barely manages to say through laughter, 400. The guy mocks him just because he himself never trained with a sword. After all, he more than anyone else knows that he hastily messed up the sword sign, and he perfectly understands what it is. Su Changyu slightly tilts his head, trying to hold back laughter but fails miserably. His lips stretch into a smile. He tries to hide it. He thinks that Ping will make him laugh to death. The boy is confused and embarrassed. With anxiety, he looks at his older brother, thinking, what kind of mockery is this? Ping thinks, could it be that he laughs because he understood so little? 400 in a day, that's little, right? He is enlightened, he understood. The master, like an older brother, probably knows tens of thousands of sword techniques. The boy bitterly thinks that Su Changyu fed him knowledge with a spoon and even gave him a wonderful opportunity. 1,000 techniques a day with a bit of talent, easy as pie. Ping sadly concludes that he is too weak. Su Changyu, smiling, says there is no need to lie. This sword technique is deep and not understanding it is perfectly normal. He will not look down on his younger brother because of this. The young man mentally adds, how kind he is. The boy replies that he is not lying and that he really mastered 400 techniques. The smile disappears from Su Changyu's face. He says, enough already, empty talk is useless to anyone. Ping is upset, he thinks. Since he says so, the older brother thinks that he is not even worthy of 400 techniques. The guy says, although his talent is weak, the older brother still gave him a chance. He admits that 400 is not that many, but he will manage. Su Changyu, shining with a smile, thinks, 400, that's not that many, another one who underestimates the way of the sword. At that moment, the boy really got a little angry. Maybe he was not a master of the highest level, but the pain that many ordinary people go through to grow is no less. He is often mocked intentionally or unintentionally for slow progress, and that hurts anyone. Su Changyu pronounces, good, then let the younger brother show him the techniques he has mastered. He thinks it seems time to give the boy a lesson. He will help him grow. Ping politely bows and replies, good. Su Changyu is angry. He even dares to agree. This stubborn tongue will ruin him. Such is the professional advisor of pretense. The sword in Ping's hand shines brighter than the sun. With a sweep, he steps forward. Then the boy raises the sword and covers his face with it. The splash of the sword's energy is visible in his eyes. Ping demonstrates the technique he has mastered, showing the elder brother move after move. The sword moves Ping showed were lightning fast and smooth, like flowing water. In one moment, he performed 36 moves. Su Changyu, frozen like a statue, watches the boy. The young man cannot believe what his eyes see. He can only envy. Su Changyu watches as Ping demonstrates the moves he has mastered. The boy's movements are lightning fast, but at the same time smooth like flowing water. Ping's speed impresses the young man. After all, in one moment, he already performed 36 moves. The boy makes a giant leap. Energy streams around him. Ping is at the very epicenter of the furious, fiery energy. It is hard to keep track of his movements. One more moment and 108 moves. Su Changyu is unable to even move a finger. He is so enchanted by this spectacle. At that very moment, a thunderclap suddenly roared in the sky above them. Su Changyu froze in complete shock. Drops of sweat ran down his face. Under his gaze, countless threads of lightning merged into a thunder dragon. A picture painfully familiar to him, the same one he had seen countless times in his dreams. A giant dragon, woven from countless threads of lightning, plunges headlong from the heavenly heights downwards. It is aimed at the boy, who stubbornly continues to fly forward at incredible speed. The roar of the dragon is heard, and Su Changyu, as if frozen, is so shocked that he can barely breathe. Hearing that thunderous sound, he immediately understands this is truly the roar of the dragon. There is no mistaking it. Without taking his eyes off this stunning spectacle, the young man mentally admires the great perfection of the Sword of Four Thunders. For hours and years, he had dreamed of mastering the great perfection in the technique of the Spring Thunder Sword. Hearing the legendary roar of the dragon, then he could die peacefully. This boy managed to achieve all this in 8 days. Su Changyu shouts, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." That was only the beginning. In the sky appeared a dragon burning with emerald flames. Only after 5 breaths came a completely different roar of the dragon. The thunderous dragon, woven from green lightning, signified the great perfection of the Summer Thunder Sword. Su Changyu was overwhelmed with complete chaos. And even before the emerald dragon disappeared, almost simultaneously with it, the Autumn Thunder Dragon appeared. 2 roars of dragons competing in the Shine Summer and Autumn swords have reached great perfection together. This is unprecedented, simply incredible. Su Changyu froze as if spellbound, watching the unrealistically huge dragons soaring in the sky above their heads. At this moment, Yi Ping's sword did not stop. It began to move even faster, although it seemed impossible. His movements went madder and madder until he became a true phantom. The most powerful strike of the Four Thunders sword technique, the Winter Thunder Sword, finally reached great perfection, and a dragon flared in the sky with the glow of cold flame. This great perfection differed from the previous ones. Su Changyu threw back his head and watched a giant creature fly over him. The young man's face turned blue from the cold, and his body began to tremble with a shivering chill. For Su Changyu, it seemed a harsh, deep winter had come. All life faded, and he himself turned into an ice block. Only on the 432nd move did Yi Ping finally stop. The boy froze, one leg bent at the knee and the other, straightened, was set back. With one hand behind his back, he held the sword and with the other maintained balance, barely touching the ground with his fingers. This concluded the 7-day demonstration of his mastery. Su Changyu closed his eyes as if it hurt him to look at Yi Ping. Up to this moment, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, all 4 thunder swords Yi Ping had brought to great perfection. But the boy froze and did not move. He thought, something is wrong. It seems he relied too much on the sword itself. Yi Ping thinks aloud. The formless path gives birth to all tangible things. Non-being is existence. One must look beyond the object, think beyond oneself. He concludes that he was limited by the sword itself and exclaims he understood. Yi Ping asks what does the elder brother want to tell him. He waits for Su Changyu's answer with fear. The young man is stunned and silent. He has nothing to say. Yi Ping joins his outstretched hands before him, clenched into fists. He nods. Let them dare and try, he says. The commoner's sword cuts the neck from above and carves into the liver from below. It is no better than cockfighting. The boy continues to speak, but the sword of the Son of Heaven is forged from the 5 elements, revealing yin and yang, and takes into the blade everything under the sky. Yi Ping's eyes flare with fiery energy. He spreads his hands, and in his fists appears a sword woven from pure energy. Space seems to explode with energy around Yi Ping. He suddenly finds himself at the very epicenter of the explosion. A bright glow blinds Su Changyu. He frowns, but still cannot look away from the spectacle. Inside, he curses himself. Could the boy be experiencing enlightenment again and simply showing a sword technique? He thinks, if the sword of Winter Thunder just shown was the highest embodiment of destruction and death, then now the aura emanating from it was the complete opposite. It radiated rebirth and new life. In an instant, it seemed that millennia flashed by. Energy, overflowing with vitality, streamed outward endlessly. In the place where Yi Ping had stood before, dry branches scorched by winter cold rose. Now intertwined, they formed the trunk of a huge tree with a malachite crown full of strength and life. Su Changyu looked at the energy sword before him and felt, at this moment he was the whole world. It seemed to him that with one careless swing he could crush tens of thousands of warriors. Suddenly it dawns on him, could it be? No, he cannot believe it. It cannot be. How is this possible? His astonishment knows no bounds, and his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets when he realizes that this is the intention of the sword. But then the strange image before his eyes dissipates. The energy which a moment ago raged wildly like a fire fades. From Yi Ping's hand the remnants of the energy flow disperse. It was from this that his sword was created. The boy coughs, the sweet sensation disappears, and he feels nothing more. Yi Ping contemplates what happened, such a terrible force, but it lasted only a moment. As expected, his talent is still too weak, the boy sighs sadly. Su Changyu's face even turned green from conflicting emotions that surged like a wave. He quietly mutters, repeating the boy's words, talent, too weak. He recalls how in childhood he once had the fortune to see the sword Lord Takesu, and it was then that he chose the path of the sword. He remembers that man standing on the cliff. Below, a silent crowd watched him with admiration. At that time, the Sword Lord did not even infuse spiritual power, but his sword movements, his pressure and vision were almost the same as those just shown by the younger brother. This was undoubtedly the infinite intention of the sword. Such a level cannot be reduced merely to the first genius of the Jin country. He claims the title of the first genius even among all 10 countries. With such an understanding of the art of the sword, even without spiritual power in the future, thanks to magical artifacts, talismans, and other unusual means, he will still be able to reach the pinnacle of the sword path. His thoughts are cut short by Yi Pin. Stammering a little, he tells his older brother he knows that the sword movements he has mastered are quite ordinary, but he promises he will work twice as hard. He begs Su Changyu not to be upset. The young man barely holds back tears, but is it really not that much? He fears that in this life he will not even reach the little finger of the boy. He is convinced such an unparalleled genius must not be allowed to leave. He is obliged to hold him back, and his mask must remain flawless. Su Changyu decides that he must not praise the boy. The young man pulls himself together and puts on a mask of indifference. He hides his hand behind his back, joining his fingers, a sign that a spoken lie does not count. The young man indifferently says, yes, quite usual, nothing special. Inside, with the same movement, he repeats in a completely different tone, nothing special. Turning away from Yi Pin, Su Changyu clenches his teeth tighter so that the bitter sobs, which he still restrains with his last strength, do not break out. He thinks, if this is usual, then what am I, a complete nobody? Behind his back stands the boy, bowing his head as expected. The older brother is disappointed in him. Suddenly something catches Su Changyu's attention. His gaze becomes sharp and alert. On the stone, he notices some object and asks, what is this? Yi Pin, following his gaze, runs up to the stone and picks up the object that interested the young man. He explains to his older brother that it is just a notebook with his notes during training, nothing worth attention. Su Changyu leans over the notebook and looks at it carefully. He says, what? A notebook with observations? Can I take a look? He adds that he will find it very interesting. The boy willingly hands over the notebook, and Su Changyu, opening it, carefully reads the contents. He reads the first 50 moves of Spring Thunder. The older brother wanted to teach the principle. White sand, when it falls into mud, blackens along with it. The first 100 moves of Spring Thunder, the older brother wanted to teach the principle. Everything in the world balances each other without top or bottom. The first 50 moves of Summer Thunder, the greatest straightness seems crooked, the highest skill looks clumsy, the loudest speeches sound awkward. First 100 moves of Summer Thunder. Reading the lines in the notebook, Su Changyu felt as if he were looking at the starry sky for the first time. He knew every word, but together they were as boundless and deep as the galaxy itself. Although the young person could not understand them, she was still deeply shocked. Without looking away from the notebook, Su Changyu asks distrustfully, these principles. Did he say that? Blushing, Yi Ping hurriedly exclaims, no way, this is just his arrogant interpretation of a very superficial aspect. This is definitely not even a tenth of the depth that the elder brother really wanted to convey. Su Changyu feels like his head is about to explode. So why, the devil knows, does he not understand a single word himself? How did this scoundrel even guess about this, to comprehend the Tao from emptiness? What kind of monster is he? Su Changyu thinks that he has trained diligently for over 10 years and has only slightly touched the initial understanding of Spring Thunder. And this green newcomer in just about 7 days brought the technique of the Four Thunders to the highest perfection. And it's simply impossible to believe. The boy touched the very infinite intent of the sword, to be born human and reach such heights. In his thoughts, he falls to his knees before Yi Pin and begs him to forgive. He turns around and leaves the boy with the words, good, let him continue his pursuit. He promises to come in a couple of days. Yi Pin stands watching his back with his gaze. It is clear he is upset. The young man thinks, by the face of the older brother, it should already be clear that something went wrong. He cannot understand. Does he really think that his talent is too pathetic and is going to kick him out? He quietly whispers, please don't. Finally, he finds someone who agreed to accept him. The boy grabs his head. Half a year has already passed. He managed to attend more than 50 gatherings of the ascension to immortality, both large and small. Everywhere he heard the same thing, there is no spiritual root. They even advised him not to think about the path to immortality and not to waste his strength, and also to give up everything earlier and preserve his power. none of the masters agreed to accept him. Pin thinks, can he really sit alone and, looking at the starry sky, comprehend the Tao from emptiness? Impossible. He casts away fears and doubts. He is filled with determination to use his chance. He thinks, no matter what happens, he must seize this opportunity and never let it go, especially since only unparalleled masters have gathered in this sect. He commands himself in his thoughts, come on, act, you can do it. The residence of the sect master, cranes soar in circles among the clouds, above which stands a small mansion. The sect leader is in a wonderful mood. He sits at the table holding a cup in his hands. A smile glides across his lips. The man says, how pleasant it is to drink tea and admire the flowers. Su Changyu bursts into the room, drenched in sweat, with eyes wide open in fear, shouting, things are bad. After catching his breath and calming down a bit, the young man says to the master, who has jumped up from the chair, something terrible has happened. The sect leader asks what happened. Why is he so scared? This is not like him at all. The young man tells the master that his dream can come true, and their sect finally. He pauses. He is about to finish the sentence. He calls the dragon. The sect leader's eyes become as round as saucers. The sect leader, standing by the table, says with disbelief in his voice, call the dragon. He asks, what does Su Changyu mean? The youth with a worried face replies, the new junior brother literally started from nothing, and in just 7 short days he mastered all 4 sword techniques of the Thunder Row perfectly. The master looks confused. He cannot believe what has happened. He hesitantly says, what, that's all? Su Changyu replies, yes, he is a true genius. A moment and the sect leader is already beside the young man. Wild anger burns him. He shouts, literally looming over Su Changyu. Su Changyu has to step back a little, and this is not something to joke about. And he himself understands this perfectly. The latter replies, the recent heavenly vision was a sign that the 4 seasonal swords have reached great perfection. He asks, didn't the master see this? The sect leader instantly deflates. All his fervor disappears. He answers confusedly. He decided that some master was breaking through nearby. The man recalls the moment when he, frozen by the open window, could not take his eyes off the huge dragon woven from countless threads of lightning. This spectacle shook him. The sect leader declares, so it turns out that this is little Ping. The man roars hysterically, summon the dragon, their sect King Yun Dao has finally produced a genius, and tears stream from his eyes. The man's eyes roll back, and it seems he is about to faint and fall to the floor. Su Changyu grabs the sect leader by the chest, shakes him, and begs him to come to his senses. He asks the master not to give in to excessive joy. The man pours water over his head from 2 vessels at once, ordering himself to calm down. He mutters, calm, calm. He almost messed up, and he remembers that the prophet told him. Disaster will strike when he turns 100 years old. Su Changyu asks the master, if the boy stays in their sect, won't they restrain him? The man wipes his wet hair with a handkerchief and replies that he worries too much. Ping has already attended 50 ascended gatherings and no sect accepted him. They chose him. This is a blessing for both them and him, so what problems are there? Clenching the handkerchief in his hand, he adds that, moreover, cultivation is fate. Others did not choose him, but they did. That is the very fate, and Su Changyu thought this. If the boy went to a big sect, would everything go smoothly for him? And that's without talking about the envy of the main disciples. Even intrigues between big sects, secret killings of talented ones to hinder others' growth, happen often. The sect leader tells the young man not to be so soft. He is not greedy, and as soon as their sect reaches the 2nd level, he will tell the boy the truth. He is sure that this will be fair. Whether Ping stays or leaves, that will be his choice. The man asks, what does Su Changyu think about this? The young man is confused but replies that he will do as the master says. The sect leader says, so it shall be. He orders his interlocutor not to forget this and not to tell anyone. Next day, afternoon silence. The sect leader sits in the courtyard and sips tea. Unhurriedly, he raises the cup to his lips. Cry spreads out, master, bad news. Choking, the sect leader spits out tea. Worried Su Changyu, out of breath from running, says again, something happened. The man freezes with the cup raised to his lips. He looks at the youth with fear, guessing that he brought bad news. The sect leader jumps up and shouts that he will go and hide, and the sect is now in Su Changyu's hands. The young man shouts after him, these are not collectors, not them, it's something else. The man abruptly stops and turns his head back, something else. The sect leader, running and jumping, kicks Su Changyu in the back, shouting, then why is he panicking so much? Why scare like that? When the passions subside, the man sits again on the bench and raises the cup to his lips. He orders the disciple to say what the big problem is their sect being destroyed or what exactly happened? Zhu Changyu replies that it is better for him to see it with his own eyes and hands over a written sheet of paper. The sect leader takes the paper and reads, Qingzhou Sect Management Office. From today, to prevent people from being deceived by fake sects, all unformed sects in the territory will be inspected. Within 2 months, 10 low-grade spiritual stones must be submitted to confirm the sect's legitimacy. The man's face tightens and pales, small beads of sweat roll down his cheeks. He is seized by rage. He sharply jumps to his feet, knocks over the table, and shouts, Confirm legitimacy. There are no more laws, forcibly taking spiritual stones and oppressing the weak. He threatens to go to the capital and complain to the emperor. In the cultivation world, 1 copper coin is worth 1 bun. 10,000 copper coins equal taels of silver, and those, in turn, equal 1 tael of gold. And 10 taels of gold is just 1 spiritual stone. The sect leader continues shouting angrily. Even if the Qingyun sect doesn't eat or drink for a whole year, they are unlikely to gather even 10 spiritual stones. The sect leader grabs his head with both hands and almost tears his hair out. Zhu Changyu asks the master not to panic. He asks, how many spiritual stones does the sect have? The man mumbles something incoherent. Well, it's... The sect leader, holding 3 fingers on one hand, shows the young man 7 straightened fingers and mumbles, well, about. Zhu Changyu proclaims, 70 spiritual stones. That's enough. The sect leader replies, impossible. The young man says 70 taels of gold. That will be difficult, but they can gather. The sect leader interrupts him, no, not 70. With a miserable expression and slightly hunched, Zhu Changyu asks the master just not to tell him that he meant only 70 taels of silver. Lowering his gaze, the man answers 70 small coins. Zhu Changyu is stunned. He tries to shout, but there is not enough air in his lungs, as if his very spirit was knocked out of him. After recovering a bit, he shouts 70 copper coins. How is that possible? Even if they are poor, it's still a sect. A bit embarrassed, the sect leader replies, here's the thing. Of course their sect had some savings. Well, he decided that silver was idle, so it was a waste, and then he learned about something new about the cultivation fund. Zhu Changyu looks at the man confused. What cultivation fund? The sect leader told him, supposedly if you invest money, there will be profits every month and quite large ones. Everyone was eager to join. He barely managed to secure an investment slot. Not everyone could invest. The man sighs, but who would have thought? He looked at the interest rates, but they wanted his principal. In a few days, they took all the money. He recalls desperate investors like himself with tears in their eyes demanding their money back. Crying, the sect leader tells Zhu Changyu that his masters were deceived. He reaches out his hands to the young man and asks him to hug him and calm him down. Zhu Changyu stands motionless. In his mind flash 70 copper coins, 100 taels of gold. The end, they will disband them. Now the young man is sure the Qingyun Dao sect is truly doomed this time. The man raises his fist before him and resolutely declares, despite everything, he will take responsibility. If there is no other way, he will have to risk everything and go to the silent forest mountains if necessary. They finally have a genius, so they cannot allow their sect to fall at this moment. Zhu Changyu asks him to stop dreaming. Their attention is drawn to the clouds thickening over the mountain and the lightning that struck the peak, where the silhouette of a person is outlined. The sect leader asks, puzzled, what is that? Zhu Changyu looks worried. He says, that's the younger brother. The boy, realizing what happened, shouts, what happened? Zhu Changyu, watching the storm raging over the mountain peak, suddenly asks himself, what was just in the sky? Could the younger brother have made a breakthrough again? The sect leader does not believe it. He says it is impossible. Even geniuses do not cultivate like that. The man thinks maybe it was just a random thunderclap and there is no need to invent anything extra. From their appearance, it is clear, neither of them believes it. The sect leader stands in his office near the table on which lies a bag. He tells Zhu Changyu that he must descend from the mountain and check if he can take some spiritual stones. Now that the dragon has appeared, whatever it may lead to, he will not allow the sect to be disbanded. For now, he hands over the leadership of the sect to the young man, and most importantly, let him take care of his younger brother, teach him properly, and no longer mislead him. Zhu Changyu, bowing politely, replies, yes, the teacher can be at ease. 7 days later, a figure of a person emerges on the cliff, frozen in a combat stance. Yi Ping begins to move with incredible speed, honing combat techniques. It seems as if he is in several places at once at the same moment. Drops of sweat run down his face. Zhu Changyu stands aside and watches the boy, who rushes with such speed that it seems he does not touch the ground with his feet at all. The face of the young man grew gaunt and aged. He thinks, only 7 days, and the boy has already mastered so many techniques. At this speed, he will reach the peak in an instant. A heavenly phenomenon, actually his breakthrough. Cannot watch this, the pressure is too immense. The boy clenches the sword in his hand, freezes, and turns his head to Su Changyu. Yiping exclaims, "Elder brother." At that moment he bows deeply and says that he has finally arrived. Su Changyu raises his hand, gestures to stop him, and says there is no need to bow. He asks, how did Yiping's training go? The boy says he has learned all 1,460 techniques. He adds, it was hard, but he managed. Tears stream from the corners of Su Changyu's eyes, but he still holds a smile. The young man thinks he learned them all. It's impossible to even imagine, so what should he do now? The young man famously raises his index finger and, arrogantly calling his interlocutor Kid Yiping, asks him to listen carefully. He says, even if his sword techniques reach perfection, that is only the beginning. Next comes the power of the sword and then the intent of the sword. There are countless sword techniques, but a single strike filled with the power of the sword equals the strength of an entire set of techniques combined. Su Changyu adds, a true sword master can only be considered one who has mastered the power of the sword. Does he understand this? Yiping sighs sadly and tilts his head to the side, meaning he is not yet considered a sword master. For now, the young man thinks he must boast even louder. Otherwise, with such talent as this boy's, his pretense will be exposed in just 3 days. Yiping suddenly remembers he has a question for his elder brother. He is curious about what level Su Changyu has reached. The young man immediately lifts his nose up. He sighs, "Ah, this modest student." He theatrically places his hand on his head and adds that he has just entered the legendary first level of the Great Sword Path, Infinite Sword Intent. Su Changyu thinks at the same time, ah, how pleasant it is to boast. Yiping's eyes flash with excitement. Wow, sword intent, infinite sword intent, as expected from the elder brother, a true hidden master. He is ready to follow his elder brother to the end in this life. Su Changyu continues his instructive speech. When a person masters the power of the sword, they enter a higher realm. It has 3 levels, and the first of them is infinite sword intent. Let the boy not be deceived. This is only the first level. Having reached it, he already becomes number 1 among 10 nations. Yiping exhales, how impressive. But he immediately falls silent, realizing that the elder brother is at least number 1 among the 10 nations. He knew the masters were great, but he didn't think they were that great. With his mouth open, the boy looks at his elder brother as if he were a deity. He thinks, if he learns from him, won't that make him the second strongest among all 10 nations? In his thoughts, Yiping rejoices he has become a dragon. He has become a dragon. He never thought he would see this momentous day. Perhaps his ancestors have blessed him. With incredible enthusiasm, the boy bows deeply to his elder brother and assures him that he will definitely work hard and catch up to him. In this life, he will also achieve the infinite intent of the sword. And when he becomes great, he will never forget his kindness. Su Changyu, barely holding back his emotions, turns away from him and closes his eyes, mentally begging the boy to stop. Yiping makes him feel even worse. The happy boy raises his face to the sky and thinks that what is happening feels more like a dream. Just a few days ago, he was an ordinary person clinging to life, and now he is in a sect studying sword techniques, you could say. Looking at the sun setting, he exclaims, the fading glow reflects on the peak of Qingyun, the slopes of Hengyu blaze with scarlet light, and he is eager to grasp the art of cultivation of Qingzhu, taking the morning wind as nourishment. Su Changyu listens to his words with surprise. The young man says he heard from the sect master that before Yiping ascended the mountains, he was a scholar. The boy, turning to his interlocutor, replies only half. He never received formal knowledge, he just loved reading and drawing. Su Changyu asks the boy to help her with a painting. The request seems innocent, but the young man's plans are quite different. Smiling, the young man thinks, when little Yiping soars in the future, won't that be the best reason to brag? He already imagines saying, look, the strongest sword cultivator of the Jing nation once painted a picture for them. Who wouldn't shudder with envy after that? Su Changyu admires his cleverness and foresight. The young man mentally exclaims that he is simply a genius. Yiping looks a little confused. He says, if it goes badly, let the elder brother not be offended by him. In his former life, the boy joined an art club to take care of his goddess. He trained diligently for 3 years and finally learned to draw, but unfortunately it did not lead him to success. At that time, the goddess ran away with a rich man who belonged to the circle of the golden youth. Painting could not save the lonely unmarried man, so he shed tears for a long time and remembered the goddess. Time passed. Su Changyu stands half-turned, proudly straightening his back. He poses, leaning over the canvas stretched in Yiping's frame. Behind him, mountain peaks rise above light clouds drifting past them. Su Changyu looks intently at the young man, thinking that when he is serious, he looks quite handsome, almost like himself. Meanwhile, Pin, with a serious face, moves the brush over the canvas, sitting on a stone. Rolling up his work, he hands the scroll to Su Changyu. The boy looks embarrassed. He asks his older brother not to be upset if it turned out badly. The young man, unrolling the canvas, asks Pin not to worry, will first evaluate it. Su Changyu's face takes on a bluish tint. He is stunned and cannot coherently express his thoughts. He exclaims, "This drawing." On the canvas, Su Changyu is depicted with impressive accuracy. The face of the young man looking at his reflection is full of admiration and shock. In the painting, the evening glow envelops the sky. Qingyuan mountain range, in his opinion, looks like an earthly paradise. Flowers, grasses, and trees seem alive. The young man is struck by the special realism in even the smallest, detail. Every blade of grass looks alive. The image of Su Changyu catches the eye the most in the painting. Only one silhouette, and the fierce and majestic dominion of the immortal sword master was already felt. The young man on the canvas looks stunningly realistic. It seems that he is about to break out of the canvas and hit straight into the heart of the one who looks at the painting. Su Changyu says that this painting is wonderful. There is really nothing for him to find fault with here. If there is a flaw, it is only that it did not fully convey his beauty. This is not Ping's fault. The matter is not in his skill, but in the fact that his beauty is indescribable. The boy literally blossoms from the praise. He thanks Su Changyu for the kind words and admits that he always wanted to express gratitude for his mentorship. This scene is just a small token of respect. The young man exclaims in surprise, "What?" He leans over the painting and examines the signature with which the author marked his creation. Su Changyu studies the hieroglyphs applied in the corner of the canvas for a few moments. Here the young man pronounces aloud Qinglian, hermit. Su Changyu thinks that the boy also knows how to look brutal, having invented a loud name for himself. Suddenly the voice of the sect leader reaches the young man, calling him by name. The master informs Su Changyu that he, as his mentor, has devised a way to save their sect. Let him come quickly, faster. Su Changyu thinks this is the master's voice transmission. He looks confused. Is there a way out? And it requires so much money. The young man, glancing back at Pina, says that he will probably take this painting and thanks the boy. The boy replies modestly, "You're welcome," but Su Changyu no longer listens to him. Curiosity gnaws at him. What decision did the master come up with? Meanwhile, in the Sword Teiyu sect, one of the three great sects of Qingzhou, a formidable purple dragon woven from countless threads of lightning opens its huge fanged maw and raises a thunderous roar. The dragon swiftly rushes through the sky, flashing bright flames with its eyes. Under the cliff of sword comprehension, illuminated by purple lightning flashes, people sit directly on the ground at a certain distance from each other. The man watching them says to the girl standing behind him, as expected from the ancestor of the four seasons, "Just one sword mark and it's so terrible." The girl, with a luxurious bust and in a revealing lilac outfit that does not hide her charms, replies, "Enough of this nonsense. Otherwise, why would they all be sitting here? Are ordinary swordsmen worthy for these geniuses to comprehend their sword marks?" A purple lightning strikes the ground behind them with force and the soil explodes at the point of impact. Stones and clumps of earth scatter to the sides. The man and the girl cautiously glance back. Suddenly, a man with long hair tied in a ponytail at the nape appears next to them and shouts, "He understood, he understood." Finally, he grasped it. Jumping to his feet, he continues to celebrate and shouts joyfully the grand finale. "So that's what it is." The man and the girl stand like that. They have turned their heads back and are watching him attentively. From the man's mouth bursts out, "Oh God, elder brother Su Heng really grasped it. Here is the great completion of the Spring Thunder Sword." The girl says, "Taoist of the Four Seasons once said that even a genius needs at least 3 years to achieve great completion. Elder brother Su Heng did it in just one. Indeed, one of the top 10 swordsmen of Qingzhou with such talent." She exhales loudly. 3 men stand aside and, keeping their distance, watch the people on the ground from afar. They watch as Su Heng celebrates the triumph. One of them addresses the person standing in front. "To have such a genius among the students. Senior brother Minjian truly has a sharp eye. They can only congratulate him. Perhaps at this conference, Qingzhou Su Heng will even take first place." Minjian smiles happily. He says, "It's nothing, just a great completion, nothing special." The interlocutor insists that senior brother Minjian is too modest. The third man, whose chin is densely covered with vegetation, remains silent so far, believing that Qingzhou is full of hidden dragons and tigers lying in ambush, so it's a bit early to claim first place, isn't it? These words, Minjian's face darkens. He says, "Yes, Elder Chen is right. How could Hanger deserve this? These few of his students, although they only reached the initial level in a year, they are probably deliberately holding back out of confidence, letting Hanger go first so they haven't broken through yet. Elder Chen became angry. He asks, calling the interlocutor a boy, how dare he speak in such a mocking tone. The man who started this conversation murmurs conciliatorily, calling the interlocutors senior brothers. All right, no need to quarrel. After all, we are all on the same side. First place may be an exaggeration, but this time the sect master ordered no matter what they must take a place in the top 10. Elder Chen and Minjian cast sideways, angry glances at him, barely restraining their anger. The man instructively raises his index finger and says, the two of them have just come out of seclusion, so they don't know that this time those who enter the top 10 will receive a token to enter the Taiyuan Sword Tower. The looks and expressions on Elder Chen's and Minjian's faces immediately change. They are clearly impressed by his words. Meanwhile, the man asks, he doesn't need an explanation of what it means to step into the Taiyuan Sword Tower and pass its trials, right? Minjian's face changes amazingly. Laughing maliciously, he exclaims that it is heaven that helps him. This time he and the master will definitely take a place in the top 10. The sect master can be calm. Elder Chen said, let him not speak so soon. If some student from a small sect really takes his place, the shame will be unbearable. Both interlocutors burst into loud laughter. Minjian, through laughter, says conciliatorily, all right, if any disciple outside the three major sects can defeat Hanger, he will clean Elder Chen's toilet for a whole year. Yingyan sect, residence of the sect master. With burning eyes, the sect leader unfolds a paper scroll before Su Changyu and shows its contents various items, among which are small cups, shot glasses, a bracelet. The young man, looking at them confusedly, then asks, could this really be the solution to financial problems? On the table, a scroll is unfolded with various items. It is easier to call them a pile of junk. Leaning his hands on the edge of the table, Su Changyu examines them in surprise, then asks, and this, according to the master, is the way to solve all problems. How can they make money from this junk? With a dreamy expression on his face, the man replies, pawn them. These are the best treasures of their sect. He asks the young man to stop calling them a pile of junk. He adds that, as their mentor, he has truly exhausted all ideas. Let them do whatever they want. Even a dead horse is treated as if it were alive. The sect leader pushes Su Changyu in the back, who is burning with anger and indignation. The boy shouts that he will not go, he will not disgrace himself along with the master. The man presses even harder and says that as an obedient disciple, the young man must help his teacher, for the last time. The man suddenly notices a scroll in Su Changyu's hand. He asks, what is this? The young man explains, it is a drawing given to him by his younger brother. The sect leader snatches the drawing from his hands and runs away, shouting that they are almost ruined and he is still thinking about creativity. He believes the drawing must also be pawned because every coin counts. Later they will redeem everything when they have money. Su Changyu rushes after the master, shouting that it is useless. He demands that the old man immediately return the drawing to him. Lays a pawnshop, a two-story building with a terrace overhanging the entrance. A man with outstretched arms rushes towards the sect leader and his disciple, shouting welcome to the Lays pawnshop. He invites the honorable immortals to come inside. A man in bright clothes looks closely and asks, are they here to buy or do they want to sell something? The sect leader, standing with the disciple on the other side of the table, replies that he is selling and all things are only of the highest quality. The young man shines with a friendly smile, reaches for the bag's ties and says, well, of course, it's immediately clear that they are not ordinary. He asks for permission to look at their luxurious glow. Staring into the bag, the man Saish already felt it. Rare artifacts were before him, but in his mind, he evaluates the brought items as a pile of junk. He continues to gaze at the objects, hoping to find at least something valuable. His gaze is fixed on a book, on the cover of which is a busty maiden in revealing clothing with a seductive smile. Blushing like an overripe tomato, the man shouts, this is all junk, even the erotic books. The sect leader immediately reaches for the bag, shouting, could this really be the limited photo album of courtesan Lan Yunwan? They are mistaken, this is not it. This definitely is not for sale. The master, with a satisfied look and flushed cheeks, hides the book in his sleeve, saying, everything else is for sale but the photo album, even if they go bankrupt, they won't sell it. The young guy asks the mentor to lend him the book later. He replies, of course, no problem. The sect leader says he will give a discount of 10 taels of gold for everything together. How does the pawnbroker like his offer? The man is shocked. 10 taels of gold? For this crap, has he lost his mind? The sect leader is angry, grabbing one of the trade items and shaking it in front of the man. He shouts junk, but he understands what quality is. Let him look at the material of this pillow. It's golden-toed silk. He's practically giving it away for free. The man replies, let him sell all this to someone else. The sect leader immediately changes his face. Smiling obsequiously, he suggests the man behave more friendly, let him give 8 taels and take everything. Well, deal, the pawnbroker refuses. The leader of the red sect, furious, reaches out to the pawnbroker and shouts, 5 taels, he can no longer lower the price. If he lowers it anymore, he will sell to anyone. Zhu Changyu feels awkward. He is ready to sink through the ground from shame. Sighing, the boy asks the master to leave the pawnshop. The man notices the canvas and asks can he look at the painting. Losing all enthusiasm, the sect leader mumbles, the painting? Yes, of course. He hands the canvas to the pawnbroker. Holding the scroll in his hands, the man exclaims, Zayuan paper? They must be joking. Obviously they are fine with money, so why mock their shop then? The sect leader is impressed by his words. What kind of paper is this? Is it expensive? Unfolding the painting, the man says, he is not mistaken, this is definitely Zayuan paper. Such paper costs more than 10 gold taels. His attention is caught by the author's signature on the painting. The seller freezes in shock, even his mouth involuntarily opens. He turns to the person standing nearby, calls him and names him Zio Luo. The man says they need to talk to him. The sect leader does not understand what is happening. His head buzzes with a whole bunch of questions, but he patiently waits to see how it all ends. He looks suspiciously as the merchant owner and Zio Luo whisper, stepping aside. Zio Luo asks the man, calling him the second owner, is he sure? The man replies, of course sure. Approaching the visitors and holding the painting in his hand, the man whose behavior has radically changed smiles kindly and says, he asks for forgiveness, but the owner must see this. He asks, can they give them a little time? The sect leader and his disciple look a bit confused, but the master still says, well then, all right. An hour later they are again standing before the smiling merchant who holds their painting in his hands. The man says, the old man in the shop believes that whoever brought such a rarity is definitely a professional. He asks them to stop mocking him. Zhu Changyu says with surprise, rarity, after all this is the younger brother, but the sect leader sharply turns to him, stretches his lips with his hands and does not let him say a word. He sternly orders, shut your mouth. Turning back to the man, the sect leader says, all right, since that's the case they are serious too. Showing him the 5 taels, he declares that they want this amount. If the man agrees, great. If not, they will immediately turn around and disappear. The sect leader triumphs inside, judging by their reaction. They misunderstood something. Now it's a battle of courage. Snatching 50 taels is quite realistic. He praises himself for reacting so quickly. The man sinks into thought and counts something in his mind. Zhu Changyu whispers to the teacher that he is just a miser who would pay 50 taels for a painting. The sect leader replies that he understands nothing. This is strategy. They are cut off by the merchant. Exhaling decisively, he says, all right, it's decided, 5,000 taels. The sect leader proudly lifts his nose and says to the disciple, see strategy he still has. He realizes the meaning of the man's words and exclaims confusedly, what, how much did he just say? The man raised his hand and showing 5 fingers replies, 5,000 taels, right? Sect leader asks hopefully, so he is mocking them, surely not. The pawnshop owner exclaims, why does the respected immortal say that? Our pawnshop is a serious institution. It never jokes when it comes to business. Zhu Changyu thinks the painting costs 5,000 taels, but the younger brother just drew it for free. What is going on? The master's anxious silence behind him makes the young man look closely into his face. What else has he thought up? He must agree quickly. In his thoughts, he earnestly begs the sect leader to take the money and leave here as soon as possible. The sect is saved, but what if the pawnbroker suddenly changes his mind? The sect leader, who shows deep contemplation, says he asks for forgiveness, but it seems there has been a misunderstanding. He says he meant 50,000 taels. Zhu Changyu is furious, burning with indignation and blinking fiercely, almost shouting, the old man has lost his mind. Stunned, Zhu Changyu exclaims, what did the master say? 50,000 taels. The sect leader, raising his index finger and looking straight into the trader's eyes, says yes, not a coin less. The young man pales and mentally pleads with the master to be reasonable at least now. He cannot believe that the painting could cost 50,000 taels. The trader begins to laugh. Through laughter he says, wonderful, 50,000 taels. The old owner was right, they are definitely not amateurs. It seems this time there is no chance for a discount. The man says, well then, time to speak directly. Even if 50,000 taels is crazy money for Hermit Kinglian, it is still within the realm of possibility. The sect leader and Su Changyu are stunned by his words. Neither expected to be able to get such a large sum. The master and his apprentice stare at the trader, digesting his words. The sect leader thinks 50,000 taels. Could they really get them? The sect leader bursts with indignation. Steam almost comes out of him, but he just threw out that number as a bluff to make it look like the maximum. How can a painting cost so much? The master pulls himself together. He thinks something is fishy here. He orders himself to calm down. He must be calm. The sect leader decides only in a calm state can he continue to gather the necessary information. Crossing his arms over his chest, he says with a haughty look, the man is right, they should have agreed earlier. The sect leader smiles contentedly. He is calm again. He says honestly, they have already asked about the price in other shops. Hermit Kinglian was recognized not only by the pawnbroker. The man, without stopping to squeeze the canvas rolled into a tube in his hand, replies that actually the Hermit Kinglian is no longer a secret in their circle. He adds that although he appeared quite recently in the state of Jin, he is already called the first scholar. His calligraphy has reached not just mastery but has been brought to perfection. The man says that the skills of the Hermit Kinglian are even more exceptional. He says that today throughout the state of Jin, countless women are going crazy over his poetry. The merchant adds that most of the fairer sex spend sleepless nights dreaming about him. Many arrogant scholars have humbled their pride, following his works and analyzing his creations. The unprecedented style of the Hermit Kinglian even broke the boundaries of time and caused a cultural revival in art. The man says it's just a pity that before his works were found, the master himself had already disappeared without a trace. He never got to show the world his true face. Since ancient times, scholars valued reputation the most. Who wouldn't dream of becoming famous throughout the country, becoming a great Confucian respected by all? The Hermit Kinglian treated such things like gunpowder. He walked away so freely. The merchant says, how could they not feel both shame and delight at the same time? Didn't they agree? The master and the apprentice look at the man in surprise. They cannot believe that it is about their little foolish apprentice. The sect leader confidently says exactly, just as they heard before. The young man looks at the master in surprise. The mentor really vouches for him. And the merchant, unfolding the painting and looking at it, says then they probably heard that this painting has a huge flaw. It is a portrait. Compared to his best landscapes, the price differs by a whole order of magnitude. Su Changyu raises his hand to the back of his head. That's the thing. And he thought that his unparalleled appearance would definitely add value to the painting. The young man laughs. The sect leader turns crimson with rage and evil hisses. How dare he laugh? He should behave more quietly. Doesn't he hear? The price differs by a whole order of magnitude. The young man calms the master and asks him not to worry. The merchant has not yet said exactly how much they lost. The man, holding a painting in his hands, says that at least tens of thousands of lei have simply disappeared, and with regret in his voice he adds, what a waste. The sect leader is ready to burn both the merchant and his own disciple with a glance. Wants to eat someone alive right now. Truly alive. Su Changyu asks the master to calm down since he anyway. The sect leader pulls himself together and says decisively, enough, let the merchant name his price. If it is lower than in other shops they will go. The man says, 10,000 taels, that's all I can give. After all, this is not a pure landscape and there are no poems, so. The master says he agrees. The man is stunned. He won't even bargain. The sect leader replies no. The trader looks reliable. Let him get the money. Soon the master and his apprentice leave the shop and step out onto the noisy, crowded street. After the head of the sect, Su Changyu, says he thought the master would go to another store. He replies enough already. They take what they can and stop there. The sect leader adds with their power, does he really think they can escape if they get wind of it? A noble person is innocent, but if Jade is nearby, the blame will fall on it. The young man, smiling, says that, as expected, the master is calm and clever. He admits that he has not even had time to grasp what exactly is happening. The sect leader, smiling as widely as his disciple, replies, of course. Otherwise, how could he be his teacher? They stop and gaze mesmerized at the banknote the master holds in his hand. The sect leader places his foot on a stone, raises his hands with the cherished paper upwards, and, admiring it further, happily exclaims, a full 10,000 taels. They are rich. The sect is saved. Su Changyu, pressing his hands to his chest, says that in his entire life he has never seen so much money. Suddenly the mood of the head of the sect changes sharply, and in a frenzy of rage he grabs the student's hair, shouting, why a portrait, a portrait, they lost tens of thousands because of this. The young man screams in pain and tries to justify himself. How was he supposed to know that portraits were worthless? Having recovered a little and letting the young man check if his hair was intact, the master, examining the banknote, says, "Who is he, this little Yi Pin? How much is he hiding from them?" Su Changyu assumes the younger brother simply has his own difficulties. He does not think that he is a bad person. But does he ask himself, maybe he himself does not know this yet, and then what about that precious rice paper? The sect leader says he also believes that the young disciple is sincere. If so, let it remain between them and be hidden in their hearts. There is no need to seek the truth here. Everyone has their own secrets. The man adds. When the boy decides to speak, he will do so of his own free will. Su Changyu looks at the back of the sect leader and says that he rarely sees the master so serious. With his temperament, Changyu thought that he would try to pull out a few more paintings. The man interrupts him. Enough empty talk. It's time for them to go. The young man asks where to. Looking at the disciple, the sect leader replies, the elder brother has done so much for the sect. As his mentor, the man is obliged to thank him with a worthy gift. Su Changyu is surprised. A worthy gift. Soon they stop near a luxurious building, on which a sign flutters, Pavilion of Mysterious Origin. Su Changyu looks impressed. He asks the master, are they really going to the Pavilion of Mysterious Origin? The young boy asks the teacher, isn't he caring too much about the younger disciple? After all, this is the most expensive store in the city. The sect leader replies, what is there to fear? The younger brother earned this money. Since he is a genius, he must be raised with all their might. This is for the future of their Qingyan sect. He adds that one should not think of him as a greedy, lustful, and unreliable person. In critical moments, he knows what is important. Covering the lower part of his face with a fan and dreamily rolling his eyes, the man says that in the future, if their sect rises to the third, second, or even first level, perhaps everything will depend on Yi Pin. The young man objects, but this is the Pavilion of Mysterious Origin. He heard that it is incredibly expensive. The sect leader, waving the banknote in front of the disciple, asks, even more expensive than this? Su Changyu tries to say something else, but the master has no intention of listening. He briskly climbs the stairs, throwing to the disciple standing still, stop, let him shut up and pretend he is rich. Man encourages himself confidence. The key to wealth is confidence. In the pavilion, they are greeted by two girls with voluptuous figures and revealing outfits. Smiling sweetly, they welcome visitors. Welcome to the Pavilion of Mysterious Origin. They are glad to see the honored immortals. The sect leader bites his lower lip. A faint blush appears on his face as he thinks, wow, this is how the rich live, what luxury surrounds, and if you remember that pawnshop seller. The man holds himself majestically and fans himself with a fan. The girl in the lilac dress asks, can she clarify, did he come for magical tools or for manuals? The sect leader respectfully replies, manuals, the best of the best. How much do they cost? The saleswoman assures, she can tell right away he wants the best of the best. The girl in the red dress bows low to show an impressive décolletage and says that in their store a set of first-class manuals costs about 100,000 taels of gold. She adds, since they have an anniversary event, there is a 30% discount. Su Changyu, all in cold sweat, shouts, stammering heavily, how much? The girl in the lilac dress, winking and smiling sweetly, answers a little more than 100,000 taels of gold. After the anniversary event ends, respectable guests will no longer find such a low price. The young man raises his hand to his forehead and bows his head low. He cannot believe what the girl said, cheap. She really called more than 100,000 cheap. It seems to him that the world of the rich is really not for them, the poor. He cannot comprehend this because poverty has narrowed his imagination. The sect leader whispers to the disciple, why is he panicking so much? Calm down, let him have at least some firmness. Su Changyu whispers in response, but they don't even have enough money for one set. Can he say it's not worth entering here? The master asks the girl how much one introductory volume costs. The young man even recoils from him, surprised by his persistence. The girl in the lilac dress looks at them thoughtfully, then says, only the introductory volume? Is she sure? Buying one volume separately is pointless. The sect leader says let him not worry whether it's useful or not. He asks her simply to say, is it even possible? The girl replies, of course it is possible. Still, she asks him to think carefully because their store does not accept returns. Master asks how much does the introductory volume of a first-class manual cost? The answer is naturally, it is much cheaper. Su Changyu again leans toward the master and asks him to calm down. He pleads earnestly, don't act proud, and says that madness is throwing away 10,000 taels on useless preface techniques. The sect leader replies, meaningless. He says pointless. Has the disciple forgotten how extraordinarily clever his younger brother is? The introductory volume is more than enough. The master adds so E-Pin can handle it easily with just one introductory volume. The young man, stepping back from the master, thinks, right, how could he forget? The boy understood the entire set from one random sword sign. In the young man's eyes, understanding and admiration flare up. Yes, exactly, the master is right. This introductory volume's monster will definitely be enough. This will bring huge profit. Meanwhile, the girl in the lilac dress brings 3 books on a tray. She says she just asked the shopkeeper, and these 3 introductory volumes of first-class manuals can be sold separately. The sect leader asks which one of them has the greatest power. The girl says the greatest power, it is probably the sword technique river stream. It is called that because when you master it, the sword's power flows like a mighty river, truly formidable. Higher level techniques are added to it. If someone has exceptional talent, they can even grasp the next level of the Linhai sword technique. The girl adds that she is also the most expensive. Even one introductory volume costs 9,000 taels of gold. The sect leader ponders, so even a fragment costs that much. But he immediately decides to invest everything and take the most expensive. He shouts that he is buying, let them pack it. With the rest, the man plans to buy high-quality pills to enhance chi and also energy pills. He points with his finger at the counter where the remedies he needs lie. Su Changyu asks fearfully, will the master really not leave a single coin? The sect leader decisively cut off. He said everything means everything. The young man's face stretches and his lips involuntarily part. He is clearly impressed by the master's words. Su Changyu is curious. Master, by any chance not under the influence of something today? At this moment the man extends a banknote to the girl but does not hurry to let it go. He is almost crying and orders the apprentice to shut up. He is tearfully reluctant to part with the money. The girl, trying to take the banknote, asks the sect leader to let her go, and asks, so is he buying the book or not? The weeping head of the sect exits the pavilion, holding onto the disciple. He keeps repeating, it hurts so much, so very much. The young man, no less stunned than the teacher, says, Master, you keep crying all the time, enough already. Startled, the head of the sect says, ah yes, he just remembered. Could it be that their second and third younger brothers do not take the alchemist and runes master exams at the end of the year? Su Changyu answers he thinks so, but what happened? Is the master going to return? After all, they have no more money. Glinting maliciously in his eyes, the man replies, return? No way. And let the apprentice not even mention money in front of him for the next 2 months. It hurts him deeply. The man calls the young man to follow him. He promises to show him a hidden place with treasures. A man with a big belly is selling books. He laid out his goods right on the street. He calls to buyers, shouting, sale of manuals, price by weight 10 taels of gold per caddy, you won't lose, no cheating here. The sect leader and Su Changyu stop next to him and the man immediately addresses them, do you want a way? The young man sincerely does not understand. Is this the same hidden place with treasures that the master mentioned? The sect leader, smiling, pats the young man on the shoulder and says not to be deceived by the price. He assures, real treasures are hidden here, otherwise how does he think his 4 seasons technique came about? Changyu exclaims in surprise, what? The master leans over the goods and asks, 10 taels for 1 caddy? That's robbery, he offers. Give him 10 caddies for 10 taels and then he will buy. The seller indignantly pulls back, no way, these are real goods. The sect leader snorts. Real? Does he take him for a fool? Let him decide quickly, is he selling or not? If not, they will leave right now. The trader shouts, 5 caddies, no more than 5. While the men are fiercely bargaining, the young man squats down to examine the goods. Bright book covers immediately catch his eye. One depicts a young man and the inscription says it is perfect development of formless visions. On the next book, a small green dragon is drawn, the title drawing of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. Su Changyu's gaze slides over the cover, a woman with luxurious curves emphasized by her red revealing dress. The book's title, Late at Night, the master's wife knocked on my door. Disgust appears on the young man's face. What nonsense is this? You can't work with this at all. The sect leader presses a pouch to his chest. He is pleased that they are returning home not empty-handed. The disciple secretly glances at his loot. Su Changyu asks the master, maybe he will buy something for himself. The sect leader is a little surprised, clarifies, what exactly to buy. A man speaks, laughing through his teeth. Indeed, he is just an old, bony old man. The main thing is that Su Changyu and the sect are fine, that's all the happiness for him as a mentor. A young man tells the master that today he is terribly disgusting. The sect leader looks at him angrily and orders him to get lost. Calling him a kid, the sect leader announces, He gives him 7 days to quickly master the basics of the river flow sword technique, otherwise a year without any pretending. Su Changyu is stunned he has to train. The angry master hits him on the head with his fist and shouts, "Of course, why hand the scroll directly to the younger brother if they need to maintain the appearance of masters? Let him quickly train with the basics. This is just the introductory volume he will manage with his cleverness, and then let him pretend that he is an experienced master and teaches the younger brother. Meanwhile, let him use the scrolls bought at the market as a cover and make the boy read them first." A bag that the master was carrying ends up in the young man's hands. Su Changyu assumes that maybe Yi Pin, with his incredible understanding, will cope even with these purchased scrolls. The sect leader, poking him with a finger, laughs. He asks, "Is the disciple serious?" He knew that Su Changyu was uneasy about the younger brother. Could he really have thought that the Four Seasons technique was from a stall? That was a joke. He says that at the market, scrolls take moves from real techniques, but essentially it's complete nonsense. They can't be called real, no core, no methods. It's the difference between fiction and real history. He asks, does the disciple understand this? The sect leader asks Su Changyu to look at these books, among which is drawing of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, and asks, does any of them resemble a cultivation technique? He is sure. It will only fool a complete green novice like Yi Pin. Su Changyu asks, then why did the master say he would give them to the second and third younger brothers for training? The sect leader replies that actually that was also just a joke. He plans to place them in the Sutra Pavilion as decoration, because otherwise if Yi Pin gets in there, everything will become clear. For the second and third brothers, he has already come up with another plan. The master laughs. It's even funny to think about, mastering market scrolls. What a fantasy. If someone can understand even something from this junk, then Taehua will eat all these books, all of them. Su Changyu thoughtfully says, maybe they deceived the younger brother for the sake of one more painting, then the techniques of the second and third younger brothers will also be solved. The sect leader sighs. He thought about that too, but they were already tricked once for the sake of the sect. Now he fears that they will forget the initially set goal and see Yi Pin simply as a money tree. But on the other hand, the boy can paint only one picture and it will outweigh a century of work of their sect. And for the sect to grow, expenses are needed. What a difficult choice. The master exclaims, that's why he hates these moral dilemmas. It annoys him, incredibly annoys him. He decides, until they forget about it, he will give himself time to think everything over before deciding. The sect leader adds, and meanwhile something else. For these 2 months, Su Changyu must seriously teach the boy the art of fencing because he plans to send Yi Ping to the Qingzhou Sword Conference. The young man is stunned by his words. Su Changyu, stammering, says, Qingzhou Sword Conference, is the master seriously saying this? The youth earnestly begs the mentor not to take risks. He insists the younger brother can quickly master sword techniques, but he has no internal strength, outwardly powerful but inside empty. This is the Qingzhou Sword Dao Conference. Real fights they can kill there. He asks the mentor not to be reckless. Su Changyu knows this better than anyone else. He has participated twice in the Qingzhou Sword Dao Conference. All the best talents of Qingzhou gather there. He was only a participant, but with incredible luck passed all the free fights and broke into the top 500. There the young man felt out of place, and Yi Ping now like a child who has just mastered the most difficult combat techniques. If he goes there, it will be pure suicide. The sect leader says the disciple does not understand. He will explain everything later. Let him just remember, do not talk about this to other juniors and only tell them that he returned the money taken from them. That is all they need to know, nothing more. Is that clear? The disciple replies, okay. Mountain Peak, Yi Ping trains, moves with incredible speed. It seems he has doubled his silhouette moves so fast on the cliff top. He makes sword lunges so fast that he almost manages to touch the tip of his own sword, which is already in another position. Tears fill Su Changyu's eyes. He raises his hand to his face, presses his lips to hold back a sob, and the youth thinks, phew, he went out for just a minute and the boy has already mastered the sword movement. How sad, how envious. The young man calls Yi Ping. The boy freezes and asks his older brother in surprise, why are you here? Su Changyu asks, has fencing become boring? Yi Ping replies that he improves every day and is never bored. The youth involuntarily gasps in his mind. He almost cries. Every day this boy becomes more perfect. Is this even human? Meanwhile, Yi Ping is curious. Why is the older brother asking? Su Changyu answers, well, he just thought, if the guy is bored, he can give him another scroll to practice. Yi Ping shouts excitedly that he is terribly bored. He is just horribly bored. The boy shines with anticipation of what might happen. If one sword swing from the older brother made him understand the technique, then if he also hands him a cultivation scroll, won't he just soar to the heavens? Su Changyu extends the promised scroll to the boy and he carefully accepts it. The young man says, "This scroll is called the Art of the Ancient God Demon." Pin looks at the cover. A muscular man stands against a gigantic monster, and its wide-open fanged maw emits dazzling light. The boy is confused. In his thoughts, he asks, "The Art of the Ancient God Demon? If this were not an outstanding cultivation method, then why on earth would it dare to be called God Demon?" A broad smile spreads across the boy's face. If this is not an immortal hidden sect, then what is it? Su Changyu tells his younger brother he once accidentally found this scroll of physical cultivation in ancient ruins. No one knows where it came from. Pin looks at the manuscript with excitement. The young man continues. But as cultivators, they cannot train only the sword. Both physical and spiritual practice are important. Su Changyu says that Pin missed the best moment for spiritual cultivation. And his spiritual root is weak. First, he needs to engage in physical cultivation, and this might even be for the better. With a strong body and his understanding of the sword, he will not be inferior to spiritual cultivators in anything. The young boy blushes to himself and hides his face in his hands. Oh, what is he saying? He doesn't even believe himself. Who would cultivate the body if they can develop the spirit? Su Changyu decides to retreat. He says, if there is nothing else, he better go and try to master it himself. In his mind, he orders himself to run away quickly. If he keeps talking about this market junk, everything will be revealed. He thinks that once he masters the river flow sword technique a little, he can come back and put on another show. He considers this the perfect plan. He can't wait. Su Changyu loves to pretend it makes him happy. Night on the top of the cliff, the boy continued to hone his skill. His dark silhouette was clearly outlined against the sky. Cutting through the air with his sword, the boy thinks about the ancient god demon. He believes that the very name sounds cool and daring. Compared to him, the technique of Chedurek Gromov is trivial. He so wants to start studying it. He longs to practice right now. Polishing his movements further, he thinks, full concentration is needed for training, no distractions allowed. The boy understands, especially now, he must be able to restrain himself. First strengthen the impulse of Chedurek Gromov and only then everything else. No fuss. Residence of Su Changyu. The young man, sitting on the ground, immerses himself in reading a book. He is focused on studying the contents of the volume given to him by the master. Su Changyu breaks away from reading, and on his face is confusion and fear. He cannot gather his thoughts. What to do? He understands nothing. After all, they said a little cleverness was needed. Ping continues to hone his skill, moving with incredible speed. Clenching the sword hilt tighter in his palms, he strikes blow after blow. Over half a day, Ping managed to master the power of the sword of Chedurek Gromov. He freezes, leaning on the sword, lowers his head low and catches his breath. Raising his face from which sweat streams like hail, the boy says now he only needs to comprehend the meaning of the Sword of Four Thunders. He walks toward the stone and thinks aloud. Although his elder brother never directly said how difficult it is to grasp the true essence of the sword, he himself feels it. Because the intention of the sword is the very will of the technique, and one does not approach it hastily. He freezes, still turning over thoughts. Making a mistake in understanding is far more dangerous than not comprehending at all. And this is no accident. After all, the elder brother gave him this guide right now, not earlier and not later. Clearly saw he might lose control and stray from the right path. A crooked smile appears on Ping's face. He says so said his elder brother. He always sees further than others. The boy opens the book that Su Changyu handed him and immerses himself in reading. He reads the chapter, The Art of Tempering the Body of the God Demon. I am Tao, respecting Mo Ziyuan, born before the creation of heaven and earth, who endured 360 million tribulations and ultimately achieved unity with the Tao and became one with the cosmos itself. He obtained this tempering method by chance, thanks to comprehending heaven and earth. Under the heavens, everyone values only spiritual development, unaware of the true power of body tempering, considering lifting a mountain its pinnacle. But true body tempering allows one to grasp the sun and moon, tear down the stars, to step over the heavens with the body and destroy all existence with a single strike. The highest realm of bodily perfection, according to the god demon, must emulate gods and demons, divine organs and the body of a demon. Only one who has divine entrails and divine blood of the gods, as well as the true body of a demon, will then become the body of the god demon. Ping is thrilled by the discovery, divine organs and the body of a demon. One strike and all existence turns to nothing. In a word, awesome. The boy plunges into reflection, but cultivating this method means enduring incredibly harsh trials. ordinary people are not given the chance to learn it. Only those with great will, great patience, and great wisdom can master it. Ping asks himself, will he dare to take on this challenge? His face fills with rage. What kind of joke is this? What kind of improvement without any losses? The title King of Bookworms, which he earned even before reincarnating into this world, is not for nothing. He impatiently hurries to look inside what is hidden in the main part and blinks confusedly often. A small, funny little man bends, raises his hands up, and the inscription appears, Diagram of the Heavens. Ping says that the book contains an image of the god demon, a body-tempering scheme that the great Taoist obtained through the knowledge of heaven and earth. He decides that it needs to be studied carefully. The boy leans over the book again. From the tension, sweat streams down his face. He understands the logic, but such a posture confuses him a lot. He is tormented by the thought, how can one train in such a pose? Ping tries to repeat the movements of the drawn little man, raises his hands to the sky and bends at the waist. The boy clenches his teeth tighter and blushes, thinking that his older brother would not lie to him. He tries again to repeat the intricate movement, and orders himself to stop overthinking. Ping commands himself to concentrate. He is sure he can master this. Meanwhile, the State of Jin, Pavilion of Ink Lights. A man enters the office and asks the girl sitting at the desk with her back to him, is everything ready for Fairy Mo? He adds that it is almost the hour of yin. If the draft is not submitted, they will really be in trouble. Girl looks back at him. The busty blonde turns back to her task and continues drawing hieroglyphs with a brush. She says, all right, she knows she is already hurrying, stop nagging her. The man says that this ancient book, The Art of Tempering the Body of the God Demon, is not sold at all, and in the end, fewer than 3 copies were distributed. He asks her to stop writing such manuals. Overrated to the extreme, no one believes it. In their time, cultivators prefer something simpler and more understandable. He asks her at least to look at the bestseller, How to Make One Spiritual Stone Work 10 Times More Effectively. And she gets excited about it. The girl wearily lowers her head onto the table. She says the man is just terribly boring. If he keeps spouting this biting nonsense, let him write it himself. She thinks she actually likes everything. Straightening up, she throws over her shoulder, oh, by the way, what about what she asked him to find? The man replies he has already found it. The Academy of 10 Nations will start official student enrollment next year. The blonde exclaims, wonderful, finally she will be able to enter the academy. She thinks that in the first academy, probably many interesting people will gather. 3 days have passed, the stars shine brightly in the sky. The boy stands at the edge of the cliff. He throws his head back and raises his hands to chest level, and a fountain of blood bursts from his mouth. He presses his hands to the ground again, and blood flows from the corner of his mouth. Sitting on all fours, the boy says he has vomited blood 3 times already, but has not come closer to understanding. And the leadership clearly states, the gifted are capable of grasping the heavenly diagram of the god demon at a single glance. He looks at the book and bitterly laments, could his comprehension really be so worthless? He stands up and leans forward thinking, no, this is not the end yet. He orders himself, once more, the harder the path, the stronger the perseverance is tested. Pin straightens up. He says that from now on, 11 hours of practice a day and 1 hour of rest will be enough. He resolutely declares if his talent is not enough, then he must work many times harder than others. He will not retreat until he masters this technique. Morning, the boy again raises his hands up and arches his waist. He orders himself to think without stopping. The simpler the cultivation path seems, the deeper the hidden meaning, and vice versa. Deeper the principle, the simpler the words used to express it. Night, Yipin still stands with his hands raised to the sky. He thinks, it is not for nothing they say that the great Tao is in simplicity. So if one comprehends the diagram of the one who gazes at the sky to the very essence. What is it? To observe the heavens, or to look at all existence? Maybe it is a gaze upward, a grand perspective. No, all this is only the surface. Dawn, the boy still stands at the edge of the cliff with his hands raised. He tries to understand where is the true core. He remembers reading about the 3 eyes and 6 gazes. The 3 eyes are the mortal eye, the heavenly eye. In the Dharma eye, the heavenly eye is something like a supersensory vision. It can see beyond the visible, what is inaccessible to mortals. He decides the Dharma eye, if he remembers correctly, is a higher level of insight that allows one to grasp the essence and laws of things. Yipin believes that he must limit himself to the most superficial mortal sight. The boy believes that he must strive for higher levels to understand the essence and laws of all existence. He clenches his teeth tighter. Essence and laws, what is that? A gaze into the heavens, a higher level, the eye of Dharma. Yipin is suddenly illuminated, and he freezes so as not to startle the thought. The boy utters it seems he, Ipin is even afraid to say the end of the phrase aloud. However, everything is resolved it seems he begins to understand. He looks at the rising sun and the wind tousles his long hair. Ipin, looking west, says, when ordinary people look at the sky, they see only endless spaces above them, but do not realize what they truly call the heavens. His face becomes focused and he clenches his teeth angrily. The boy speaks like this, addressing his older brother who is not here. He understood. Now he understood the heart from birth. And gods and demons look at all beings differently because each being has a unique heart. The textbook says, inside every being lives a god or demon that belongs only to it. One just needs to sincerely look inside oneself and find it. Pressing his palm to his chest, the boy scolds himself for being such a fool. He almost let the sudden enlightenment slip from his hands. Ipin, closing his eyes, triumphantly raises a fist above his head. The other hand is held at chest level, fingers extended and pointing upward. He understands there is absolutely no need to look at the sky. That is misleading. The so-called contemplation of the heavens actually means turning your heart into eyes and seeing the world inside your own soul. He commands himself to go and search. The boy stands with his arms wide open. He feels a gentle breeze. His eyes open wide, streams of air gently surround him. Ipin sees before him a deity illuminated by flame, with 12 arms, 9 of which hold daggers and 1 holds a spear. With another hand it presses a bow to its chest and the other, clenched in a fist, is held near its chest. The boy's eyes turn completely white. In his thoughts he commands, enough. He is tormented by the question, is this his god or demon? The creature looks incredibly powerful and majestic. The rear mountain ruins of the Academy of the 10 Nations. A comet flies across the sky. People stand on the boulders and stone remains of the building. He bulges his eyes and bares his sharp teeth. One of them screams hysterically, this is a celestial phenomenon. Could a divine being be descending? The heavens will not abandon their righteous path. The man standing nearby looks at him coldly. He says, how many times have I told you to keep yourself together? With such behavior, he does not resemble a disciple of the righteous path at all, rather a demon. He immediately slouches guiltily and asks his elder brother to forgive him. He explains that he got too agitated. Turning away from him and raising his eyes to the sky, the man replies, why worry so much? Celestial phenomena are never absolutely precise. If they really relied only on them, the path of righteousness would have long disappeared. The interlocutor tries to object to the elder brother, but he cuts him off and says he understands. After that, he suggests observing a little longer. Without taking his eyes off the glowing object in the night sky, the man with a long cloak over his shoulders says, if this is truly gold, it cannot remain hidden. Meanwhile, the comet continues its path, crossing the starry night sky above their heads. The great imperial palace. By the open window sits a man with long red hair. He is also watching the comet. Behind him stands a girl in a green dress with slits that do not hide her hips. Sticking out the tip of his tongue, the brunette with large breasts brings a small ball to him. Approaching the chair and leaning her hand on the massive armrest, she freezes. The man sits motionless. His eyes are closed. Behind his back on the wall is a golden disc, and on both sides of it dragons. The man opens his eyes and props his head with his hand. He says he will simply take possession of them, and then adds that the whole world belongs to the great Zia, not to mention any divine being. Icy plain of demonic beasts, sharp peaks of icy cliffs stretch to the greenery shining skies. Snow is falling. A comet rushes across the sky. On the icy plain below lies a giant monster with huge tusks like a mammoth's. Its eyes blaze with red fire and horns adorn its forehead. Next to the snarling maw stands a man. In size, he can be compared to one tusk of the fallen monster. The man, whose torso is bare despite the cold and snow, raises his head to the sky. His blonde hair is torn by a strong wind that scatters the strands. He lowers his head, red flames flare in his eyes. The man's ears are pointed. His eyebrows are the same white color as his wild hair. Inside, he asks himself a question, is a divine being descending? His lips stretch into a victorious smile. He snorts and adds, strange. Clenching a sword in his hand, he turns to the approaching monster. Its head is crowned with huge ram's horns and its eyes flare with green flames. Residents of Changyu, a large moon disk shines on the mountain peaks where trees grow on the slopes. The young man exhales heavily, not taking his eyes off the book he holds in his hands. He shouts, how much longer? He is already tired of seeing this. Throwing the book, he strikes the ground with his fist forcefully. Tears flow from his eyes. He laments that he still understands nothing. Who even invented this cultivation when people lived perfectly well without it? After recovering a bit, Su Changyu sits on the stone again. The young man thinks, all right, he is already used to not being able to cultivate himself, but the real trouble is the teacher. He imagines himself as a master, swinging a sword held with both hands above his head, and wildly bursting out with a shout, his eyes boldly shining with red flames, demanding his 10,000 taels back. After all, it is 10,000 taels. Su Changyu's body trembles. He understands this greedy old man will never give him mercy. The boy exhales with a sigh. He himself does not understand what is happening to him in recent days. His attention is drawn to a falling star. His mood changes. With a dreamy look, he mentally reflects that as midnight just arrives, he is overwhelmed by oppressive melancholy. A long smoking pipe appears in his hands. He asks himself, is this really the so-called midnight depression syndrome? Slowly exhaling smoke, Su Changyu asks himself, what is the point of living at all? On the edge of the cliff, against the backdrop of a huge moon disk, the silhouette of a person is outlined. He does not notice that a girl is watching him from below. The beauty who earlier spoke with Su Changyu after his first lesson with the boy sits on a rock and says what has been happening with the older brother lately. At this moment, he always looks at the stars alone. The girl thinks, could something be bothering him? She asks what the second older brother thinks about it. Behind her back sits a young man with closed eyes, the second elder brother of the Qingyan Dao sect, Liu Cheng. The young man opens his eyes and replies, probably the thing is that the younger brother's talent is too weak, but as the older brother, he does not show a drop of patience. He is bursting. What kind of behavior is this? Rising, Liu Cheng resolutely declares that tomorrow he will personally teach the lesson to his younger brother and at the same time to the elder one, so that he understands what it means to be a true mentor. The many-armed giant creature looks at the world dispassionately. Min sits in the lotus position with closed eyes. He is composed and calm. His eyes open wide and the moon disk is reflected in them. The boy whispers, this is it. This is his own technique of bodily cultivation. Pin closed his eyes and focused for only a moment, but in him it felt as if hours had passed. In his heart stood a god demon. His body seemed forged from heavenly steel, eternal and unbreakable. He held the law of the universe in his hands and stood opposite the entire cosmos. The entire being of the god demon radiated an aura that was impossible to withstand with a gaze, a horror more terrible than any comparison. Pin felt like an insect in its palm. God demon stared intently at him, just as he himself tried to discern its essence. The all-seeing eyes fixed on Pin. From them, you cannot hide or conceal even a crumb in the most secret corners of your soul. An untamed stream of information about improvement crashed upon him like a raging river drowning in the ocean. It flowed into his mind. In the real world, Pin still sits in the lotus position with his eyes closed. The boy's eyes open, an alien glow reflects in them. He rises and surveys the mountain peaks with his gaze. Now he knows, the so-called art of tempering the god demon consists of taking the sky as a hammer, the earth as a forge, absorbing all existing things and reforging the body anew. It is divided into 5 stages: minor god demon, great god demon, supreme god demon, Tao god demon, and Tao progenitor god. Now the method in Pin's consciousness is the chapter of the minor god demon. Using the sky as a hammer and the earth as a forge, temper the body 81 times and you can condense the body of the minor god demon. At that moment, the strength of the flesh will become like a true dragon, blood and chi will surge like a blazing sun, and essence, chi, and spirit will reach their limit. The key to practicing the art of tempering the god demon's body lies in the heavenly hammer and earthly forge. Using the sky as a hammer and the earth as a forge, the body is tempered again and again. With spiritual energy, a connection is established with heaven and earth, borrowing the power of the earth to form a higher forge. Then heavenly power is applied as a divine hammer. It strikes the body, tempering it until the god demon's body is forged. At that moment, the strength of the flesh will become like a true dragon, blood and chi will rage like a blazing sun, and essence, chi, and spirit will reach their limit. This process is incredibly dangerous. The body is destroyed again and again, then restored, requiring inhuman willpower. Ping tries to comprehend everything. He says, the stronger the cultivation method, the more they feel it in endurance. He fully understands this. He says, but to form the heavenly hammer and earthly furnace, he needs a huge amount of spiritual energy to connect with heaven and earth. What to do? The boy grabs his head with his hand. He is in despair. There is no spiritual energy in his body at all. You can't cook porridge without rice. He heard, in the cultivation world, pills can provide some spiritual power. Ping sinks into thought, resting his head on his hand, but every medicine contains a portion of poison. And since he hasn't even reached the chi purification stage, he doesn't know if it's safe or not. you can't act blindly. He remembers that the teacher told him about the second senior brother who specializes in making pills. The boy thinks, maybe ask him to teach him. Meanwhile, in the residence of the second senior brother, Luo Cheng looks at a small fiery sphere hovering above his palm. The sphere emits streams of fire. The young man says that another pill has been formed. He adds, one must remain calm, not rejoice in success nor grieve over losses. He decides to show the senior brother tomorrow what it means to be a true teacher and role model. Morning, in the residence of the senior brother. Desperate Su Changyu, kneeling, bangs his head against the ground. He lifts his face, revealing a twisted, angry grimace, a skewed mouth, and bulging eyes. A thought strikes his mind. He doesn't understand. Absolutely nothing. He falls backward to the ground, deciding, that's it, he gives up. He won't think about it anymore. If he works stubbornly, failure won't catch him. He lies motionless and thinks, so what if he didn't understand? After all, everyone will become just a mound of earth. The young man considers all this pointless. All these efforts, all these talks about success pointless. Su Changyu rises and stands, not noticing the sect leader climbing the stairs towards him. The master thoughtfully looks at the detached disciple. The sect leader asks, how are things? Have you already mastered the art of the river stream sword technique? Radiantly smiling, Su Changyu replies, what difference does it make? Has he understood or not? One only needs to let go of attachments and one can gain joy. The youth's figure bursts with bright radiance. The sect leader closes his eyes and, trying to cover his face with his hand, curses this blinding Buddhist light. What was he even cultivating? Smiling just as radiantly, the youth reports to the teacher he was not cultivating anything, and adds, the master's disciple no longer worries about anything. The sect leader spreads his hands and says, he knew it would all end this way. He suggests the disciple follow him. They set off to the mountains of the silent forest. Su Changyu's mood changes sharply. He is clearly frightened and the dazzling light fades. The young man exclaims, what? The master replies, a true trial on the edge of life and death can help him break through further. It will also be beneficial for Su Changyu's growth. The distressed disciple tries to object to the teacher, but these are the mountains of the silent forest. He looks sad and depressed. The silent forest mountains are the most dangerous area within Qingzhou. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy, many powerful demonic beasts live there. Even a disciple of the strongest sect in Qingzhou can easily die there. The sect leader replies, while he trains him, he can also hunt lower-level demonic beasts and earn some technique points for his junior comrades. He declares that he has decided not to deceive little Yi Pin anymore and forces him to draw another scroll. Su Changyu jumps up and, fleeing, shouts that he will not go to the mountains of the silent forest. His life is more important than anything. The master, rushing after him, replies, let him be silent. Didn't he just say that nothing matters to him anymore? One of the three great sects of Qingzhou, the sect of the Four Thunder Swords. Near the gate in the courtyard, many people gathered. The man opposite them, in a cloak with fur trim, looks over them, hands behind his back. He says, good, very good. 7 disciples who have achieved great perfection in mastering the sword of spring thunder are participating in this sect tournament. With the same gaze, she singles out a young man and a powerful person standing nearby with lush vegetation on his chin and adds, even 2 who have brought it to perfection. The man says, wonderful, very good, truly worthy to be considered the best talents of Qingzhou. Lights flash in his eyes as he speaks, but ahead is the Qingzhou Sword Dao Conference, an event not simple. It is still 2 months away, so there is no room for relaxation. To win a place in the top 10, the sect master himself will personally instruct them in cultivation. Is that clear to them? They bombard him with questions, and the sect master himself will personally teach them. Is this serious? Has something happened? One of the young men says that during all the time spent in the sect, he has never seen the master even once. The man replies, the reason is still unknown to them. Let them just do everything possible to get into the top 10. He adds, besides, they have confirmed information that a hidden sect in Qingzhou has also sent disciples to participate in the Qingzhou Sword Dao Conference. The powerful man shouts in anger, hidden sect. He thinks this only complicates matters. Above Qingzhou is Jin, and above Jin the 10 nations. It is said that once the 10 nations experienced a great upheaval, some huge sects perished and some of their most valuable forces hid in remote places. Some hidden sects pass down their legacy only through a single line, preserving the highest secrets. These sects cannot even be compared to the sect of the Four Thunder Swords. Sect of the Four Thunder Swords, Great Hall. The same man in a luxurious fur-lined cloak. To his right stand 2 elders, one slightly older, the other younger. To the left, a woman and a burly muscular man. They all pay respect to the sect master. Master standing before them replies, "No need for formalities." He says he gathered them all today for an important matter. The master of the sect of the Four Thunder Swords silently looks at the people greeting him. And he says that today he gathered them all for an important matter. The bald, strong man with thick vegetation on his chin asks, can they ask what exactly happened? He is supported by a man with long, thin mustaches sticking out sideways. So, what happened? The man in the cloak says, could it be related to the token of the sword tower Taixuan? The master of the Four Thunder Swords sect answers no. If the matter concerned only the token of the Taixuan sword tower, it would not be so serious. He asks, do they know about the Academy of 10 Nations? A woman with pale violet eyes and a dress of the same shade, only more saturated, echoes, Academy of 10 Nations. She asks, could that legendary academy be recruiting students again? The Academy of 10 Nations is the most elite academy of the immortal path on the entire continent. Even students of the lowest level become the pinnacle of the whole continent. The recruitment of new students there is extremely strict and mysterious. Sometimes they may not take anyone for 10 years. It is the dream of every cultivator, but almost no one is able to comprehend it. The woman addresses the sect leader, asking does he mean that the imperial court of the Jin state will again send people to the Sword Path Conference? The man answers yes. As before, the imperial court will secretly send special emissaries to select good seeds and recommend them to the Academy of 10 Nations. He adds that he already knows who it will be. Everyone immediately bombards him with questions. What? He already knows who? Who? On the Xianyu continent, the status of the imperial court is somewhat higher than that of the immortal sects. If it were about the main immortal sect of the Jin state, then even the imperial court would show respect. But a sect like the Four Thunder Swords, although it is the first sect of Qingzhou and has some influence, it still cannot compare to the imperial court. The sect leader unfolds a canvas painted by Yi Ping and asks everyone to look at it. Everyone carefully looks at the picture. Voices arise, what an incredible work. This is the style of the recluse Kinglian. Bald strong man standing behind others asks, what does this mean? Woman asks, is the person in this picture a messenger? The sect leader, standing a few steps above the others, says, the hermit Kinlian disappeared 6 months ago. He suggests the attendees consider where could he have gone. The man who previously announced the meeting with the master to the students speculates. Could it be that he joined some minor sect to cultivate immortality? The woman believes that is impossible. With his reputation, even if he wanted to join their sect of the Four Thunder Swords, they would have welcomed him with open arms. The sect leader says, as far as he knows, at the court of the Jin state there is an unparalleled swordsman, once a genius of the Academy of 10 Nations. But for some reason he was expelled from the academy, and later he became the general inspector and commander of the Jin state. The world only knows the sword master Taixuan, but few realize that this general inspector has also entered the realm of sword intent. The sect leader ponders and adds, since a new painting by the hermit Kinlian has appeared here, it is very likely that this person is indeed in the state of Jin. He is confident in his conclusion. There are also rumors that this general inspector is not only an unparalleled swordsman but also extraordinarily handsome. Could it be that such a person of this level in Jin was unknown? The man in the cloak addressing the master says that this is only his assumption for now. Does he have any evidence? Flashing a glance and parting his lips in a smile, the head of the sect answers, of course there is. He forcefully throws the painting aside, acting on it with inner strength. The sect leader clenches his fist and strikes it with all his might, but the canvas only flashes with a bright glow. The attendees watch with surprise as he attempts to destroy the painting. The power of the head of the sect almost knocks them off their feet. It is enough to touch them from a distance. The master lowers his hands and asks the people who have gathered together, do they still think he could have been wrong? He says that there is sword intent in the painting. There are only two options. Either the artist himself touched the realm of sword intent, but it is known hermit Kinlian does not practice cultivation. One possibility remains. The person in the painting managed to compress the higher sword intent and imprint it on the scroll. Therefore, the person in this painting must be a messenger. The attendees joyfully exclaim, the master is truly insightful. As expected from the sect master, he was able to skillfully deduce everything based on a few details. The sect master is truly a person of divine insight. Sect leader chuckles, of course. Did they really doubt it? He says there is another reason. This general inspector is known for despising wealth and women and only loves wandering mountains and rivers, exploring the world. Sometimes he even casually exchanges state treasures, gifted by the king himself, for money, which he then thoughtlessly spends. And he accidentally got this painting in the ancient city of White Fruit, According to the merchant, the one who sold it looks strikingly similar to the person depicted in it. This exactly matches his habits. The tall man says, indeed, some masters wander wild places, draw their flying sword, and give it to some peasant only in exchange for a fruit. The woman asks, does the sect master want them to show him respect? The sect leader answers no, they must not deliberately humiliate themselves obsequiously before him. Moreover, they must even hide this news. For a person of such a high level, what has he not seen? Such petty tricks will only arouse his contempt. If they really meet him, they can respectfully ask for advice. Perhaps that way they will win his favor. Running his hand over his beard, the master proudly thinks, truly, does he not surpass in wisdom? If not for him, what would have become of this sect? Night came. Ipin sits on the ground, legs tucked under, and rests his hands on his knees. The boy says that it is not yet possible to practice the ancient art of hardening the body of the god-demon. It is too risky. And regarding whether he can use pills to stimulate spiritual energy, it is better to ask the elder brother. He understands, under no circumstances should he act rashly. Behind him appears the second elder brother of the sect, King Yun Dao Su Luocheng. He calls the younger brother. The boy introduces himself and says he is the second elder brother Su Luocheng, but he can simply call him elder brother Luocheng. Ipin was impressed by his appearance, the second elder brother, the very second elder brother. He rushes forward, kneels in a respectful bow, and greets elder brother Luocheng. Crossing his arms on his chest, the youth tells the boy that his elder brother has been busy lately, so he came to teach him the art of alchemy. Ipin looks upset. He asks, does his elder brother really think that his talent is too weak and therefore? Luocheng replies, his elder brother is essentially a good person, but this is the first time he is passing on the Tao, so it is not worth taking his actions too much to heart. On the path of immortality, every field has its master. The fact that his talent in swordsmanship practice is not great does not mean that his other abilities are not valuable. Ipin says that he is not discouraged. Raising his hand and bending it to show his muscles, he promises that he will just train even harder in swordsmanship so that his elder brother will acknowledge him. Luocheng raises his index finger. A huge radiant cauldron summoned by him with a greenish light hangs in the air between him and Ipin. Luocheng says, enough talking, it's time to get down to alchemy. The boy with a face showing readiness and concentration replies, yes. Luocheng stands opposite Ipin. Between them is a huge cauldron on legs with a lid. The young man says, the great Tao has 3,000 paths and none is higher or lower than another. But it is in the Tao of alchemy that the great secrets of heaven and earth lie. He asks, how does Ipin think, who is the most powerful alchemist? The boy thinks, a powerful alchemist, what does that mean? He is sure he has heard something like this somewhere before. Meanwhile, Luocheng, behind whom the elements rage, asks, what does the boy think, what is the limit of the sword path? Ipin, whose eyes sparkle with the flame of the elements, asks himself, maybe the second brother also hides great power within himself. The boy answers and thinks that the most powerful alchemist towers above all beings. With just one pill he can make those stronger than himself lose their heads. Any genius, no matter how invincible he seems, will sooner or later be exhausted. The alchemist knows how to break the law of heaven and rewrite fate. Luocheng says, a single pill of life extension grants the strongest cultivator under heaven another 100 or even 1,000 years. Therefore, even the most formidable of rulers are forced to bow their heads in triple reverence. They try to win his friendship and favor at any cost. The young man adds, and therefore, indirectly, the power of the alchemist is a power that surpasses all others. He says that the boy thinks too narrowly and suggests he think more boldly. Stunned, Ipin says, then perhaps the strongest of pills can change the very nature of a person, turn the worst talent into the highest, grant the favor of fate, and possibly even elevate simply to immortality. Luocheng picks up, but that is still too narrow. The truly strongest alchemist no longer forges pills. He forges heaven and earth itself. Every pill he creates contains a whole world. That is what the greatest alchemist is like. The boy looks puzzled. Forge heaven and earth, every pill is a world, he exclaims. That is impossible. Even in the many novels he read before moving here, he never encountered such a terrifying alchemist. Everything turns to dust, heaven and earth dust, all existence turns to dust. What an incredibly high limit. Ipin's eyes flash with excitement. The path of pills emerges outward, just as powerful, and it is in no way inferior to the path of the sword. He feels the fire reigniting inside him. Ipin asks the second brother, has he really reached such a borderline state? The young man replies, something like that. The The boy is struck by his answer, another hidden master. What is going on in this sect? Could it be that all the masters here are unmatched? He is sure. The second elder brother has no reason to deceive him. Liuchen, looking at the inspired Yipin, thinks that was a good improvisation. He believes he spends too much time with Su Changyu, and that is not good. He thinks to temper heaven and earth into dust, right? Then let the boy create one pill right now so he can see. The young man tells Yipin, but in a way that he has never touched the path of pills before. For now, he can only teach him the simplest basics of alchemy. Does he understand this? The boy replies. Without 1,000 small steps, you cannot overcome 1,000 li. Of course, he thanks the elder brother for the instruction. Liuchen instructively raises his index finger. He says they say, in any medicine there are 3 parts poison. Under the sky, every pill contains poison, and even the most skilled alchemist cannot remove it. What he is going to teach Yiping today is the method of making pills without poison. No trace of poison, no side effects at all. The young man thinks if his fellow alchemists found out he was boasting like this, they would probably slap him. He orders himself mentally to hold on. He needs to continue this performance. He says that the root of the toxicity of pills lies in the medicinal ingredients themselves. No matter how this guy purifies them, the healing nature and poisonous nature still exist. If the toxicity disappears, the healing power disappears too. The essence of making non-poisonous pills is to not use medicinal ingredients at all. Yiping listens to him, slightly opening his mouth. He says, no ingredients, so where do they get them from? Liuchen asks, sounds absurd, right? Yiping agrees with him a little. The second elder brother says, let the guy remember. He does not disbelieve because it is untrue, but because he does not understand. The young man explains it is like when that guy was still mortal. If someone told him that immortal sword masters exist who can cut through the gates of heaven with one strike, would Yiping believe it? The guy says that now he understands it is like the frog in the well, right? The response is, exactly. He says that the life of medicinal herbs is born from the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Spiritual energy is essentially pure, but during growth it is defiled by the influence of the 5 elements, and this produces impurity. Non-poisonous pill brewing is to completely abandon raw materials and directly condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the supreme pill. Yiping utters no raw ingredients needed, directly create the supreme pill. Is it really possible? He thinks, but when you think about it, it all makes sense. Medicinal herbs are just another form of spiritual energy. He takes such a long path. He asks, can a person without a spiritual root take a pill to temper qi to raise their spiritual power? Liuchen says, yes, it is possible, but no one does that. The guy clarifies, why? Thinking, the young man answers, because the effect is too small and pills for tempering qi are too expensive. To nourish the spiritual channels in this way requires an incredibly long and continuous supply of pills. Even large sects and cultivator clans cannot afford such expenses. Yiping thinks so it is, everything is as he suspected, yet he still feels such disappointment. What should he do with his problem of spiritual energy? Liuchen says, all right, it's time to start. The elder brother will first teach Yiping the very basics of alchemy. The boy responds eagerly, yes. The young man, looking at Yiping, thinks what a good boy he is. Silently addressing Su Changyu, he says, this is what it means to be a true mentor, not a drop of patience. With such a character, will he even be able to inherit the position of sect leader? Then maybe he himself should fight for the position of leader in the future. Mountains of the Silent Forest. The sect leader and Su Changyu walk through the light mist that spreads over the ground. The young man asks the teacher, will everything be all right if Liuchen, the younger one, supervises the junior disciple alone? The master replies, Liuchen, everything will be fine. His character is calm and his spirit is extremely resilient. Whatever happens, he will manage, don't worry. The young man shrugs his shoulders. He is clearly uncomfortable. He looks around fearfully and exclaims, what is that sound? A small, nimble animal runs away frightened, alarmed by their footsteps. The clan leader laughs so hard that tears roll from his eyes. Pointing a finger at the animal, he says that's just a rat. The disciple is afraid for the first time, and he even calls himself a cultivator. The young man turns away and blushes. The master adds, he did say that on the outskirts of the silent forest mountains he wouldn't find large demonic beasts. Having said this, the sect leader does not see that above them already looms a gigantic clawed paw of a saber-toothed tiger the size of a mountain. Early morning, the eastern sun cuts light across a small building on the top of a cliff. Yiping stretches and yawns. Admiring the sun rising over the mountain peaks, the boy says at dawn he enters the ancient temple, and the first snow illuminates the tall forest. A winding path leads to a lonely place where among flowers and trees a meditation room is hidden. The glow of mountain landscapes delights the birds, and the reflection in the pond cleanses the heart. All sounds have ceased, only the ringing of bells is heard. Ipin's face changes. Now it shows annoyance. He says, "Ah, what a wonderful world of cultivation, but there is no spiritual energy here. Yesterday he already mastered the basic alchemy techniques, and even for them it is necessary to condense spiritual power." Descending the stairs, the boy thinks aloud. The most important thing now is to catch up on cultivation knowledge. He decides to go to the library mentioned by the master. Even if he does not find the path of dust, it is still good at least to expand his cultivation knowledge. Qingyan Sect Library Pavilion. The boy stands in front of a small building and carefully examines it. He says, "Just look at this simple and neat style. It is so different from those loud Taoist temples outside." Smiling, he adds, "This is the true dignity of the Hidden World Sect. External showiness has become too low for them." Looking at the tripod cauldron filled with sand in front of the building, from which a smoking incense stick protrudes, Ipin thinks, "Here is an example of why outside the main hall of the sect there is always only one incense stick in the censer. Could it be that the Qingyan sect cannot afford more incense?" His lips stretch into a smile. He believes the obvious is simply impossible. No sect could be so poor. Approaching the censer, Ipin decides this most likely means sincerity moves heaven. If a person's heart is sincere, one incense stick is enough. But if the heart is impure, even a mountain of incense will not bring blessings and luck. Truth of the Tao is hidden in everything. The boy's palms rest on the door panels. He enters the dark hall where shelves with books stand and a large unlit lamp hangs. Ipin looks around with surprise. He reads the titles of the books lying on the shelves: 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants, The Art of the Primordial Spirit, Method of the Immortal Tao's Double Pupil, Perfectly Awaken the Supreme Phenomenon, Supreme Divine Power of the True Dragon. The guy moves to the next shelf and continues reading the titles: Technique of the Sword of the Heavenly Emperor, 3,600 Arts of the Immortal Whole, 36 Divine Powers of the Heavenly Clan, 72 Moves of the Earth Demon. He takes one of the books in his hands and, opening it, carefully peers into the lines. It bursts from his lips. It seems to him, just looking at the titles, and their power is felt. Boy does not understand why these manuals are just standing on the shelf like that, almost by accident. His eyes flash with delight. Isn't this the sect of the hidden world? He likes it here. Yiping orders himself to calm down. He thinks, the stronger the excitement, the more one must not lose oneself. It is necessary to maintain calm and composure. Boy closes his eyes and slowly exhales, trying to calm down. Standing by the shelf and examining the book he holds in his hand, Yiping says, "It is necessary to study their patch bit by bit, step by step." Next day, library pavilion. Yiping, sadly looking at the sun rays piercing the building, sighs mournfully. It's already morning. He sits at the table, resting his head on his hand, and reads the book lying before him. The young man is upset. He had just gotten into the right mood. He regrets that it is already time to start today's practice. He is comforted by the realization that now he at least has a basic understanding of this world and the methods of its cultivation. He did not expect at all that the influence of mortal dynasties is still so strong in the cultivation world. Although they rule only the mundane world, their power still surpasses many immortal sects. But if you think about it, it is logical. The very first resources for cultivation had to be under imperial control. Sitting on the bench, Yiping reflects. Over time, the hierarchy became rigid, and probably now it is almost impossible to shake it. If he had known this earlier, why did he even go to those immortal ascension conferences? He should have passed the imperial exams, become the best student, and gotten into the court, and then what would he fear about the impossibility of cultivating? He freezes with the thought. What happened to those books and paintings he left in the old house? The boy thinks, if he really found himself in the yard, would he miss the chance to join the hidden sect? Maybe this is exactly what they call a blessing in disguise. Behind the boy, footsteps are barely audible, and a female voice sounds, "Younger brother." A girl with amber eyes in revealing clothing leans forward a little, and this reveals her ample breasts even more. She asks, "What is he doing here?" then adds, "He has been here so long and they still haven't met." Stunned, Yiping looks at her and cannot take his eyes off her. The girl introduces herself. She is his older sister Chen Linju. She is pleased to meet him. He shockingly examines the appearance of the new acquaintance. The boy's mouth drops open. He thinks, such a beautiful older sister. The girl leans even more and her bust dangerously approaches the boy. She asks, "Why did you blush?" Yiping replies, "It's just very hot today." He gets up from the table and Chen Linju approaches him closely. Placing her hand on the boy's chest and looking him in the eyes, she says, "Younger brother, you must have tried so hard. Later she will also teach you the supreme Tao." Like lightning, it pierces the boy's body through and through. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He thinks, supreme Tao, could this sister also? He looks up and raises his hand to the back of his head. A smile lights up his face. He thinks, of course not. What is he imagining? The older sister looks even younger than him. How could she be an unsurpassed master? Having taken a few steps and found himself on the other side of the table, Yiping raises his hand to his temple as if he remembered something and says, "Ah, yes, he actually has something he wants to ask." Chen Linju replies, "What exactly? Let him ask." Handing her a book, he asks, "Can he cultivate following this guide?" The girl reads the title, 3600 Arts of the Immortal Aperture. Grabbing the book in her hands, she replies, "Of course, why not?" The boy's face is stern. He does not accept her playful tone. Yipin asks, but isn't he risking, without spiritual power, to stray from the path and get chi deviation? Chen Linju assures him no, this is just a very basic technique. How could he stray from the path? The girl thinks that all this is fake manuals from street vendors. If they could drive the boy crazy, then ghosts would really be around. Yipin's face darkens. He leans heavily on the table with his hands and bows his head low. The girl asks, "What happened?" Frightened by his silence, she calls him younger brother. Tears flow from Pin's eyes. He thinks, perfect. Finally, a way to preserve his spiritual roots. Chen Linju anxiously asks the boy what happened. He, calling the interlocutor older sister, replies that everything is fine, and finally finds a cultivation method that suits him best. The girl says, "Wonderful, from this moment he must work even harder. He must believe in his strength." He adds, "Yeah, and let him no longer call her simply older sister, call her older sister Linai." The boy obediently says, "Okay, older sister Linai." Smiling coquettishly, the girl heads to the exit. Turning around, she says she was just passing by, so she will probably leave. Meanwhile, she thinks, can't stay long. If she stays, she will definitely give herself away. Today, just a short greeting is enough. Yipin says goodbye to her, calling her older sister Linai. Boy leans again over the open book. He says that these 3600 arts of the immortal aperture are actually very simple. They explain the human body is actually like a demonic beast that holds many hidden treasures. All of them are simply sealed in apertures, holes, or openings, which in different fields can have different meanings. If these apertures are opened, the body can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth just like the demonic beast. With each opened aperture, the absorption speed doubles. If all 3600 immortal apertures are opened, his cultivation speed will be 3600 times higher than that of an ordinary mortal. Yipin continues to ponder. His biggest problem is that his natural talent for cultivation is extremely weak. What is called lack of spiritual roots actually only means an extremely low ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he masters this art, won't it completely remove his flaw? By this time, he has already mastered the basics of the four lightning sword technique. Yipin has also mastered the art of tempering the body of the primordial god demon. The boy has mastered the non-toxic alchemy art of the second elder brother. All he needs now is spiritual energy. The boy thinks as soon as it appears how powerful he will become. Yipin tries to imagine it, but then immediately gives up. No, he can't even imagine it. Yipin decides enough fantasizing. It's time to start cultivating the immortal apertures technique. He rushes to the door, feeling that his best days are about to begin. Meanwhile, Jinling Mountain Range, somewhere among the trees, a powerful explosion sounds. The sect leader spread his arms and lies in a crater, the contours of which repeat the outlines of his body. The master stands up and sees Su Changyu standing against a huge tiger with a spiked crest running along its spine. The beast's eyes, glowing red, are fixed on the man. The sect leader shouts to the disciple, "Come on." He says there is still a talisman for digging in his pocket, otherwise they will definitely perish here today. The young man points his sword at the tiger, and the tiger replies to the master, what is he saying? Does the teacher want him to throw away the sword and become a vile traitor? Not even in his dreams. Without looking back at the master, he orders him to sit quietly and not move. It's not time to run. The sect leader looks at Su Changyue in surprise. She is gnawed by the thought, when did this child manage to grow up? The weapon and the body of the young man are enveloped in a bluish glow. The master does not believe his own eyes when bolts of lightning run along the student's arm and the sword blade. The sect leader, without moving from his place, asks the same question again. Could it be that this boy is really hiding the last trump card? But even so, it is impossible to defeat an enemy who is 2 steps ahead, and yet, where does this strange feeling of confidence come from? Su Changyue rushes into the attack. His cold energy crashes into the fiery energy of the beast radiating from him in circles. The young man's teeth are tightly clenched, the same cold sparks flash in his eyes. Su Changyu shouts furiously, showering the beast with curses. With a powerful strike of a giant clawed paw, the tiger pushes him into flight. The sword flies out of his hand in the air. The young man falls to the ground. He hits the ground face first and freezes, spreading his arms with his rear end raised upwards. The frightened sect leader shouts, his mouth wide open, "Now that's something." Su Changyu gets up, blood flowing from his nose and the corner of his mouth. The master freezes with his mouth agape. The young man says, well, he has already shown everything he is capable of. If he is destined to die, he will do so without any regrets. The sect leader asks, does he really have to look cool even in such a situation? Meanwhile, the tiger looming over them lets out a fierce roar. From his maw appears a lump of concentrated energy sparkling. It cuts through everything with lightning discharges. The master and the apprentice freeze, standing shoulder to shoulder. Both look frightened. Tears flow from their eyes. Su Changyu tells the teacher that they will meet in the next life and adds that he will still be his student. The sect leader replies, let him forget about it. In the next life, he does not want such a student. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoes, what kind of evil dares to rampage right in front of her? Pushing off the ground with his hind paws, the tiger leaps directly at the people standing before him. A powerful explosion resounds. The flames momentarily blind the master and his apprentice. Stones fall directly on the sect leader and Su Changyu sitting on the ground. The smoke disperses. The young man screams in fear. This clothing he. A woman in a deep purple dress from the Four Thunder Swords sect, behind whom stand two men and a girl, looks at the huge paw lying on the ground. Next to her sit the sect leader and Su Changyu. She asks, what are these two doing with such a weak level, roaming the Jinling Mountains? Did they come here to become food for demonic beasts? Pointing at the woman with his finger, Su Changyu shouts to the master and asks him to look. Isn't this the third elder of the Four Thunders sect from the poster? The master stands behind the apprentice, mouth wide open. The woman scrutinizes them closely. Confusion is read in the young man's gaze. Under her look, he gets lost and loses all his enthusiasm. The woman looks stunned. Suspicion grows in her mind. Her companion's eyes become as round as hers. Without averting their gaze from the young man, they whisper, he is the same, like that special envoy from the painting. Similar, it's him. Sweat streams down the woman's face like hail. She mentally orders herself to calm down. She tells herself they cannot panic in such a situation. She commands herself to carefully recall all the details of the conversation with the sect leader, specifically what he then commanded them. The master quietly tells the apprentice, let him not panic. Under no circumstances should he panic. Even if the other side belongs to one of the three great sects, they must remain calm. Su Changyu carefully holds the hand of the teacher sitting on the ground. The woman with three companions continues to watch them, making no attempt to approach. The young man examines the two men accompanying the woman. They study him with the same keen attention, trying to see a messenger in him. Su Changyu asks himself why these two men are looking at him like that. He suspects that they like men. In his thoughts, he almost swears he understands he cannot resist him. The young man finds no answer. What to do? Su Changyu has an old habit. The more nervous he gets, the more serious his face becomes. The woman covers her eyes, thinking, as expected from a sword master. His gaze is simply terribly frightening. She recalls that the sect leader ordered them under no circumstances to reveal that they know who he really is, she thinks. What should she say then? She commands herself to think faster, realizing the situation is already becoming awkward. Sweating profusely, the woman barely manages to utter a greeting, trying to figure out how to address them, and settles on a neutral term, Dayashi. She asks their permission to inquire what they are doing here. In her thoughts, she orders herself not to hesitate, and tells herself to stay calm without any flattery. The sect leader is no less worried than she is. He is gnawed by the thought, why such a mood all of a sudden? And why is she asking such questions? What are they doing here? What is this anyway? How should he answer that? Sweating and stumbling, the master says, nothing, they were just walking. Both sides feel awkward. And with every second, the awkwardness grows even more. The woman notices with horror a tear on the sleeve of the master's kaftan. She flies to him with a question, Honorable Taoist, are you wounded? With sympathy in her eyes, the woman says that she has just received the white dew pill for restoring spiritual muscles. She assures that it can heal his wounds. Handing him the pill, the woman thinks that he, of course, will not even touch such an ordinary pill with a finger, but if he wants to play a role, she is ready to support him. This is not sycophancy, but acting skill. She considers herself a genius. The master and his disciple look stunned. Su Changyu cannot believe it, the white dew pill for spiritual muscles. The sect leader freezes in amazement. Isn't that the very one that costs over 1,000 taels of gold? The young man whispers to the teacher, what is happening? Why is she suddenly so kind to them? The sect leader quietly replies, maybe this is just a manifestation of the virtue of a disciple of the great sect to help the weak during travels. The disciple does not think it is that simple. If something seems strange, then there is definitely a reason. He suggests running away while they still can. Su Changyu loudly thanks the woman and her companions many thanks, but he and his comrade urgently need to attend to matters. The road is long, may fate allow them to meet again. He turns around but is immediately stopped by a call stop. The young man's face darkens. Su Changyu thinks he said it, there is treachery there, and he was not mistaken. The master and the disciple freeze but do not hurry to turn their faces toward the representatives of the great sect. One of the woman's companions says he would like to ask them something. The sect leader grumbles. He warned them, there's always a price. These people clearly have hidden motives. What if they intend to take their kidneys? The man who stopped them solemnly bows and asks, may he know what they consider the true essence of the sword path? A thought flashes through his mind. No, did he say that too directly? He simply could not resist taking such a wonderful opportunity. The master is shocked. What kind of question is that? He thinks these people are becoming stranger and stranger. But here awakens the acting skill of his student and the passive technique of pretended superiority Su Changyu activates. Folding his hands behind his back, the young man, smiling mysteriously, says, oh. True essence of the sword path, a pertinent question. Without looking back at the man, he says, if they want to know this, they have come to the right place. The sect leader is shocked. He hisses through his teeth. What is this student doing? He demands that he calm down. After all, these people are from one of the three great sects. Let him not act like he is something special. Changyu says he can no longer hold back. He tears a blade of grass and throws it over his head, standing with his back to the stunned group of 4 people. Above him in the night sky shine thousands of stars. Su Changyu says, this blade of grass, this is the sword path. On the faces of the woman and her companions is sincere incomprehension. What is he saying? Those present are stunned by Su Changyu's statement. The blade of grass is the sword path. The shocked woman clarifies. He said that the blade of grass is the sword path. What does that mean? She has never heard anything like it. The sect leader, blushing with shame, hides his face in his hands, thinking that it is the end for him. He sincerely wishes to find a crack in the earth to crawl into and hide. The woman says that the younger brother who asked the question is a bit slow-witted. Could the young man explain more specifically? Without turning, Su Changyu replies, the sword path lies in the heart. Wherever the heart directs, there the sword will reach. The young man proudly throws back his head and thinks, all right, no more words. One sword to destroy the stars, Su Changyu's revised version. He smugly thinks that the highest skill of posing is to make sure no one understands anything. The woman and her companions froze, impressed by Su Changyu's wisdom. The man who asked the question pronounces it as if he already understood everything. He triumphs, right, he understood. His companions silently fall into disappointment. Each of them mentally curses and turns over one question. Could it be that he alone understood nothing? Could it be that this does not prove that his understanding is the worst? Each of them decides no, even if it is so, no one must find out about it. All 4, 2 women and 2 men, smile joyfully and exclaim, I understood, me too. As expected, the way of the sword is easy to comprehend. The sect leader ponders, master of the way of the sword, could they have confused him with someone else? The man got angry. What nonsense, they understood everything, they are all crazy. Su Changyu stands with his back to them, extending his hand forward. The long sleeves of his garment flutter in the wind. The young man says, forget it. He says he has already said everything he had. How much they understand depends only on them. Everything will be decided fairly if they meet again. The woman and the girl walking nearby are completely confused. He is so handsome. They are sure they really encountered a true master. Later they will be able to boast about this in the sect. At this time, on the other side of the rear mountain, the Qingyan Dao sect. Yi Ping sat on the ground, legs crossed, arms stretched out, head lowered and eyes closed. He was completely immersed in himself. His face showed calm and confidence. Above his head spread the night sky where stars shine. Yi Ping opens his eyes wide and says that he has already found spiritual openings in his body. He raises his hand to his forehead and freezes. He did not expect that activating them would require so incredibly much spiritual energy. With his worthless spiritual roots, where can he get so much spiritual energy? Doesn't this bring him back to the very beginning? He examines his hands and says that he still feels a little. What seems like simple breathing is actually much more complex. Then he adds, he should imagine himself in the place of the first person who created the technique breathing chi into the body and try to think like him. It is unacceptable to look only at the surface. The boy imagines himself as someone reaching for the light and rising above the crowd that stretches its hands toward him. He thinks drawing chi into the body seems like a simple matter, but in reality every cultivator just follows in the footsteps of others without understanding the essence. They just imitate. The boy presents this as mathematics from his past life where even a child knows 1 + 1 = 2, but no one knows why it is so. The boy believes if he can solve this 1 + 1 of spiritual energy, he will earn the right to walk his own path. He asks, will it be successful or not? It has to be something else exceptional, unlike everything else. He cannot waste time. Ipin believes that every moment must be used. He decides, if he does not figure it out, he will change his approach and continue trying. Time passed like a white foal galloping through an abyss. 7 days passed in an instant. Ipin immersed himself in meditation, sitting in the lotus position. Birds calmly sit on his shoulders and one settled on the hairpin holding his long hair gathered at the crown. He opens his eyes. The boy looks depressed. He has not moved forward. Looking at the mountain landscape spreading before him and the flock of birds, he decides forget it. Territory Ipin, a small building stands on the rock. The boy sits on a stone holding a tablet with paper in his hand. He wants to draw something to relax and he feels he likes drawing the most. Looking at the mountains stretching with peaks and slightly covered with a light haze, he decides, today is good weather so he will draw a landscape. Outside Ipin appears a dark silhouette. A voice is heard, the younger brother. In front of the boy stands the older second brother. He is surprised. Could the boy also be able to draw? The young man adds, he has long dreamed that someone would draw his portrait. Liuchen asks, can he draw his portrait? Ipin gets up and answers of course he can. Pointing with his finger at the mountain peaks he just admired, the boy asks, does Liuchen need a background? The young man thoughtfully tilts his head to his shoulder and quietly says, background? Why is it needed at all? No need, let it be just a clean portrait. Ipin bows respectfully and says, no problem, he will try to draw as best as possible. Liuchen taught him alchemy and he was just thinking about how to thank the second older brother. The young man stands with his back to the boy and looks at the mountain peaks. Ipin, settled on a stone, draws his portrait. After some time, the boy says he has finished the drawing. Liuchen takes the scroll from his hands. He is surprised so fast. The young man looks at his reflection where he stands in a half-turn. Liuchen is stunned. Could he really be so handsome? The elder brother says to Ipinu he thought he was just an amateur but did not expect the younger brother to be such a professional. The boy, who was embarrassed, replies, no, the elder brother is exaggerating too much. Ipin asks, doesn't Liuchen want him to sign the portrait with a poem? The boy refuses, no need, it's already perfect. The older brother hides the scroll in a wide sleeve and thinks, sign the poem? Why is that even necessary? The main thing is to show its face. He is sure that a signature will only spoil the composition. He stands with his back to the guy. The guy glances over his shoulder and says he was a bit worried about his cultivation state, but seeing that everything is fine, he exhales calmly and will probably go back. The guy does not argue with his older brother. He replies briefly, good. Liuchen calms down and thinks, when the master and elder brother return, he will show them the portrait. They will surely say that it is as beautiful as Su Changyu. He also believes that a poem would not hurt, so he decides. When the time comes, he will write it himself. Watching the young man walking away, Ipin thinks, when he was drawing his older brother, he suddenly felt a moment of enlightenment. The boy placed the scroll on a flat stone, leaned over it, and held a brush in his hand. He decided he would try to paint one more picture, his specialty, a pure landscape. The brush touches the virginally clean sheet of paper, leaving a dark mark on it. Ipin is selflessly creating a new masterpiece and his head rushes, a drop, then a line. Not noticing anyone or anything around, the boy completely immerses himself in the process of creating the painting. His movements are swift and sweeping. In Ipin's head, fragments of thoughts pierce through a wave, a shadow. As if he sees himself from the side, his eyes burning with excitement, movements precise and measured. Ready. He looks at the canvas created by him in gray tones. A flock of birds circles over the abyss. Ipin freezes. In his eyes still flicker the reflections of madness that gripped him during the creation of the painting. Looking at the sky painted with orange colors, he says, painting is Tao and Tao is painting. The boy's eyes are closed, he says, let the brush move following the heart. When he opens his eyes, a starry scatter twinkles in the sky. Ipin says, Tao follows nature. He sees many constellations in the sky, but all attention is fixed on only one, the dragon. Yipin thoughtfully says, however, instead of stubbornly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth inside the body, it is better to open the mind and allow the immortal points to merge with heaven and earth. The immortal points are heaven and earth are the immortal points. Only then can infinity and eternity be achieved. The power radiated by the starry dragon seems to reach out to the boy. He says that there is spirit in the entire universe. If the spiritual energy seeks to merge with a person, it will merge itself. There is no need to force it. The energy flows gain strength and become increasingly powerful. From their spiral flow bursts a huge dragon with an open maw. With a wild roar, it breaks away from the sky and rushes straight at the boy, who stands completely still. Yipin freezes, unable to look away from this stunning spectacle. The flawless point dragon candle, as soon as it is filled with spiritual energy and unfolds, one can gradually acquire the ancient heritage. The dragon's head is so close to the boy that it seems. One more moment and it will swallow him. But Yipin boldly looks it in the eyes, standing in the center of the energy circles radiating from his feet. The boy asks Dragon Svech, Zhu Jian could it be? Even in his former form, Yipin knew Zhu Jian is one of the most terrifying creatures mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas. Zhu Jian is a serpent with 1,000 human faces and a body 1,000 li long, a deity with a reddish body who controls time. Even in ancient texts of Orthodox sects, it is said that he is the primordial source of all existence. He governs time and space. The candle dragon knows all that exists. When he opens his eyes, day comes. When he closes them, night falls. He is almighty, bodiless and infinite. With wide open eyes burning with turquoise light, the boy says, whoever he is, Zhu Jian or not, if he has opened the immortal point, then he can practice the art of god and demon. He decides that he must try. The boy looks at the painting that continues to lie on the flat stone. He was intently gazing at the landscape he had created and thinking about what he needed to do. Yipin says that before cultivation, he needs to change this pattern. He takes the brush in his hands again. Now the gray gloom in the picture is dispersed by sun rays breaking through the clouds. The boy says, this is how it should be. The clouds and fog have parted and the blue sky has opened. When the state changes, the picture changes too. Cliff for cultivation. The second elder brother sits in the lotus position, eyes closed. Behind him rise mountain peaks, above which dark clouds gather. Behind Liu Cheng, a lightning flash ignites, thunder rumbles and he opens his eyes. The young man, frowning sternly, looks back. His gaze reveals surprise. He abruptly stands up and says, it's a storm, could it be, maybe? Liu Chen's face darkens and he bursts out, bad, this is the end. He rushes off and runs headlong, shouting that the downpour is about to break out, but he hasn't packed his clothes yet. The things drying now are Su Changyu's favorite clothes. Yiping's residence. A dazzling lightning flashes and strikes the rock almost at the feet of the boy, who fearlessly stands, gazing into the fury of the elements. Dark clouds part around the dragon constellation, outlining the figure of a warrior around it. Yiping's eyes are closed. He is enveloped in a cold, energetic glow. The boy opens his eyes and looks at his palm. He feels how, after opening the immortal aperture, spiritual energy surged into his body like an unstoppable river. He doesn't even need to do anything. The aperture itself absorbs the energy. Yiping is stunned, but wait, the mentor said that automatic cultivation is only possible after reaching the nascent soul stage, isn't it? The boy sinks into thought, yet even then he had never heard of anyone absorbing spiritual energy at such a crazy speed. Behind Yiping, a cold flame of energy flares up. He thinks about how ordinary cultivators draw qi into their bodies and then purify it, gradually turning it into a part of themselves. This is the essence of qi purification. But Yiping, having the immortal aperture, allowed the spiritual energy to decide for itself whether to enter, bypassing the entire purification process and using it directly. At that moment, Yiping did not yet know that he had stepped onto a path completely different from all traditional cultivation paths, a path belonging only to himself. The boy continues to stand, intently gazing at the starry sky. Closing his eyes, he raises his palm to his forehead. What kind of immortal hole is this? A glutton or what? He says, well, all right, if the second one doesn't open yet, we'll have to wait. Yipin wants to start tempering the body of the god demon. The boy sharply waves his hand. A cold glow of energy recedes. He wants to direct spiritual energy to connect with heaven and earth. Yipin raises his hand above his head, and immediately a stream of fiery energy flares around it. He sharply lowers his hand to the ground and says, borrow the power of the earth itself. Yipin draws the supreme divine seal. Above him hangs a gigantic seal adorned with a serpent coiling around it. Everything around is engulfed in raging flames of fiery energy. He speaks and then transforms the heavenly power into a divine hammer. The boy straightens up sharply again and raises his hand to the sky. The dark sky flashes with lightning. Dark clouds part, letting through a huge golden hammer that spreads bright light. The hammer flies to the ground to where the boy stands in a frenzy of energy. Ipin rejoices it worked, the conduit in the form of spiritual energy, and it really worked. A huge vortex forms high above Ipin's head. Blinding lightning strikes the ground right near the boy who raised his hands above his head. Ipin's face becomes focused. His eyes burn with the cold light of inner chi. He is puzzled this power. Something is wrong. The question troubles him, could it be too strong, or will he even endure it? From the vortex, a stream of energy rushes straight at the boy, hitting him in the chest. Ipin stands, raising his face to the sky, and waits for it to collapse upon him. His pupils narrow. One more moment and what he so longed for will happen, but at the last second he doubts whether everything is done as it should be. A stream of energy crashes down on him, flooding everything around with dazzling light. The energy strikes the boy's body with force, almost knocking him off his feet. The right side of Ipin's torso along with his arm dissolves in its flames. The boy's face contorts in a grimace of pain. Ipin's body is catastrophically damaged. Staggering, he still stands on his feet. Grimacing from pain, he clenches his teeth tighter, thinking that now probably he will die. He freezes, feeling changes beginning in his body. Surprise and incomprehension of what is happening are red in his eyes. From the damaged part of the boy's body bursts a bloody flare. Ipin stands bent over, leaning on his knee with his hand. The body is intact, the right arm is in place. Only the sleeve and part of the shirt are missing, like a reminder that there was a terrible wound there not long ago. Drops of sweat run down the boy's face. Hardened blood is visible near his lips. Beneath his feet, flames burst forth, fiery streams intersecting and forming a bizarre pattern. Far ahead looms a gigantic golden seal adorned with dragons. Flaming rings tighten, clinging to Ipina, who is protected by a sphere glowing with gold. Burning energy with incredible force crashes onto a small sphere. The body of Ipina burns in fire. Her mouth is open in a painful scream of agony. He continues to scream, and his body dissolves in the energy flame. The boy turns into a black coal, inside which flames hiss. It rages around him, not letting him out of the fiery trap. This burnt mummy has nothing left human, empty eye sockets filled with fire. He falls to his knees, and it seems that the fire is slowly beginning to die out. Ipin's gaze slides over the arm. There is no skin on it, only burnt muscles visible. In his once shining, icy, energetic eyes now flickers a red flame. The whites of the eyes are covered with red vessels. The boy's body bends unnaturally, and the last flickers of flame die out on his body. Smoke rises upward. A charred creature without skin, into which the boy has transformed, raises his face to the sky and lets out a scream. And then, exhausted, he sinks down and slouches, lowering his hands. The smoke disperses and his body is covered with skin. At first, it all starts with the left hand. Triumph flashes on the disfigured, lipless face. Ipin watches as the skin covers his burned legs again. He raises his face to the sky, and in it can be read everything he had to go through: terrible, painful suffering, almost death. Then he collapses helplessly to the ground. The naked body, covered only by long hair, freezes motionless. After one stick of incense, the boy leans his hand on the ground, preparing to get up. His fingers, twisted and bent, touch the ground. It is hard for him to get on his knees. Pain, he will never be able to forget it. He rises to his feet, but his back is bent. He thinks unbearable, not to forget that torment. When he straightens up, he vomits blood. Ipin's body is struck by muscles. The boy lifts his face, smeared with streaks of blood. He decides that he likes it. A wide smile appears on Ipin's lips and madness in his eyes. Mountain ridge Jinglan, white mist spreads over the forest at the foot of the cliffs. A girl among the accompanying elders of the Four Thunder Swords clan asks, was that elder really the commander of the imperial inspectors of the Jing country? The man who had previously questioned Su Changyu is equally interested. Is it true? The woman in the luxurious purple dress seems confused. Casting a quick sideways glance at the companions, she asks, do they doubt the decision of the sect leader? The man, raising his hands conciliatorily, hastily tries to assure, no, they are just curious. The girl, repeating his gesture, confirms, yes, just curious. Because that elder seemed to have only the 3rd or 4th degree of the chi purification stage, and the messenger was even walking behind some mentor. The woman flashes her eyes angrily and calls the companions a herd of brainless idiots. She asks, do they really think? The elder sharply turns to the disciples and cuts off the phrase, so, is that his mentor? The disciples look at her in surprise, then at her again. So the so-called mentor and disciple was just a disguise. The woman is angry, closing her eyes tightly. She says, "Nonsense, isn't it obvious?" The disciple asks, "But why resort to such tricks? Is it really necessary?" The woman explains, "Of course it is necessary. He is called a special messenger, not for nothing. That means it is a secret mission. If his identity were revealed, what in their opinion would the king of Jing do?" Power often goes hand in hand with wisdom. Therefore, knowing how insightful Elder Su is, she does not think he is just pretending to be a master. She even begins to suspect that he secretly founded his own sect. The woman is looked at with incomprehension by the amber eyes of the men who questioned her founded a sect. Pink eyes of the girl radiate the same distrust. The stern reddish eyes of their silent companion also stare as if he is confused. The woman says, "With a single blade of grass he could cut through the sun, the echo, and the stars." Do they really believe that a person at the stage of purification is capable of such a thing? It was all a game, every little detail. She adds, "You can forge anything but not the aura. Such a temperament cannot be faked." She recalls the proud posture of Su Changyu. The woman says, "And let them just remember his mentor, what a cunning physiognomy he has. No, it cannot be that he was a real teacher." Meanwhile, the head of the Taoist sect Taehua loudly sneezes and says, "Who is babbling nonsense about him?" Looking at the disciple who bothered her the most with questions, the woman says, "With such thinking, if one day they encounter treacherous demonic cultivators, she will have to sincerely worry about them." The disciples respectfully bow their heads and shout in unison, "The teacher is right." The elder says, "Let them remember that, besides the head of the sect, no one must find out about this matter." She believes that they will probably meet them again at the upcoming Dao Sword tournament in Qingzhou. Let them not dare to do anything foolish. In response, a loud chorus rises, "Yes, teacher." The woman turns away from them and covers her face with her palm. She thinks, "Ah, these reckless disciples. Without such a brilliant mentor as her, how would they have survived at all?" The elder sighs. She has a headache. Somewhere on the Jingling Ridge, the trees have finally been left behind. Relief appears on the exhausted faces of the master and his disciple, and tears roll from their eyes. They made it out. The master tries to hold back the treacherous moisture that tries to roll down his cheeks and mentally vows he will never return to this cursed mountain again. After parting from the Four Thunder Swords sect group, the mentor and his disciple ran into several more deadly situations. The most dangerous opponent was the Firebird. Each time they barely managed to survive. The sect leader recalls how they escaped by fleeing from a huge dragon. If not for the highest rank pill gifted by the elder of that sect, Dao's Taehua, he probably would have died more than once already. He remembers how, exhausted, he collapses to the ground, and the disciple shouts for him to take the pill as soon as possible. The master falls to the ground, almost spreading out on it. He exhales sharply. Ah, this jingling spine. He thought it would be an easy journey, but in the end, he left half of his life. Su Changyu, completely exhausted, sits nearby on a stone. He says they should be grateful. The teacher at least managed to get the necessary materials, but the young man is in despair. He has no progress at all in cultivation or even understanding. He asks himself what happened to the saying, "Great luck after great misfortune." Where is his well-deserved luck? Grasping at the air, the sect leader barely gets up and sighs. Ah, the materials he gathered are worth only a few coins. They won't be enough to buy new techniques for the younger brother and sister. The disciple sits on the ground, tucking his legs in. The master's face brightens as he speaks, but thanks to this journey, he finally understood something. The disciple looks at him suspiciously. The teacher continues, "Reputation, morality, it's all an illusion. The only truth is money, damn money." If it comes to that, he will shamelessly beg Yiping to paint another picture. Su Changyu, tiredly closing his eyes, agrees. Yes, making money is hard. He asks the mentor is still trying to get up. What does he think? Has the second elder brother already asked Yiping to paint his portrait? After all, he always wanted that. The sect leader raises his index finger. Right, how could he forget that? The master and his disciple rush headlong to the sect. The mentor urges the young man, "Come on, hurry up. They need to ask quickly. If Yiping really painted it, he will give this child the nickname God of Wealth." Next day, the residence of the second elder brother. Liuchen all day cannot get rid of the thought, why is his eye twitching? He is sure something bad is about to happen. The elder second brother says that since early morning his alchemy technique has improved again, and now he is in a rather good mood. He adds that one could visit the younger brother and make sure he is not too obsessed. Looking at the clouds floating in the sky, the young man says that Su Changyu honestly is just pathetic in terms of self-control, like the first elder brother. Just because the child has little talent, he throws tantrums and stands on the back cliff, pretending to be so poetic. Isn't that funny? Morning at the residence of Yiping. The boy sits on the ground in the lotus position, eyes closed, and immerses himself in meditation. Liuchen approaches and asks how is the cultivation of the younger brother going. Ping, opening his eyes, turns his head to him. He suddenly jumps up, smiles radiantly, bows, and says, "The second elder brother has come." He reports that he has made a small progress. Ping thinks that although he made a complete breakthrough yesterday, he still must remain humble. He orders himself to calm down and tells himself, no matter how much you want to boast, you must keep yourself in check. Liuchen darkens. What did the younger brother just say? A little progress? That's impossible. The young man asks, how did he say that? Small progress? Ping answers, non-toxic alchemy, which the second elder brother taught him. Liuchen says to the boy, although his abilities are ordinary and the sect master and the first elder brother said that he has a good character, he is honest, kind, and modest. Even if he cannot make a pill, he should not lie. Does he understand that? Ping's face stretches. He is clearly uncomfortable. The boy says that he did not lie. The young man looks at him with regret and thinks, a good boy, he said it so bravely. Non-toxic alchemy, even the first elder brother wouldn't boast like that. Ping replies, true, this pill here. He extends a small sphere on his palm. Liuchen takes the pill and examines it carefully. He asks, what is this? A pill for spirit gathering? The guy confirms, correct, that's right. The elder brother is angry. He decides, Ping is not just lying, he is also passing off a purchased pill as his own. He clenches his hand into a fist and thinks, it seems he finally understood why Su Changyu is so depressed. The second elder brother decides that this cannot be left as is. He is eager to teach the boy a lesson in honesty. Liuchen says, not bad. Since that's the case, let the younger brother show him the process once more so he can give him some advice. The young man thinks, now he will see how Ping tries to get out of this situation. The boy says that making the pill takes several hours. Wouldn't that be a waste of time for the second elder brother? Liuchen replies, no problem. He just happens to have free time today. He sighs as expected. The boy has no intention of agreeing and is already making up excuses. Well, kids make mistakes, so. Ping replies, fine. Liuchen can't believe his ears. What? He agreed. The young man says aloud, fine, then let him begin. In his thoughts he adds, well done, he has outdone himself. Ping says he is starting. The young man sits on the ground, crossing his legs. He is enveloped by a light haze of internal energy. Rude's second elder brother throws out a thought, well then, he will teach Ping something he will never forget in his life. In a moment, Liuchen's face shows surprise. 2 hours later, the young man's face shows anger and confusion. 3 hours later, the second elder brother looks a bit stunned. After 4 hours, Liuchen feels like a betrayed dog, sitting at the master's feet and waiting for a tasty piece. Ping hands the young man the same pill, saying that he has already finished. Pill in his palm shines with energy. Liuchen, under whose eyes dark circles have formed, raises his hand warningly and asks to wait a minute. He needs a little time. The young man turns away and raises his hand to his forehead. Ping does not understand, is something wrong? The second elder brother is filled with suspicion and his face stretches. Stop. Could it be that Su Changyu is so depressed because of lack of talent? Ping looks anxiously at the second elder brother. He asks, is he okay? Is the pill not of the right kind? Liuchen's face twists into a grimace. He tries to pull himself together, mentally orders himself, calm, calm. He reminds himself that from the very beginning of his cultivator path his strength was in cold-bloodedness, cold-bloodedness. He clenches his teeth and tries not to burst out screaming. The young man's eyebrows are drawn together over the bridge of his nose and a furious rage blazes in his eyes. Second elder brother is holding on with his last strength. But he couldn't stand it without any restraint. He shouts, what calmness, his Dao heart has just shattered into pieces. Continuing to pull the pill to Liuchen, the boy notices with surprise. It seems the second elder brother is worried. The young man immediately becomes embarrassed and replies that he is fine. His body trembles with rage that he barely restrains from despair. A smile appears on Ping's lips, and that's wonderful, because his elder brother scared him. Liuchen's face tightens. He thinks, no, something is wrong. There is no such thing as non-toxic alchemy. Withdrawing his hand further from the pill and tilting his head back a little, he examines it closely, thinking, the color is wrong, incorrect. The appearance of the spirit gathering pill depends on its quality. The higher the rank, the brighter its color. They say the best of them shine with 4 or even 5 colors. But this pill, although it has the aura of the spirit gathering pill, is so crystal clear that it is almost transparent. And its size is too large. Even the highest rank pill would never look like this. Looking almost with hatred at the pill created by Ping, the young man thinks, if he swallows it, the lie will immediately surface. he is sure it cannot be the spirit-gathering pill. Liuchen raises the pill to his lips and orders himself to inhale. He is waiting for some consequences that will confirm his suspicions. Drops of sweat run down his face. The young man is beside himself with anger. His features are twisted into an angry grimace, dark shadows lie under his eyes in deep circles, his teeth are bared. He understands this is truly the pill of spirit gathering. Even more the pill of spirit gathering of the highest grade. It is transparent because it has reached its absolutely pure form. Yi-Pin stands aside and watches the actions of the second elder brother. The boy turns away, trying to hide his face from his gaze. He recalls that the mentor told him 1,000 times before leaving, never reveal yourself. Can one not reveal oneself in such a situation? He orders himself again calm, clear your mind and think of nothing. The second elder brother tries to pull himself together, understanding, if he continues to think, he will definitely reveal himself. Standing with his back to Yi-Pin, Liuchen tells him to continue cultivation. He himself needs to take care of something, so he will leave. The boy replies, okay. Yi-Pin scratches the back of his head and does not understand what is happening. Wasn't the second elder brother supposed to teach him? The boy sits down on the ground again, saying, maybe he is unwell. He decides to continue practicing alchemy. Yi-Pin remembers he has not yet told Liuchen about his breakthroughs in body tempering and breath control. The boy is sure the elder brother would definitely be surprised if he found out. He jerks himself from his place and orders himself not to boast. Squinting tightly and clenching his teeth, the boy reproaches himself. What is he even thinking? Achieved a tiny success and already got cocky. He reminds himself that at any time one must remain humble, only then can one continue to grow. Moreover, the second elder brother is a hidden master, and Yi-Pin's meager progress means nothing to him. Straightening his back and looking at the mountain landscape spreading before him, he orders himself to focus and stop daydreaming. Residence of the second elder brother. Depressed and dark, Liuchen stands with his head lowered. His face is twisted in a grimace of despair and tears roll down his cheeks. With a trembling voice, the young man says, 10 years, a whole 10 years he studied alchemy, and not once. Not a single time was he able to create even a pill of average quality, and his younger brother did it in less than a month. Sobbing, the young man asks about the absent Su Chengyu. How can he live like that? He would have died of shame long ago. In anger, he throws away the pill he created and shouts that it's better not to cultivate with it. Falling to his knees, Liuchen sobs desperately and loudly, asking what kind of person is this. Standing up, he lies on the ground, pulls his knees to his chest and hides his face in his hands. Sobbing, the young man says he swears he tried to remain calm and strong, but this genius, no, this monster, this is too much, he shouts. How can this be called alchemy if not a single ingredient was even used? Empty and exhausted, Liuchen lies on the ground, spreading his arms and staring into the sky. His body still trembles a little, but the tears have already ended. The young man asks aloud, will he die like this? This is shame and disgrace. Late night, under the coal-black sky, another lonely figure stands on the summit of the azure clouds cliff. Liuchen sits on a stone and, raising his face to the sky, says, ah, life, why does it have to be so complicated? And now he is only at the stage of qi tempering. Tears flow down his cheeks. He says that even the echo today looks so lonely. The elder brother adds, well then, since the mood is like this. He lowers his hand onto the portrait lying before him, painted by Yi-Pin, and says he will write a poem on the drawing of his younger brother. Standing by the stone on which the portrait lies, Liuchen raises the brush above it. He says that perhaps it is worth turning all this sorrow in the heart into poetry. Probably this is exactly how the great poets of antiquity did it. He asks what to call this poem. Raising the brush above the painting, the elder second brother says, snow is falling, the wind is howling. Inspired, he swings the brush broadly, exclaiming the 3rd of April, warm wind and cold heart. He stops and, pressing his palm with the brush to his chin, says, no, no, the first phrase is good, but the second does not fit. The young man decides to rewrite and crosses out the written line. Supporting his head with his hands, he freezes and thinks, alone on the cliff, I look at the silent moon. No, that doesn't sound right either. No one can understand his sorrow. No, that's terrible. Liuchen is inspired and he exclaims, I've got it. The elder second brother leans over the portrait and moves his hand broadly. Raising the hand with the brush from which ink drips, he proudly exclaims, done. On the painting is written, only the elder brother can understand my sorrow, and snow is falling, the wind is howling. Between these two phrases, a crossed out line is visible. The young man covers his mouth with his palm. He is stunned. A masterpiece. A true masterpiece. Liu Cheng says that art really is born from life itself. It perfectly conveys his longing and at the same time supports the elder brother both in mood and in the painting. Perfection. Liu Cheng raises his hand to his forehead and says, when the elder brother sees this, he will definitely tear up. Finally, my soul feels a little lighter. He proudly straightens his back and says, when the older brother returns, he will definitely show him. The young man clears both the painting and the brush from the stone. He looks at the top of the cliffs and notices thick black clouds above them. Liu Chen is surprised. He didn't even notice that it was already so dark. He doesn't know why, but every time midnight comes, this sadness grows stronger. The young man adds, all right, let it probably stay here a little longer this night, and repeats the line he invented himself. Only the older brother can understand my sorrow. Liu Chen sits on the edge of the cliff, dangles his legs down, and closes his eyes. He sits like that, lost in thought, with a huge moon disk looming above him. The boy does not notice the girl watching him, standing at the foot of the cliff. Chen Linju, biting into a cucumber, asks the third elder brother why Liu Chen is sitting alone on the rock again like the first elder brother. She clarifies, has he also started to like sitting alone on the rock? A voice sounds from behind. He claims he has no idea, but she must not let herself be deceived by the calm face of the second older brother. In reality, he simply loves to imitate the first older brother when he is not looking. The third elder brother Van Zhaoyu adds, does he really think this makes him cool? Looking at him, the girl replies, probably not. When she saw her older brother Liu Chen before, it seemed he was even crying. She thinks it might somehow be connected to the younger brother. The young man froze, confused. Was he crying because of his younger brother? How could that possibly be connected to him? The girl suggests maybe the younger brother's talent is so hopeless that the older brother's first and second simply cannot bear it. She asks the third older brother. Maybe he will try to teach the younger brother formations later. Danzhou answers, not at all. The formations exam is soon. It's better to ask the fourth and fifth older brothers. Chen Linju says that the fourth and fifth have long left the mountain and will not return anytime soon. She asks, then maybe she can turn to her elder sister. Wan Zhaoyu replies to the elder sister, that's hardly a good idea, although she is the strongest among them, but her thinking. He chooses the right words and having found them continues, one could say, quite peculiar. It's better if Liu Chen holds the defense for now. The girl thinks that, judging by everything, the second elder brother won't last long. Wan Zhaoyu jumps out, shouting on the go, all right, if trouble starts, let them deal with it themselves. She knows he hates getting involved in all these hassles. Better he goes to rest. Chen Linu, watching him leave, shouts, back to his old ways. As soon as they sense danger, he runs away immediately. The girl ponders, maybe she should still go ask the elder sister for help. Liu Chen continues sitting on the edge of the cliff, lost in thought. The young man frowns and looks around. He swears it's already past midnight and his right eye keeps twitching. Could something worse be waiting for us? He bursts into wild laughter. No, that's impossible. What could be worse than yesterday? So they'll accidentally beat him up again, huh? Liu Chen rushes home, shouting, no, enough, time to sleep, time to sleep. King Yandao sect, early morning. The sect leader and his disciple fall to the ground near the foot of the stairs leading to the master's residence. Tears flow from the man's eyes. Finally, they have returned. How good it is to be home. He vows that from now on he will save every coin. Tired and exhausted, Su Changyu, shedding tears, asks the master not to take him along next time he goes to the mountains of the silent forest. He adds that he wants to live at least a few more years. The sect leader replies that he is not an idiot. Why would he go there again? The master's mood immediately changes. He radiates joy and leans over the young man. He asks, wasn't he going to visit Yiping? Su Changyu looks suspiciously at the teacher. And the teacher continues, at the same time find out if he has drawn something. If not, let him invent something so that he still draws. Squinting at the master, the young man hits his conscience and calls out. He himself needs to remember her, to come up with schemes every day on how to get money from the younger one. When he gets old, only the memory of this will be a stain on his life. He sighs deeply and nods, all right, he will try for the sake of his younger brothers. The master does not even hide his joy. He says, that's why Su Changyu is his most beloved student. The young man asks him to leave and leave him alone. Yingyan Mountain's secret hut. A blonde girl in a pink dress with slits stands right at the edge of the cliff. She sighs, her isolation is finally over. The air outside is so fresh and sweet. The girl is called, being addressed as elder sister. She turns around and sees Chen Linju running headlong towards her and says, has elder sister's isolation already ended? She was already thinking where to send the letter. The blonde girl pulls her into a hug and says, look who's here. it's her dear little sister. Chen Linju clearly did not expect such a warm welcome. The elder sister, giggling, tickles Chen Linju, who immediately blushes. The blonde beauty says, "Let her come here. She will see what she has learned." The little sister protests and asks not to be tickled. Girl giggles, noticing how she is flushed with embarrassment. The blonde takes a sip from the flask and says that the little sister has grown up. She adds, "I wonder which of the brothers will be lucky to be with her." Chen Linju protests. Elder sister is drinking again. The master forbade her. Blonde, throwing her hand with the bottle upwards, exclaims, "This is so refreshing." Hugging Chen Linju, the girl puts the neck of the bottle into her mouth and says, "What is there to be afraid of? Wine is medicine for happiness. Does she want a sip?" Chen Linju, breaking free from her captivity, shouts, "Older sister got drunk again, huh?" The blonde tries to shorten the distance between them and stretches out her hands, offering to hug her. The girl in the pink dress puts her hand on her younger sister's shoulder and asks, "Has anything interesting happened in your sect lately?" Her useless older brother. Has he finally formed his sword power of spring thunder? Chen Linju replies that she is not sure, but it seems he hasn't changed at all. Although recently the teacher took a new younger brother, and this apparently greatly angered the older and second older brothers. The blonde brings a piece of watermelon to her mouth, exhales in surprise. A new younger brother upset them. How so? She asked her younger sister to tell her everything quickly. Chen Linju says as soon as the younger brother arrived, the teacher asked the elders to teach him the sword art, but it seems his talent was weak. No matter how hard they tried, he just couldn't master it, and their psyche began to fail. Lately, both sit every night on the rock near the palace, gloomy exactly at midnight. The blonde laughs fiercely and considers it a horror. Chen Linju is surprised. Older sister laughs, but she thinks the second older brother is already on the edge. The blonde, leaning towards her younger sister's ear and calling her little Linju, says she must definitely study well the techniques she teaches her, and she should not adopt the habits of those two useless older brothers. She is not like them. Chen Linju, having listened to the older sister's lecture with an extremely serious expression, replies that she understands. The blonde, pushing off the ground, takes off into the air and flies forward, shouting that she will see the younger brother herself, and she tells her younger sister not to forget about training. Watching her go, Chen Linju says if older sister said so, then everything is fine, probably. Residence of Yiping. Blonde girl is heading towards a boy sitting on the ground in the lotus position. Yiping has immersed himself in meditation. His eyes are closed, so he does not notice the guest. The girl, choking with emotion, presses her palms to her cheeks. Oh my God, he is so cute. She thinks that this old man really knows how to select students. This one is definitely to her taste. Blonde decides that she cannot let such a cute find slip away. Suddenly she realizes the boy radiates a strange aura. The girl looks stunned. This energy, after all, it is the same unique constitution as her father's. She walks decisively, approaching Yiping, and thinks, impossible, this is probably just a false feeling. How can such a small sect have two flawless geniuses? Having approached the boy, she leans over and looks intently at his face. The girl is stunned. Her feeling did not deceive her. It is true, but it is impossible. This power should have disappeared long ago. Yiping opens his eyes and looks confusedly at the luxurious bust standing right in front of him. His pupils widen sharply in surprise as he realizes what his gaze is focused on. Backing away and falling on his backside, he shouts, "Bigger, who is she anyway? What does she want?" Yiping gets up on his feet and the girl immediately places her palm on his shoulder, saying, "Let him come to her, he will be well behaved. She will check his body." The boy looks at her in amazement, not understanding what she means by the words "check his body." The blonde looks touched. She thinks it's true, so similar. She had no idea that this little Qingyun sect could produce both a younger sister and a younger brother with superior physical constitutions. It's simply incredible. If she doesn't get this blessing, at least she will definitely benefit from it. Trying to keep his distance, the boy shields himself with his palms from the threatening bust that relentlessly approaches him. Stumbling, he asks, "Who is she?" Coming up close and pressing her luxurious bust against his chest, the girl, squeezing his forearm and bringing her face close to his, asks him not to be nervous. She says she is the first elder sister of their sect. Her name is Zio Muxu, but he can just call her sister Zio. Yiping says in surprise, "Elder sister." Blushing, he says that the master told him about her. He cautiously asks could she step back a little. Men and women should not. Pressing his head to her chest, the girl giggles. The younger brother is embarrassed. So cute. Yiping's face darkens and he turns crimson. He thinks he can't anymore. Can't. He feels bad. As if through cotton wool he hears Zio Muxu exclaim, "Younger brother." The boy sits on the ground. The girl kneels beside him and supports his head with her palm. She anxiously looks into his face. She thinks exactly. He definitely has the same constitution as their father. She doesn't know how it happened, but with his appearance, their plan finally has a chance to reunite with their father. She decides to train him with all her might. Zayo Muxu is confident that technique will finally be able to appear again in this world. Yiping comes to his senses and raises his hand to the back of his head. The girl claps her hands. The younger brother has woken up. The boy barely regains consciousness. He asks what happened. Zayo Musu says that she just examined his body. He has been training without rest for some time, and his yang energy has risen all the way to his head. Now everything is fine, nothing serious, she adds. Effort is necessary, but the immortal's path is long. Let him combine effort with rest. Does he understand? Yipin feels dizzy. She examined his body. The girl places her palm on his head exactly. She has already checked every inch of him and noticed several special oddities. She heard that Su Changyu and Luochen have already taught him fencing and alchemy, but she has a Dao skill that will suit him perfectly. She asks, is he interested? The boy's eyes light up. Dao skill, of course he is interested. Smiling kindly, Zayo Musu warns that her training is quite strict. Will he definitely endure it? Yipin's face becomes stern, determination in his eyes. He raises his fist to his chest and confidently replies, I can, no matter how painful it is, I will endure everything just to learn. The girl speaks playfully, what if this kind of training is like this? The boy recoils from her and blushes. What could it be like that? Zayo Musu, turning her back, laughs. Yipin looks at her confused. The girl admits she is just joking, and he was so scared she thinks it's incredibly cute. The boy smiles embarrassedly, promising his elder sister that he will definitely study diligently. He asks her not to hate him for not being very smart. Zayo Musu looks at him with interest. Dull-witted, with such a physique that absorbs spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. Dull-witted, she realizes that the sect leader has thought of something again. Folding her hands under her luxurious bust, the girl says, judging by his body, this boy has probably been reforged dozens of times already, right? Yipin is confused. Does elder sister see that too? The girl throws a stern look at him and says that she has also undergone several reforgings. She admits the pain was unbearable even for her. Then she adds that he really is a little madman. Zayo Musu tells the boy standing opposite her. Although she understands part of the pain he has endured and does not doubt his determination, she still must remind him he has to try hard. The girl says that most people in this world do not realize great changes are coming. This world is not as peaceful as it seems. Very soon it will reveal cruelty never seen before. She says that in an era of crisis and opportunity, the human race is not the strongest. The races of demons and beasts can easily crush humans at any moment. Zayo Musu is now extremely serious. It is hard to see the laughing and joking girl who appeared before the boy at the beginning of the conversation. She explains, it does not matter what his elders or teachers say about his talent. Let him remember one thing. As long as his older sister protects him, he will reach the top of this continent. She warns Yiping, the greater his strength becomes, the heavier the responsibility. So let him work diligently like no one else. He must not let down either this era or himself. The boy literally absorbs her words. He is delighted by her exclamations to stand at the top of the continent. As befits a secret sect, what a lofty tone. Coming to full resolve, Yiping responds with solemnity worthy of this epic moment. Very well, he will give all his strength. He will not disappoint her. Their attention is caught by a butterfly circling above their heads, surrounded by an aura of energy. When the energy butterfly lands on Zayo Musu's shoulder, she utters words in an incomprehensible language. Glancing at the insect, the girl thinks with annoyance again the palace of the demon god. She adds, it's just a talent to always choose the worst time. To herself she promises, this time she will definitely make sure that none of them come out alive. Around the girl, the space seems to thicken and darken. An energy spear matching her dress appears in her hand. The girl tells her younger brother that she needs to properly teach a couple of restless kids a lesson, so for now she won't be able to teach him personally. With excitement, Yiping looks at Zayo Musu. Her aura has suddenly become terrifying. The girl stretches out her hand, extends 2 fingers forward, and from them immediately energy circles spread out in all directions. She creates an energy mark. She says that she has left all the details of the technique within herself. Young man can start training independently. A look of distrust and admiration flashes across Yiping's face. From his lips bursts out the highest chi purification technique. The highest chi purification technique is called the greatest chi purification technique under the heavens. If fully mastered, one can forget about the stages of foundation creation or the golden core. Even a group of cultivators at the golden core level will not pose a threat. If speaking only about the cultivation sphere, it would not be an exaggeration to say that anyone who can master this art will surpass all cultivators, but the price is almost unbearable. Firstly, it is almost impossible for an ordinary person to rise from the chi purification stage to the golden core, and this technique requires going through this process 36 times. The stronger the foundation, the higher the future achievements. If the reserves of spiritual energy can reach a level 36 times above the norm, then the results in battle are easy to imagine. Secondly, and this is the hardest part, this technique must be mastered alone. The hints inside it are too vague and abstract. This means that all progress depends entirely on one's own understanding and luck. At a high level of achievement, even immortality is not the limit. At a low level, it will be impossible to even reach the foundation creation stage. So despite being the strongest cultivation art in the world, these two almost impossible conditions have so far stopped everyone. Yiping is stunned, he freezes like a statue as soon as he realizes what awaits him. The boy says 36 times, and that's not so bad. He already has a newly formed spiritual aperture that automatically absorbs spiritual energy. Maybe it is feasible, but then the understanding. He sinks to the ground and in despair grabs his head with both hands. The boy says that he is a worthless, talentless person without a spiritual root. Isn't that equivalent to a death sentence? Understanding? What understanding does he have at all? He lowers one hand, raises his head, but his eyes are still closed. Yiping says, all right. He cannot waste the kindness of his older sister in vain. He will just grit his teeth and try to cultivate. Yiping stands up and asks, when did the older sister leave? He decides to start immediately. Every second is precious. Behind Yiping, a voice calls the younger brother. He looks back. In front of the boy stands Su Changyu. He says they haven't seen each other for a long time and asks, how is Yiping? The boy is glad to see him. He exclaims, older brother has returned. Su Changyu asks why isn't the boy cultivating? Is he lazy? Yiping denies no, the older sister just gave him some instructions. The youth is horrified, his face pales, his eyes become round. He is overwhelmed by shock. The younger brother says, older sister. He feels as if the girl is standing right next to him and quietly, slyly asks how is his swordsmanship training progressing. In the blink of an eye, the frightened Su Changyu finds himself in the arms of the surprised Yiping. The young man shouts in horror, the older sister should be in isolation. The boy holds his older brother close and replies that the term has already passed. Su Changyu comes to his senses and realizes it was an illusion. And immediately he finds himself on the ground and looms threateningly over Yiping, angrily demanding why doesn't he finish speaking. The young man, understanding nothing, apologizes. In Yiping's head, a bunch of questions swarm. He cautiously asks, does the older brother fear the older sister? Su Changyu immediately pretends to be carefree and smiling replies, what kind of words are those, brother? He just saw a bug. He is painfully ashamed of his strong reaction. Yiping thinks so, the older sister is the strongest disciple in the sect. With a bored expression, the young man says that the boy would do better studying under the older sister. Yiping happily agrees. Su Changyu is nervous because he has not yet achieved his goal. Blushing a little, he says, it's so beautiful here, isn't it? The young man is angry. He thinks he cannot say that. It's embarrassing. How can the older brother ask such a thing to the younger? Burning with rage and drenched in sweat, Su Changyu grabs his thoughts. Has he already forgotten what happened in the silent forest mountains? What is more important, his pride or his life? To hell with everything. Blushing and smiling, the young man asks his younger brother while he was not here, did he draw something? Or maybe wrote poems? Yiping answers confusedly, drew, yes, he drew 2 pictures. Su Changyu solemnly raises his hand, clenched fist, yes, success. The young man smiling widely asks Yiping, where are these pictures? The boy answers, one is at home and he gave the other to the second older brother. He asks, does Su Changyu want the picture? He can give it to him. The young man blushes like a boiled crayfish. He raises his hand to the back of his head and replies, no, he just asked casually. How could he ask him for something? He feigns laughter, thinking he still can't say it. It's good that Liuchen has won, that will be enough. Approaching Yiping, he places his hand on his shoulder, pressing the younger brother a little closer. Su Changyu says the boy should keep working, he just came to check on him, and now, probably, he will leave. The young man adds, the way the lad looks stronger than usual, huh? Yiping, pleased with the praise, replies that it is thanks to the highest technique given to him by his elder brother. Su Changyu is confused, the highest technique, which one? The boy is surprised, he resembles the elder brother, the tempering of the god demon. Doesn't he remember, he thinks, as expected from the elder brother, even divine technique is just an ordinary roadside manual for him. So how powerful must the elder sister be whom he fears? Su Changyu walks away, leaving the boy watching him go. The youth's face darkens. Inside, he orders himself to hold on and not ask about anything. If he asks, he will be disgraced. His Taoist heart will break. Su Changyu repeats in his thoughts, he is the younger brother, he is the younger brother. He is a monster, he is a monster. Pin looks embarrassed, he doesn't understand. The elder brother is acting strangely, wasn't he going to ask how the training is progressing? Su Changyu realizes he can no longer hold back truly, he cannot. Looking around, the young man asks what does the younger brother think about the technique he gave him. The boy exclaims enthusiastically, it is strong, very strong, this tempering even impresses the heavens. Su Changyu breaks into a run, throwing over his shoulder on the go, that's good. Running away without looking back, he throws an instruction, let the younger brother train diligently and not waste the elder brother's efforts in vain. With a victorious look, Pin raises his hand clenched into a fist. Yes, the elder brother is so cool. Su Changyu runs at full speed, and tears flow like a river from his eyes. He is frantic with grief. A cheap street manual, could he really cultivate it? This is mockery. Su Changyu himself hasn't even mastered the true original version. He is running away. This is too much. Calming down a bit, the young man comes to the thought, all right, he is the younger brother. They are not on the same level. He decides that he needs to focus more on the future of the sect. The young man heads to the building that stands out ahead. Su Changyu, addressing Luochen, whom he is just approaching, says whatever he does, let him not repeat the mistakes of the older brother. He means the portraits and all that nonsense. Otherwise, the teacher will scold him again. The young man laughs. He is confident no, that won't happen. Luochen is much more sensible than him. He will definitely fully preserve the original intention laid down by the creator. Standing before the door, he asks the older brother to open it. Su Changyu is surprised. He scratches the back of his head and asks himself, what is this? It's already noon and he is still sleeping. This is unlike Luochen, he is so disciplined. Before him stands the second older brother with a sad face. Su Changyu angrily lashes out at him with reproaches. What is he doing, and why is he? He is cut off by Luochen, who rushes swiftly towards him. The youth tightly embraces the confused Su Changyu, asks him not to say anything, and assures him that he understands him perfectly. Sobbing, Luochen says that the older brother is the only one who can understand him. Su Changyu fills with anger. Trying to break free from the youth's strong arms, he shouts, what is he doing? He has always seen him as a brother. Breaking free from the youth's embrace and widening the distance between them, the young man asks Luochen to step back and not come closer. He scares him. The second older brother says he understands. He understands why he sits on the mountain top every night in silence. The younger brother is not a useless fool, he is a genius, isn't he? Su Changyu sadly bows his head and says, Luochen also noticed this. He adds that it won't help. The young man again throws himself into the arms of his elder brother and exclaims that the boy's talent is too cruel. Luochen can no longer force himself to cultivate. His heart is broken. Su Changyu is the only one who understands him. The young man pushes Luochen away, shouting, enough, come to your senses, what kind of behavior is this? If the younger sister sees them, rumors will spread. The boy sitting on the ground replies, she already heard. He admits that he was just too moved when he saw his elder brother. Su Changyu asks him to forget about it. He asks, did the younger brother give him a painting? Luochen looks at him in surprise. He asks, how did the elder brother find out about this? The young man says yes, the younger brother painted a picture for him. He asks to go and look at it. He was waiting for Su Changyu to show it. He shows his portrait and asks what does the elder brother think of it. Luochen asks to look at these inscriptions, only he can understand them. He reads the lines, snow falls, wind howls, then a crossed out line, then. Only the elder brother can understand my sorrow. At the bottom, written by Su Luochen on the 3rd day of the 4th lunar month. Su Changyu raises a heavy, pain-filled gaze to the second elder brother. Luochen shows the elder brother a scroll with his image and a light smile, not noticing how the young man's face darkens. In anticipation of pleasant words, the young man's eyes flash. He asks what does the elder brother think, and silently prays to Su Changyu to praise him as soon as possible. The young man looks shocked, his face turns gray and his aura reddens. Still smiling widely, Luochen does not understand. What is this strange reaction? Could it be that his poem turned out better than he expected? The young man asks the elder brother not to hold back, let him give his strictest judgment on this work of art. Not to spare him. The older brother watches the painting without looking away. The young man mentally notes that Pin has painted a portrait again. Then he shifts his gaze to the poem and, hesitating for a moment, asks, Luochen, did he write this himself? Most of all, his attention is drawn to the crossed out line. His eyes widen, the poem is even written across the drawing, sideways. In his thoughts he calls upon the gods. He could not have imagined such a terrible outcome. The young man perceives Su Changyu's silence as admiration. He thinks his brother is flattering him too much. Not noticing Su Changyu's gaze burning with deadly energy and the sword that appeared in his hands, Liu Cheng turns away and closes his eyes, saying, "He is not boasting. But this poem is not even at the peak of its form yet." He approaches the matter more seriously. He turns his head and looks at the older brother, who at that very moment raises his hands with the sword above his head, preparing to strike. Liu Cheng's eyes sharply widen in surprise. The sword is about to fall on his head. The young man recoils and Su Chengyu lowers the sword. The youth freezes, leaning slightly and glaring angrily at Liu Cheng. An astonished "What?" bursts from his lips. Stammering, the older brother, who is second, asks what is Su Chengyu doing. The young man's hair even stands on end. He drills his interlocutor with a gaze burning with anger and repeats after the youth, "What is he doing? He should be the one to ask him." Pointing at his older brother with his index finger, the enraged Liuchen says he understood everything. He is just jealous that his writing talent is better. He flared up because of this. Su Chengyu literally explodes with overflowing indignation, lost his temper. He calls Liuchen a spendthrift and swings his sword again. The second older brother decides to run away. Looking back and flashing his eyes angrily, the young man demands his older brother to answer. Is it true or not? Does Su Chengyu really think he is afraid of him? Let him not be mistaken about his usual calmness. It does not mean at all. The older brother knocks him down and, sitting on his stomach, starts punching him. Liuchen shouts, "Dad!" He admits he was wrong and asks, "Isn't this enough?" He tries to break free and run away, but Su Chengyu attacks him like a vicious tiger. The young man shouts that he truly admits his guilt and begs, "Let me go." He pleads to stop beating him because he might die like this. He tries to crawl out, shouting, "Help!" The young man, crimson with rage, raises his leg to kick him in the back. Liuchen screams faster, "Someone! He is dying!" Su Chengyu has lost his mind. He manages to break free and runs away, looking back over his shoulder. He sees the older brother bending down to pick up a stone. The young man thinks furiously, it would be one thing if it were just a portrait. Su Chengyu straightens up and looks at Liuchen with hatred, thinking, well, he signed his poem, so be it. Even if he crossed everything out and redid it, he could still endure that. The young man jumps up and chases after the second brother, who is running without looking back. He catches up with Liuchen, jumps on his back and starts choking him, thinking, sign his name, how dare he ruined everything completely. Who does he think he is? The saint of the brush, the saint of the pen. Does he even understand how he behaves? What right does he have to sign something like that? Su Chengyu shouts, choking with anger, despair, and helplessness. Liuchen ruined such a treasure, smudged all the students' skill with a few strokes into trash. The young man breaks free and tries to escape. Su Chengyu chases after him, shouting that today he will simply destroy his students. Liuchen does not understand why, because of them. The young man catches up to him and knocks him down. He lunges at the youth again, punching with his fists. Liuchen sobs in despair. Insane, absolutely insane. He calls for help. Half of the youth's face is swollen, tears flow from his eyes. He utters, cursed Su Chengyu, it was one blow, but like a whole stanza, like a poem. He is pierced by a suspicion. This is not the end yet. Absolutely, absolutely, this is not the end yet. He fearfully covers his mouth with his palm. Residence of Su Chengyu. The semi-darkness of the room is cut through by a lit lantern. The young man sits on the floor, shedding bitter tears and whining. Loss, what a loss, just the thought makes my heart ache. Su Chengyu feels anger and, clenching his hand into a fist, says that he really wants to beat this scoundrel again. His body twitches with a slight tremor. Unsettled, he pouts his upper lip and says, all right, let's forget it. It happened and he has already released his anger. Under no circumstances should the master be informed about this. The young man thinks that knowing his attitude towards money, Liuchen might not live until tomorrow morning. He decides, if the master asks, he will swear that he gave nothing to the younger brother. Liuchen is still his second younger brother. Chen Lingzhu peeks through the open door and asks questioningly, elder brother. The young man is curious, why did the younger sister come here? The girl enters the room and asks what happened between him and the second elder brother. She tells that she saw Liuchen crying and running to the teacher. He shouted that he was going to file a complaint against Su Chengyu. The elder brother recoils from her in horror. What? To the teacher. The girl is stunned by his stormy reaction. She replies, yes, so what? Su Chengyu replies that she can forget his words. Liuchen is to blame himself. Smiling, he adds that he has no right to accuse his elder brother of this. Residents of the Taoist Taihua. Liuchen is indignant, burning with righteous anger and shouting at the teacher to come out faster. He adds that his student was almost beaten to death. The sect leader appearing in the doorway asks, "What happened? Who beat Liuchen?" The young man throws himself around the master's neck and squeezes him in an embrace, shouting that the mentor must stand up for him. The sect leader, gasping for breath, tries to push him away with his palm and mutters, all right. Let him come in and tell everything in order, what actually happened." Liuchen enters the house. He sobs and wipes tears with his sleeve. The young man says that it was done by the elder brother. He envied his talent for writing and beat him almost to death. The master is surprised. Su Changyu. The man says that this cannot be. Even if the young one sometimes behaves arrogantly, he would not oppress the younger. And the sect leader has never heard that Liuchen had any talent in poetry. The young man shouts in fury. He was beaten. And the teacher still defends Su Changyu. He says he does not want to sow discord, but if the elder brother beat him without reason today, tomorrow he will get to the master himself. The sect leader asks him to calm down and start the story from the beginning. Liuchen, furious with anger, shouts, "Nothing happened. Su Changyu is simply crazy. The younger brother drew his portrait and the elder brother just looked and beat him almost to death. Isn't this a pure provocation?" The man immediately becomes wary of portrait. He thinks and does not understand why it seems to him something is wrong here. He asks the young man, did he bring the portrait? Liuchen, unrolling the scroll, says, "Here it is." The youth recounts that he even snatched it back from Su Changyu's hands as proof. He shows the picture to the sect leader. The man leans in to examine it and his aura flares red and his face elongates. Master raises an angry look at the youth. With his last strength, he asks Liuchen, did he write the poem himself? The youth, who understands nothing, replies, yes. Flushed with barely restrained rage, the sect leader clarifies these notes too. He adds, Liuchen even wrote his own name. The youth's sorrowful face reddens, sweat streams down his cheeks in a heavy flow. He feels something is wrong. The teacher's reaction is too strange. He asks himself, why is it so similar to the elder brother's reaction? The sect leader, restraining anger, says he will ask Liuchen once more, and is he sure that this poem was written by him? The youth answers, of course it's his poem. He looks confusedly after the man who is walking away and asks, where is the teacher going? The mentor, closing the door, replies nowhere. He is just worried. Later it will become too loud and the elder brothers will come to him and interfere. He turns to the youth and the feigned calm disappears from him. His eyes flare with red flames and his hand reaches for a weapon. The sect leader says that now everything is fine. Even if he shouts at the top of his voice, no one will come to save him. Liuchen asks in surprise, what is the teacher doing? He admits he is scared. From the house shaking violently, a cry is heard, a plea to the teacher to stop the beating. The youth is sure the mentor wants to kill him. He asks for help, saying, teacher seems to have gone mad. After a quarter of an hour, the boy lies face down in a puddle of blood. One hand barely twitches. No other signs of life are shown. The sect leader, calling him a petty person, says, does he really understand that he and his elder brother almost got caught, and that the male bear demon almost violated them for a few dozen lan of silver which those healing herbs cost? Does he even understand what violation means? The sect leader comes out of a state of cold madness and again bursts into rage. He turns his face to the youth, twisted by evil so much that it resembles the face of a madman, and says, no. He needs to beat Liuchen well once more to release his anger. The youth abruptly rises from the floor and steps back, trying to cover himself with his hands. The sect leader, from whom waves of malice rise, advances on him. A voice is heard. If the teacher continues to beat the second elder brother, he will die. In the room behind the mentor, Su Changyu appears at high speed. The young man grabs the sect leader from behind under the arms, not letting him approach Liuchen. The man shouts for the student not to stop him. Liuchen cannot even imagine what they had to endure. Su Changyu, trying to calm the man, says that the younger brother has another painting. The mentor stops struggling and calms down a little. He asks, another one? The student is not joking. Su Changyu releases the teacher and takes a step back. The sect leader turns his head to him and says that he will look himself. It's a pure landscape. The young man, holding an unrolled scroll with a landscape, replies the younger brother understood that he likes his paintings, so he gave him another one. He says his student is so good that he is about to cry. Tears appear in the eyes of the sect leader. The man thinks he is too good to be human. The sect leader says, wonderful, that means the other students have a guaranteed future. Su Changyu supports him. Yes, with this painting they can afford high-rank cultivation techniques. Moreover, their expedition to the silent forest was not in vain. Holding hands, the mentor and his students start to dance. The beaten and depressed Liuchen turns away from them. The youth cannot stand it and exclaims high-rank techniques. Are they crazy, or is he the one who has gone mad? The sect leader and Su Changyu stop. The man, looking at Liuchen, says, "All right, for the sake of the younger brother, they will turn a blind eye to this incident." He orders, "Remember, you must never touch other people's paintings. Younger brother's paintings are priceless treasures." The young man's face twisted with rage. He bulged his eyes and shouted, "Turn a blind eye, they will turn a blind eye, but he will not." He shouts that they beat him and then hung a ridiculous accusation of ruining the painting on him. The boy sobs, throwing his head back and covering his eyes with his palms. He shouts, "What painting can cost tens of thousands of lion? At least come up with a plausible reason," he knows. The teacher always spoils the older brother, but to so openly defend Su Changyu, that's too much. He declares that he cannot accept this. Today they must explain everything to him, otherwise it will not end. Su Changyu approaches from behind, places his palms on the young man's shoulders, smiles broadly and says, "Fine, the teacher said everything is over," but Liuchen does not want to calm down and shouts angrily, "No, it's not over." Turning to face the young man, he demands that he stop pretending to be good. He beat him, and that matter is also not closed yet. Liuchen, holding the older brother by the collar with one hand, raises his other clenched fist to strike. Su Changyu, raising his hands conciliatorily, cautiously steps back and shouts that the younger brother's paintings really are worth money. The young man replies, "Nonsense. For his own safety, he should shut up right now and not interfere." The young man says, all right, he won't interfere." Having won such a small victory, the young man declares, if this painting really costs tens of thousands, he will twist his own handsome face, and Su Changyu doesn't need to do it. If not, then everyone should allow him to get revenge. The sect leader and the older brother look at him with sympathy. The man asks, is he sure? Showing them his middle finger filled with anger, Liuchen declares, yes, absolutely sure. They leave the building. The sect leader says, fine, then they need to descend the mountain. Liuchen agrees readily. They walk down the mountain slope. Ahead, cliffs illuminated by the sunset come into view. A light smile slides across Liuchen's lips, confident that he will receive satisfaction. 7 days later, La Forest. Su Changyu walks along the forest path beside the sect leader, who carefully holds a small bag close to himself. The young man tells the teacher that he is scared. He hopes there will be no monsters here, and asks the mentor, is that so? The man frowns and asks, what is he afraid of? This is not the silent forest. The student says, once a snake bit me. For 10 years you fear a rope. The sect leader laughs and asks, just think about what they gain this time and the fear will retreat. Su Changyu catches his laughter. He says their younger brother is too strong. Single one of his paintings, and it was exchanged for the highest level techniques for the entire sect. Behind them appears a woman and says questioningly, Chen Taehua. The mentor and teacher turn their heads toward her in unison. The woman, behind whom stand 2 boys and a girl, says she did not expect it to really be him, Taehua's younger brother. She laughs, then adds, so many years have passed and he is still such a ragamuffin. The sect leader blushes, thinking why did they have to encounter this nasty woman? For now she looks closely and asks, what are they doing here? Just don't tell me they are also going to the Sword Dao tournament. Unkind sparks flash in her eyes, and raising her palms to her cheeks, she mockingly says, feigning embarrassment. Ah, she apologizes, completely forgot that their sect has not even risen to the 3rd rank yet. Pointing a finger at the blushing sect leader, she, not hiding a mocking smile, says what participation, in 2 days their sect might be disbanded altogether. She laughs loudly. Then she spoke more seriously, and the woman added, it's good that the younger sister that time did not listen to the mentor and did not go with them with those worthless scum. Her Dao partner is now much stronger than they could ever dream of. Her words clearly struck the man to the core. In his eyes, surprise, pain, and offense can be read. The woman addresses Su Changyu and tells him not to blame his aunt for these words, but what good is it that he has such a pretty little face? His teacher used to be a respected person, and now he has such a worthless student, like this young man, a complete disgrace. Su Changyu, looking the woman straight in the eyes, replies, yes, being ugly really gives a person strength. Let him at least look at himself, a perfect example. The woman becomes furious, her eyes fill with blood. She screams, opening her mouth wide, who did he call ugly? She exclaims, what insolence, and insults the young man, then hits him with her hand. Su Changyu falls to the ground from the blow. The teacher is clearly unpleasantly shocked by what happened. Holding her hand in front of her, the woman, whose eyes blaze with malevolent energy, says, if his teacher did not teach him manners, then she will do it. The outraged sect leader attacks the woman and shouts that his student is not someone she will teach. For a few moments, the woman fends off his attacks with hand waves. A smile appears on her lips and in her eyes a triumphant gleam. The woman steps forward and delivers a punch. She delivers a powerful blow that knocks the opponent off his feet. The sect leader, falling to the ground, supports her with his other hand. The woman looms over him, threateningly raising her free hand clenched into a fist. She says that her younger brother has neither improved in appearance nor advanced in strength. And she adds, if he misses her second strike, you will die. Su Changyu tries to rush to the teacher's aid, but one of the woman's companions grabs him from behind and orders him not to move. A condescending smile appears on the woman's lips. She says, let him not worry. She will not ruin her future because she kills one piece of trash. She is not like them. She straightens up. It seems even the air around them thickens with tension. Looking down at the man, the woman says, if he really has the courage to avenge what happened, then let him bring his student to the tournament. She says she will make sure her student kills him right in the arena, but knowing him, he probably doesn't even have the courage. She laughs. The student who hears her words stiffens. The woman says they are leaving. Isbit, the sect leader, lies on the ground and looks at the sky. He addresses Su Changyu and says, listening to such a senseless mentor as him, the young man really suffered, huh? The sect leader, without getting up from the ground, says if not for this, the level of training of his older brothers would not have been such. In despair, he slaps his forehead. The young man squats opposite him, near him. Su Changyu uses a combat technique. The man ends up on his stomach, and his student, straddling him from above, grabs his legs and bends them so that the mentor screams and hits the ground with his hand. The young man, calling him an old man, asks why does he moan as if dying? If he has the strength to whine, let him heal faster. The mentor responds by calling him a petty scoundrel and shouts he dares to rebel against his master. He promises to expel the student from the sect. Soon the mentor and student, heads bowed, sit side by side on the stones. Su Changyu tells the teacher that he has decided. The sect leader turns his head to him and asks, what exactly has he decided? The young man, looking ahead, says that he intended to participate in the Kingzhu Sword Dao tournament. The master's face, from which large drops of sweat run down his cheeks, turns gray. He stealthily looks at the student and asks him, are you out of your mind? The sect leader asks Su Changyu not to act rashly. He says that this woman is just a petty nobody from his former sect. It's not worth ruining your life because of her words. The student replies that the mentor did not understand him. He will leave not because of her. Now the mentor asks angrily then why. Last year at the tournament he didn't even fight. He passed through by connections, but he himself saw how strong the participants were. They are of a completely different level, not like themselves. He sighs, and now again the persistent older sister has latched onto him. Su Changyu says it's all because of the younger brother. The mentor asks in surprise, because of the younger brother. Lowering his gaze, the young man answers, yes. Since the first time he saw him, he finally understood what real geniuses look like, and only then did he truly feel how colossal the gap between him and the rest is. Looking the man straight in the eyes, Su Changyu says yes, he is really wounded. But when you stand before such a monster, it's hard not to want to try to become at least a little stronger. Even if he can only get a little closer, that's already enough, because otherwise life becomes too miserable. He laughs bitterly. The mentor looks at Su Changyu with anxiety. The young man says that this tournament will be his oath, his promise to himself, and if by some miracle he actually enters the top 500, then that would be wonderful. Yiping's residence, a small building on the cliff top, emerges against the sky painted with the afterglow. The boy trains devotedly. He dashes forward and an explosion roars behind him. Yiping stands gripping a sword in his hand while a whole avalanche of stones flies toward him. With one move he deflects the stones. None of them even touched him. He sheathes the sword and freezes as if waiting for something. The boy says that after 72 cycles of Qi tempering recovery, he has finally reached the second level of Qi tempering. It turns out even the second level can be so frighteningly powerful. The world of the immortals is truly incredible. He does not understand that only he can be so abnormally strong. Looking at the sun leaning toward the horizon, he decides, that's enough training for today. The older sister said he should keep a balance between work and rest. Yipin does not notice that behind a huge boulder, Su Changyu is watching him. Tying a scarf around his head and thinking that this way he can hide better, the young man thinks, no one must see him here, otherwise he will suffer disgrace. The young man crawls on the ground, examining the furrow that Yipin had studied earlier. Su Changyu says that the younger brother manages to understand sword markings even from complete nonsense, and this is real. True mark of a sword genius. It will definitely help him break through to the sword galaxy. Su Changyu's gaze becomes embarrassed when something suddenly catches his attention. Looking around, the young man wonders, what is this? It looks like the pirate book he gave to his younger brother. On the rock against the backdrop of a giant moon disk, the silhouette of a person sitting on the very top is clearly outlined. She says, the moonlight is dark as ink on the rocky peak beyond the mountain. Liuchen says the north is so hard to endure, so dark, so suffocating. Zhu Changyu flies up to him, exclaiming, oh, Liuchen is here too. A smile plays on the young man's lips. The youth stands up and looks confusedly at his older brother. He scratches the back of his head and asks why is he so inspired, shouldn't they be sad together? Zhu Changyu, maintaining a mysterious look, turns away from the youth. He raises his hands to the sky and arches his waist. The younger brother once made the same movements. At Liuchen's, his jaw literally drops. He even stared wide-eyed at his elder brother, not taking his eyes off him. The boy decides he has really gone mad. They do not notice that people at the foot of the cliff are watching them. The third elder brother, Wang Zhou, bends over with laughter. He says the brothers have run off again to the back mountain. True-born little devils of chaos. He asks the younger sister standing nearby not to take them as an example. He reminds her, the elder sister said that she is the only reliable heir of the sect. Turning away from the cliff where two dark silhouettes are visible, one standing with hands raised above his head, the girl says, if it weren't for these two great geniuses, she wouldn't want to take the position of sect leader at all. 3 days later, residence of the first elder brother. The sect leader hands Zhu Changyu a piece of paper and says that this is his registration pass for the sword tournament. He has already written in Yi Ping there as well. The young man glances over his shoulder at the pass handed to him. He squints and looks intently at the piece of paper, not understanding a registration pass. He snatches the pass and raises it above his head, shouting, could the mentor really have thought that he said it seriously? The sect leader, angry, roars back, wasn't it he himself who talked about some vow decision? Zhu Changyu goes mad with anger. He declares that he was just pretending to be cool. The mentor is confused, so he was just pretending to be cool then. The young man who plopped down on his rear shouts indignantly, of course. Does the teacher not know what an idiot he is? The sect leader grabs his head. Oh, what a horror. Forging an application for participation is illegal. The Qingzhou Prefecture administration will arrest him immediately. The student rushes at the teacher and shouts that he doesn't care. He insults the master, demanding that he quickly come up with a way to cancel the registration. Their hands intertwine in confrontation, standing forehead to forehead and wildly shouting at each other. The mentor asks, will he cancel it? You just need to participate. Zhu Changyu repeats, reimbursed, just participate. He insults the sect leader again. Residence Ipina. The boy stands with wide eyes. He says distrustfully, take part in the sword tournament, him. The sect leader, smiling gently, replies correct. He has already registered both him and Zhu Changyu. Ipin asks, will he be able to do it at all, and what if he loses and embarrasses himself? The sect leader says, if the cultivator is afraid of this, afraid of that, what kind of cultivation can be talked about? Shyly and blushing, the boy says that the teacher misunderstood him. He does not mean to lose, just, he is worried that he might compromise the sect. The man says he should not worry about it. The sect did not send him to win, but to temper his Taoist heart. Training and real combat are two entirely different things. Demons will not stand still or let him perform moves step by step. With a thoughtful look, the head of the sect adds, if Yi Pin sits on the cliff every day and trains alone, he will remain a theorist forever. When he encounters a real enemy, he may not have the courage even to draw his sword. Does he understand this? The man, chuckling to himself, orders himself to keep a straight face. He is fascinated by himself. He is so good at lying. Satisfied, Yi Pin says he understood everything. The boy asks the teacher not to worry. He will prepare properly and go through the tournament with full dedication. The sect leader responds, yes, it is worthy to be his disciple. He adds that the boy is not as bad as his older brother says. He explains that Zhu Changyu just wanted to motivate him. Yi Ping disagrees. He says it is all thanks to the easy wind opportunity given to him by his older brother. The master looks at the young man with a smile and thinks, light, wind, chance, but then he immediately asks himself what nonsense did Zhu Changyu cause. Yi Pin says that it is time for him to go. He needs to finish the last preparations. He rushes away while shouting, sword tournament, sword tournament. Watching him leave, the mentor thinks, this boy acts so quickly. The sect leader decides, under any circumstances, he must inform Xiao Musyu about the sword Dao tournament, because otherwise, if Yi Pin encounters the disciples of that scoundrel, danger awaits him. With the support of his elder sister, he has nothing to worry about. Unknown mountain, the western sun catches its peak with light, and near the slope, twilight is already thickening. Elder sister Chen Taehua watches the girls training. The boys stand a little aside. The woman says, "Not bad, they have all improved. This time at the Kingju Sword Tournament, they will definitely take a worthy place. This concerns their quota for the Academy of 10 Nations and therefore concerns the future of their sect." The girl, standing straight just like the two boys behind her, asks the woman, their master, not to worry. She adds that in small Kingju, taking first place for them is practically a trifle. The woman calls them fools and asks, do they really think that in Kingju there are only those forces they have seen on the surface? The disciples shout, "What?" The girl asks, "What does the teacher mean?" The woman explains that in Kingju there are hidden sects. One of those she knows about is the Great Sword Sect of the Great Sun. The girl says she has never heard of such a sect. The woman's hand forcefully falls on her head. She sharply criticizes their mental abilities again. If they had heard this, how could she be hidden? Let them turn on their brains. She tells, long ago it was said that the Great Sword Sect of the Great Sun was so powerful that even the revered Void Sword sought guidance from them. But because their power was too great, Emperor Xia became wary and dispersed them into 7 separate branches. And according to reliable information, one of these branches is now secretly dormant in Kingju, awaiting the revival of the Great Sword Sect of the Great Sun. The woman asks about the girl, who closed her eyes in fear of getting hit again, and she wonders if she thinks she can defeat the hidden lineage like this one. Kingju Sect of the Sword of Four Storms. Night. On opposite sides of the mansion's roof stand 2 people in long cloaks wrapped from head to toe. One says that their princess of the Great Xia Empire has run away from home and gone into enemy territory, which means she is probably in serious danger. Therefore, by the Emperor of Xia's order, the missing princess must be found within a month. A secret messenger of the Xia Empire asks, is this clear? According to reliable information, the princess is somewhere here in Kingju. The Taoist of the 4 Seasons bows in respectful reverence. He clarifies, may I ask, is this about the same elder princess who was long considered missing? The interlocutor asks, what is he thinking about? This is the 10th princess. Even if there were 10 elder princesses, he and Tao of the 4 Seasons would not compare to her. What kind of danger could possibly threaten her, he reminds. His task must be completed secretly. If they succeed, the issue of relocating their sect to the Great Xia Empire will be resolved. The Taoist of the 4 Seasons, raising a hand enveloped in purple energy, asks the interlocutor not to worry. He promises they will complete the mission. The man declares that he is the king in Kingju. There is nothing he cannot do. If any faction dares to stand in their way and prevent the return of the princess, they will destroy them without mercy. Kingju World Pawn Shop. The blonde in a lilac dress, Fairy Mo, slightly leaning forward and sticking out her butt, intently examines the painting depicting Su Chengyu hanging on the wall. The man addresses the merchant and says that their lady is interested in this painting. He asks the shop owner to name the price. The man holding a tray with a cup in his hand replies that the girl truly has impeccable taste. This painting is a real gem of their shop. On the occasion of the store's anniversary, it costs only 10,000 Lionov. He offers his interlocutor to have a cup of tea. The man cannot believe the number he heard. How much? Did he hear correctly? The merchant replies in 1,000 taels, and that's already with a discount. The man looks intently into the merchant's eyes and asks, has he lost his mind? The girl, calling him Xiao Xiang, asks him to behave decently. Looking at them, she says the painting is truly genuine, but can the owner really inflate the price just because she likes this artist's work? She asks Joe about 3,000 lions. That would be a fair price. The man lunges at her and whispers through the scream, 3,000 lion for one painting. Has the princess lost her mind? The girl replies that he knows nothing about art. She grabs his cheeks with her fingers and stretches them sideways, saying, how many times have I asked him not to call me princess in public? Let him call me the ink fairy. The man replies that he understands everything. The merchant says that he agrees with the proposal of the honorable guests. Let it be 3,000 taels. The girl beams, excellent, another masterpiece of the hermit Kinlian. She regrets that it is not a pure landscape, but if it is the work of her idol, then that is enough. Even if she fails the exam at the Academy of the 10 Nations because of her escape, she will not regret it. Kingju, the Jinglin Mountain Range. A vortex appears in the night sky from which a powerful lightning strikes. The lightning flies into the back of a hunched monster with a collar of cleaves on its neck and bony spikes on its body, and bursting out of its chest, bites into the ground. The monster, twisted, falls to the ground. Nearby stands a youth clutching a sword in his hand, and behind him a mentor. The majestic old man says, not bad. In just 1 year he has fully mastered the Sword of the 4 Storms impulse. He adds that even in the entire kingdom of Jing, he would be called a genius among geniuses. The youth stands, holding the sword before him. He replies the beasts in Kinju are too weak, only the Jinglan Mountains are suitable for real training. He sheathed the sword, turned to the mentor, and folded his hands in a gesture of respect. The palm of one hand covers the fist of the other. The youth says that it is mainly thanks to the teacher's guidance. He is grateful for his leadership. Mentor waves his hand, stop flattering. The main thing is that he becomes stronger. The youth again draws the sword and holds it before him. He laments that he still does not understand. The sword art of their great sun sect is much more powerful than the sword of the four storms technique. Why bother learning some second-rate technique? The mentor, calling the student Manhwa, says that it is time to tell him the truth. Earlier he was silent so as not to distract him from preparing for the competition. The great sun sect is much stronger than he can even imagine. It only declined because of an extremely serious event. He tells the youth that he humbly stands before him again. To restore the sect, they need to enter the Academy of the 10 Nations and find the treasure hidden there of the sect. To not reveal his identity, the descendant of the Great Sun sect must participate using another technique and take a place in the Academy of the 10 Nations. Manhwa replies that he understands everything and asks the teacher not to worry, he will take first place. The mentor says that self-confidence is good, but he should not turn it into arrogance. Do not humiliate yourself by losing to the cultivator who was just put forward. The young man throws his hands forward. His palm covers the hand in which he grips the sword hilt. He says yes, he understood everything. It sounds as if he took an oath. In Yuan Taoist sect, Back Mountain, a silhouette of a person is visible at the summit. Hunched over, Yi Ping freezes in a half squat, stretching one leg forward. His body is covered with scratches. He lifts his exhausted face. A thin stream of blood flows from the outer corner of his left eye. He thinks, not enough. 1 month remains until the competition. He needs to train more. If talent is already scarce and he is not ready to give his all, how can he compete with anyone? But the intention of the Sword of Four Thunders and the highest art of Qi tempering from the elder sister are still not enough. At the second level of Qi tempering, he will not be able to compete on equal terms. His competition is not held to prove how incredible he is. He simply has no right to let down the mentor and senior students after everything they have done and how much hope they have placed on him. Yi Ping tells himself he will manage. He orders himself to continue. A month is enough to achieve a lot. The sect leader runs to Su Changyu at full speed, shouting that they are in trouble. A young man with a bare torso, sword in hand, and a light mist of aura asks why is the mentor here. The breathless teacher says they just received news from the organizers. The competition has been moved to an earlier date. It starts the day after tomorrow. He orders to follow him immediately. They must leave right now. Su Changyu recoils in horror from the mentor and shouts that he is not prepared yet. The teacher says there is no time. Prepare on the way.